Welcome back, sickos. No, we're the sick ones for live streaming on day 2 of the draft in the middle of the afternoon. But we appreciate you guys being back with us after 5 hours yesterday, and also tuning in to another episode at we recorded. What time did we record last night, Jeff? Didn't it be like 1 a.m. Did we record?
It was 1 a.m. because we waited for the the press conference.
Yeah.
So it was 1 a.m.
Yeah,
it was late.
Yeah, hell of a night. Thank you all though for people who tuned in yesterday, who are tuned in now, and who tuned into the episode. I hope we get to 100 concurrent today. We'll see.
Yeah.
Last night's numbers were really good. I guess it's unfair to expect a lot in the middle of a work day, but we'll see. But we appreciate everyone's here, and we'll stick around for the first couple picks of the day, and
we'll see what the numbers look like. It's 100% based on numbers. We'll just be honest with that. Speaking of numbers, we are 88 away from 3K, so it'd be awesome to get there before the draft is done.
Appreciate that. We'll let you turn it on. We're trying to make sure we don't forget to turn on monetization today because we goofed up and didn't do that yesterday. Chris Cole Mathis went to the Cubs yesterday. He's off the board. Sorry, Chris. He's already gone. He went to the Cubs, I believe, in round 2, right?
Yeah.
Was it
halfway
comp round?
No, it was
round 2.
It was round 2.
So Cole Mathis off the board. Jeff's got his list of best available down here. You can see it scrolling. You're a little bit higher on Bazan than I am. I just don't know if Bazan's going to catch. That's why he's here. I'm Prager and Sirota are my first priorities in the 84. One of those two. Dakota Jordan would be a really odd swing for this team, but I'm not against it. Like in this round, seeing
my
it.
one, he's kind of a disaster.
Sirota.
Like he's kind of a disaster. Like, and that's not necessarily what they've been good at, right? Like refining swings. John Kenzie might be their best example of a guy where they did some refinement. I feel like they're better at adding power, but Dakota Jordan has maybe the worst swing data in this draft.
It's bad.
He's got the best tools, and I understand people who want power. Like if they took him, like at this point, it's great. Like he's on my board. You can see he's not the highest guy, but he's 46th on my board. We're talking about picking in the 70s. Like anyone they take now is a value. I only went to 60 on the board. I decided to give myself some free time. And not go crazy on the write-ups because I like to write in depth.
I think my priorities today at 84 are one of Prager or Sirota. That's my 1-2. But again, the Guardians don't pick till the 10th pick today at 84. We start off with Oakland at 75. So they have the 10th pick of the day in this round. They pick 10th the rest of the way every round, right?
Yes, because the order only affects the first round. Yeah, I think there was some confusion about that at various points, but it only affects the first round. There's no it doesn't affect the rest of the round's picks at all. I apologize. I was just sending out our video. We are currently in the 70s on concurrence, so I'm hoping to get to 100, and then I'm also trying to get monetization turned on. So yeah. If you have another account, if you want to sign on, just help us. We need to hit the 100. We're at 82. Hitting concurrent,
we just need to get to 100 somehow.
Maybe. Which it hasn't even started yet. I think we'll be fine.
Yeah, that's true. We should be okay.
Yeah,
but we appreciate everybody who was already here hanging out with us as it is.
So I know people always kind of find this funny, so I thought I would share. Justin said we recorded last night's around 1 a.m. After that, I called up my buddy Taylor, who joined us very briefly on the podcast, and he and I had a good talk. He is very much all in on Cozart. He's a big Cozart guy for some people who are not as high on him, myself included. But Cozart, by the way, in some respects, is the best story in this draft. I'll just share this now while we're waiting. He's a middle child. Dad was the head coach at High Point when Cody Allen was there, which means Cozart was the bullpen catcher at High Point because it's not a big school. So he might have caught Cody Allen. The years don't quite match up, but it's fun to discuss that there's a chance that he was the bullpen catcher for Cody Allen at High Point. But his dad was the head coach when Allen was there. Older brother had a benign brain tumor. He has a chance. He's a 6'5", like 235 first baseman from UNC Greensboro who started at NC State. He has a chance to get drafted today or tomorrow. If Cleveland could take him. And then their youngest brother is the most talented. I believe he'll be a first rounder likely next year, who's a 6'7", pitcher. It's just a huge family of dudes.
6'7".
I want to say, yeah, Sam
Good Lord.
Cozart. Is that his name? I will also say today at some point, my daughter might jump into this. Both the kids upstairs are like, I want to say hi on the podcast. So we might have little ones. We're at 99. Yeah, Sam Cozart is 6'7", 235.
Wow. Okay. Oh, we got so close to 98 and we're in 99. We're now back on 98.
He's committed to Texas. So it's a super athletic family.
There we go. 100.
Made 100. Thank you all. I'm trying to just mess around with monetization, but it's an interesting story more than unless he has a chance, probably more a platoon catcher, but he's left-handed, so it'd be the right part of the platoon. I see someone. I mean, I really like Sirota as well. And Hartle fell apart this year. And the biggest issue for him is he pitched at Wake. Like if someone was going to fix him easily, Wake would have done it. So, but I thought he might go in round 2. That's the interesting thing. You got Hartle, got Thatcher Hurd, who's another one of those UCLA collapses. Kid Obermueller and Marcus Morgan are some really interesting pitchers. Like there's still some really interesting. I love Luke Sinard. Thank you, Anthony G. But there's interesting college pitchers throughout left. They'll probably draft. I still feel like Cody Schreier at some point, if you believe that they really liked him out of high school and that he just is another guy who imploded at UCLA.
Yeah, that was a rough one. UCLA, just not a place you really want to draft from, unfortunately, these days. But yeah, Hartle. I mean, if Wake Forest couldn't figure him out, I don't know. Like that's the pitching lab right now, so we'll see. But maybe for someone in the pros to do something better than not that I don't know. You always say though, Wake Forest guys, you don't really trust their pitching development. So
well, it's because they're maxed out. You're not adding anything,
right? So maybe Hartle is the one guy that didn't max out there. I don't know. That's all I can think of. So
it's kind of a mess. It just. If we're being very honest, It's like I don't know what.
I mean, I would be happy to grab him. Maybe not in round 3 with other guys on the board, but if they took him at some point, I'd be okay with it. Just because he might be a good value at this point, because like some of the list had him as one of the top college pitchers coming into this year's draft, and neither one of us agreed with that, and to really obviously showed at that point. Somebody asked about Garrett Scholl. I like Garrett Scholl. I think I like Garrett Scholl more than you do. I think that'd be a fun.
No,
pick.
I mean I've liked him quite a bit. I mean he was a guy I considered outside my top 60. It's kind of his range. He's a solid, more like day 2 guy.
I have him 58 on the board.
Okay, so yeah, you do like him more than me.
Yeah, he can play. I think he's a switch hitting outfielder, right? He's a fun dude. I'm pretty sure I wrote him up. Let me see if I can find my write-up on him. I'm pretty sure I wrote him up. Did I not? Yeah, here we go. Garrett Scholl, Enos High School in Oklahoma. Flags are his age, some question about the overall hit tool, but reportedly good approach. Has done well in performance showcases, good exit velos, might have above average power. Profiles in the corner, but he's a switching outfielder that fits somewhere between rounds 2 and 4. So Oklahoma State commit shouldn't be too hard to sign out Oklahoma State. So the age is definitely a question for sure. And I think there's some people who are concerned about the contact, but if he has a good approach, Cleveland likes good approaches. So I would take that for sure.
I saw someone asking, and I just had a blank. Was Joey? Problem with Okie is his high school coach was basically abusing him over the last month. It's been less than ideal. So,
he's been overworked.
And he's been overworked, and his stuff is backed
spot.
up. Yeah.
Yeah, Iowa's a weirred school. Iowa high school baseball is weird. So Iowa,
it's the same high school as
Brody Brecht.
Brody Brecht.
Yeah, I didn't know this, but Iowa high school baseball doesn't start until May. So while other Midwest cities are still trying to play in April and some March in some cases, Iowa high school baseball doesn't start till May and it runs into summer. So Okie didn't even start pitching in this season till May, which is good. But then, his coach just absolutely ran him into the ground.
Yeah.
once the season started. So that's a concern. And they already took Braylon Doughty, who doesn't have like the one knock on Doughty is that he's not a real projectable frame guy. Like he's not going to grow a ton, I think. And Oki also has the same concern.
Yeah, I think he's probably more a little smaller. I was talking to Taylor last night because he really likes Oki. He was like, the name that keeps coming up to him was Troy Percival. So some behind the scenes stuff, just to tell you, Justin, I couldn't get this to work at all on my phone, but I figured out how to do it on the website. So later on, I'll teach you how.
That's good.
To turn on the monetization.
We're monetized.
Yes, we are. The what is that expression? The the motherhood of invention is necessity or something like that, and necessity is the motherhood of invention.
You would know better than I did.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. I gotta. I'll let you talk about Sam Antica because that's your guy, right? No, so this is a guy I like. I've been on Sam. We both do. I think he's more my guy than your guy, though. I think that's a fair statement. He is. There's like no power there, but he has some of the best contact rates in all of college baseball. Let's see if I'm going to pull up. I got his data right over here. See, he had, I believe, the third or fourth best chase rate in college baseball. It was that good. He does not chase. He's got just. And he had the fourth best, one of the top contact scores, no power at all. I mean, it's not like bad. A 103.1. It's not even, it's just, that's like on the cut. It's so like on our coloration system, when we're doing like kind of 4 tiers, if it's dark red, not good, it goes dark red, light red, white, gray, light green, dark green. And he is green, or he is white, so he's the lower half of average.
I'm going to ask Antonio Urquides on Twitter. He's been doing these cards on data.
Yeah, he's been really good.
I'm going to ask if he can do on an Antonacci because what I want to know about Antonacci is can he pull the ball in the air? Because if that's something he can do, you can help with exit velocities, or maybe Cleveland can help him pull the ball in the air.
Yeah, which is something they're good at.
Yeah. Cleveland has done a great job. I mean, if you listen to our interview with Cooper Ingle from last month, he talked about how much Cleveland emphasizes pulling the ball in the air and teaching how to do that. So they've really improved with that aspect of things. So if like even Sirota's card says he doesn't pull the ball in the air, I would still like to see Sirota today because Sirota I think is for sure a center fielder. We were talking with
he's at least
Brian.
Thank you, Bronson. Again, it's just unbelievable.
Oh,
your guys'
wow, that's awesome. Thank you.
Your guys' generosity.
Yes, more than we deserve or ask for sure.
I'm gonna start highlighting questions that I want to get back to as well. So
okay, I was talking to Brian Recca and Spencer. What is Spencer's last name on Twitter?
Spencer Morris.
Spencer Morris on Twitter.
Is a great follow.
And our friend Brian Recca from Prospects Live was on the East Coast and he saw Sirota a ton. And he talked about how early in the year it seemed like he was afraid to let it rip with his swing, like he was being very passive. So to me, that makes me wonder if he had some sort of injury going on or he was worried about performing for scouts. But he said later in the year he looked much better swinging the bat.
The negative side of that is one can argue when he faced good competition. But then we have the cape, which balances it out, which makes it weird. So let's go through. I'm gonna hit a few of these. BPA forever. As long as you have money, that's the thing. It's like you always want to do BPA whenever every day is there, John. Always take your best player. Occasionally on day 3, you target depth needs in the org. I have no idea on Keys. To me, Keys was a late second round value. I think he's probably a 3rd, 4th, or 5th because he's first base only. No, they're not going to.
I would like Keys today. I think because they didn't get Mathis, I really want Keys. That's my thing. Like because you missed out on Mathis.
Yeah.
I really wanted Keys.
The answer here is no, because the Angels are going to draft all of them. They're not going to be able to take any relievers because the Angels are just going to draft 9 straight relievers. That's apparently their new plan after Christian Moore. They took 2 of the 3 best relievers in this class. Again, thank you to Bronson Frank.
It's a done at catcher. I don't know. I don't think they're necessarily done at catcher.
No, I mean they've got like 2 guys.
It all comes down to best player available. Yeah. If there's a catcher on the board that's the best player available, they'll take him.
I don't know if Carnes is a catcher.
I don't know if Carnes is a catcher. I do like Carnes. He was on my list of best available today. I do like Ryan Campos from Arizona State. They have not been. I know Jeff doesn't like Arizona State guys, but Cleveland has not been afraid of Arizona State guys. And even though we heard some weird things about them this year, and
they've had such great success with Arizona State guys recently.
I mean, they had one, that Arizona State player that turned out really good. The other guy I really like, I think people should look at, is Ryan Stafford from Cal Poly. Is he on our data list? Is Stafford on our data list?
I don't know. I haven't looked. I was trying to think. Taylor, and this is the problem. I had my
chase rate's kind of iffy.
Yeah, I had a conversation with Taylor like at 3 a.m. last night, and I'm trying to remember. He gave me a list of like 3 other catchers, and of course it was 3 a.m. And the internet was, my internet went out around then. My internet went out at 2 a.m. Luckily, it's clearly working, but we had a big thunderstorm here, so it's been eventful. So I couldn't write everything the way I wanted.
Thank God it's working now. Jeez.
Yeah, it's been a fun week. And then this statement here, I like the picture, but pulling isn't what's killing them. It's bad production. Pulling a ball is been shown to be the most successful thing to do with a baseball. When you pull, you are going to be more successful.
The pulling the ball isn't the issue for them. It's their approach. This again, we've talked about this multiple times on different shows. When the Guardians are not playing well as an offense, they are not drawing walks. They are having impatient approaches, and they are trying to, like, look at Josh Naylor and Andres Jimenez and even Jose Ramirez.
Yeah, Jose's been in a big struggle for the month of July, and he's chasing more.
When those guys are going well, they are making good swing decisions. Their issue isn't pulling the ball. Their issue is the fact they are making poor swing decisions. They're not trying to pull the ball. They're swinging at the wrong pitches. They're making poor swing decisions. And that's why swing decisions matter a lot. And this team doesn't have anybody that has a real patient approach. And that's why I love Travis Bazan even more, because guess what? That's what they need.
And Cozart might be passive, but he's got that. And when Braylon Dowdy was a catcher, he had that approach. So, it's gonna. No, it was the other interesting statement last night when we stayed up to talk with Paul Gillespie, and it was us two, Mandy Bell and Paul Hoynes, and they talked about how Braylon Dowdy has not been pitching. Dowie has not been pitching for a long time. That he is a relatively new pitcher.
That's a great thing. We talked about that on today's episode. If you haven't had a chance to listen to today's episode yet, at some point do that as well. But we talked about how Dowdy is new to pitching, so there's less mileage on that arm, and that also means that he has some growth potential on the mound because he has not had the experience yet. Alex wants to know where you can watch the draft broadcast for free. It's on MLB.com. So go to MLB.com. They have the live stream up in there. So if you're tired of listening to us, you can do that, or you can put that on and watch while you listen to us. Because when it comes to Cleveland picks, I think we're going to wind up knowing more than anybody else on there. But although no, today is
Mayo.
Mayo. Oh, well, if you want to listen,
but I will say
because
the other side, what they're doing. The other side of it is back when Scott Braun was the third person, like he was fantastic. He spoke 10% of the time and got out of the way the other two. Last year, I got frustrated by I can't remember who it was, but she kept talking over Callis and Mayo and thought she was like, she was 35% and the other two guys were, it's like, no, Callis and Mayo are here to do 90% of it. And then you do 10. Like that is how this works. This is not your job is not.
Who's the host? I don't even know.
I think it's I think it's the same person they had with Carlos and Lance last night, and I had some people commenting about that because Carlos and Lance were spectacular, but they kept getting talked over.
Lynn.
Yeah,
what's her name?
So I think that was it. Like, I just put Carlos, Lance, Jim, and Jonathan at a table, and you don't need anyone else. Like that would be we wouldn't have people watch us because there'd be no point. Like, why wouldn't you watch those four talk? Like, it's not a good. I don't know why they haven't figured out that. So Dakota Jordan is fascinating, and people who like power love him. He has probably the worst data in this draft. Like, he is a guy who 70% of his outcomes, he's never going to get to the big leagues. Like, the tools are there. I mean, he's got a guy where it's like 15% of outcomes are multi-time all-star, but he has a very low percentage of being successful. But he's either going to be all or nothing. best power speed combo in the high school class. He's a draft eligible sophomore, which gives him leverage. He might be going back to school. It just.
You think he goes back to school at this point?
I mean, he could. He's a draft eligible sophomore. We've seen multiple draft eligible sophomores go back to school and increase value. Him and Anthony Silva stand out as two guys who might. I mean, Jordan was viewed as a potential first rounder. The reason, so this is again where the draft media is wrong, which we're a part of, but he got listed top 30 almost everywhere. He's not a top 30 guy. That's why he's still here. And it's because the data was so bad that it just didn't line up. Like, you can't have K rates and chase rates and contact rates like he has and be successful. And that's why Dakota Jordan, in spite of being a guy who was like often listed as a top 30 prospect, is sitting here in the 70s. Daniel King.
I don't see a whole lot of path for him to be successful. No, but again, I mean,
another guy.
The Dodgers would be in on him because the Dodgers have some success this type, but it's fleeting. Like, it's very hard.
Very similar, but with worse chase rates, I believe, than Jared Jones, who put on a show at the Combine, who's a draft eligible sophomore, first baseman from LSU. I remember my first way too early mock 2 years ago. I had him going in the first round as a catcher. So, it's like he put on a show at the Combine. If Jones is pretty athletic, then if Jones could play outfield, he'd probably be off the board before Jordan, but it's going to be kind of a mess of a situation. Thank you to Jake. That's very kind. I appreciate
that. I don't enough for Sirota and Prager today. God, I hope so. I wish one of those two, and I'd be thrilled.
I see people talking about there's been a few questions. I don't think it changes how they're going to attack the deadline. Every team has a rough stretch. I didn't look at Ian Fernandez. Maybe I'll go check him out. And then the idea of Manzardo getting moved. I don't see it. I think people are doing a little bit of prisoner at the moment just because, again, Josh Naylor is entering this offseason. He enters his last year of team control. So if you move
not during the season right now,
no, they wouldn't move him during the season. But Manzardo is doing well in AAA, and he is the heir for a guy who's probably getting traded this offseason. Like, let's be honest.
Or is the heir really Ralphie Velasquez?
Well, Ralphie is like probably 2 years away. So, right, like you need someone in between. With the way they move guys up the system, I mean, I like Ralphie, but true. They're not going to move him quickly. He's not going to.
By the way,
he might get the
futures game data was good. By the way,
was it? Because no one talked about him like nationally.
Jeff Ponce, our buddy Jeff Ponce, said that he had the most home runs during batting practice, and then one of the data guys on Twitter, Jacob STL, he had, I don't know how he got access to swing data for the game, and this is just one swing because he struck out in one at bat and walked in the other on 4 pitches, but. He had the fastest swing speed of anybody in the game at 79 miles an hour. And we've talked on this podcast before about how swing speed is not the end all be all. Cause again, look at Stephen Kwan, but, Giancarlo Stanton averages 80, Aaron Judge averages 76. So it's good to have good swing speed. So that was one swing. So you can't sit here and say like, that's what he always does. Cause we only had access to one swing. But that's really interesting to me. So the data on Ralphie during the futures game was really good. So happy to hear that. I'm much higher on Ralphie than I was coming into the year, truthfully, because the bat looks like it's going to be special. One of our buddies, Matt Thompson from Prospects Live, he put out a new top 10 for the Guardians today. He had Bazan 1, and I think he had DeLauder 2. And I messaged him. I said, "Well, your number 2 prospect has no healthy feet, so that's good." And then he had Ralphie, I think 3, and we were talking. He said he really liked Ralphie, and I forgot what else we were talking about in there though. But he was talking about how much he really likes Ralphie right now.
Yeah, I mean, I like Ralphie. It's always hard to see how a guy's going to progress as they move up the system. This is always like basically 99% of the time not true. Like, guys want to get paid. Like, we can. Narratives like this.
He's got one shot at this.
He's got one shot to get paid, and he's had health issues. So I think when you look at a guy who's had a litany of health issues, might be his only shot at a big contract. I think that matters. And here's the other problem. Just not that this is really the time or place for this. But he's not a guy who right now is where you're going to offer him necessarily arbitration with his health and with his kind of inconsistent performance. I don't think he's a qualifying offer guy. So I
don't think he'll take it. Here's the other thing with Josh too is I know this is going to get me in trouble. People are going to say I'm being negative about this. This is the problem with free agency. Major League Baseball free agency is still broken. You are still paying guys based on what they've done, not what they're going to do. And what Josh is doing right now is fun. It's valuable to Cleveland. Absolutely. It's great. But you can't sit here and say this is what he's going to do in his free agent years between ages, 31 and whatever. Because again, injury, bad body, chase rates, none of those things age well. Yeah, so everyone's excited about Josh right now, but the Josh you're seeing right now is not the Josh they're going to have if they extend him for 5 years. Like you're not going to get the same type of player.
He has a lot of Travis Hafner to him.
Right. I mean, the injury obviously affected Hafner a lot, but
it did.
Those guys tend to break down.
Yeah.
But again, you're paying for past performance. Cleveland doesn't pay for past performance. They pay for what they think they're going to get. That's why they extended Andres Gimenez, because they knew what they're going to get going forward. So you cannot pay Josh right now based on what he's doing and expect what he's doing going forward. If Cleveland could pay Josh what they thought he was worth going forward, they would do it. But Josh is not going to accept that. Josh isn't, as a player, and all players do this because they should, because the model's broken. He's going to get paid based on what he has done, production he's already had. That's how it works.
Thanks to defense, what player he is currently tied with for WAR?
Is it good or bad? I don't know.
It's Carlos Santana.
Oh, look at that.
Same value. They have the same walk rate right now because Santana's kind of changed as he got older. Santana's got the lower K rate. He's got the much better defense. Josh has him beat on home runs. Carlos Santana's at a 114 weighted runs created plus, by the way. He's been really good.
The Twins fans appreciate him.
No, they don't, unfortunately. For
Jeff, here you go. Sam Antonacci for anybody who wants to see. Everything's good on Sam Antonacci's profile except zone swings. So he's passive. Yeah. Pull rate, not great. He doesn't pull the ball, but that's okay. Cleveland
second day starts in 1 minute.
Ground ball, he swings it, he grounds the ball. So someone needs to teach him to put the ball in the air and pull it. And Cleveland's done better with that. So that's a good trait. So I worry about the passivity and I worry about the ability to pull. But everything else in this card is fantastic. I think he's a guardian. I'm going to say it now. I'll text our buddy.
He runs well. Second day is going to start here any minute now. And again, it's not the time for this. And like the one thing we'll say about first base is, Kafis has played so well. You got Ralphie, you got Manzardo. Louisville is kind of struggling. There was a time where I would have called them the top program for college baseball. Like that's where I was like, if you can go there, I would go there. They were killing it for a while. I'm trying to think if I even scouted anyone or wrote up. I know I didn't write a report. It's weird, like the cycles of this. Who's Louisville's catcher this year? We always say draft the Louisville catcher, right?
Well, this year it was Zion.
Zion Rose, you can't draft,
but he's not eligible.
Yeah.
I don't know. He split time with somebody else. Rose was a part-time DH. I wanted Zion Rose last year.
Yeah, he was at that point. He was more tools and traits over.
He had a great freshman year, by the way, at Louisville. Just saying. All right, draft should be starting here any minute. Derek Bender. Scott's asked about Derek Bender. I like Derek Bender. There's a lot of.
I think there's a lot of DH only. There's a lot of DH. He's a DH only. He had a lot of his data. His batted ball data was not good this year. He was great on the Cape, but his batted ball data was really not strong. Which is what you can't be when you're a small school guy. Like if Antonacci, who went to the same school as him, had really strong batted ball data, and then let's see if I can pull up Bender here. I wanted to be in on him, but his middling exit, middling contact, bad chase for Derek Bender.
Yeah, the date, I don't know.
Oh, and they're wearing cowboy hats on the broadcast.
Oh, is it on?
Yeah, it's on. And yeah, it's Melanie Newman, who, again, it's great that there's representation here. I'm going to be that person, say representation is always good. It's nothing against her. It's just the plain and simple fact is, like, last year she kept interrupting, talking over, and putting herself front and center. When Scott Braun used to do this as a masterclass of staying the heck out of the way. These are two of the Mount Rushmore prospect dudes. Just let them speak.
Yeah, I kind of like the cowboy hats on these guys, to be honest with you. Is that weird?
Why are we forcing this? Why are we forcing?
For Ellis, it looks a little off, but for Mayo, it looks. I don't know why.
Okay, yeah, I agree. Natural. It works. Mayo can pull it off, is what we're saying.
I think Mayo. Yeah, Callis
she should be wearing the hat. I disagree, George. Like, if you're gonna go with this, she should have to wear a hat too. Everyone on board. It shouldn't matter what your hair looks like.
Yeah, I showed my wife the picture of JJ Weatherholt's get up last night, and she was like, "What were they doing? Like, that was very bizarre."
Why are we leaning into this so much? Why are we leaning into a caricature of cowboys?
Someone said last night there was line dancing going on, like they were showing the broad. I obviously we couldn't pay attention to the broadcast that much, but a little bit I did. Someone told me there was line.
Maybe you should,
on.
George. Maybe you should. That's all I'm saying.
If you donate more money to us in this broadcast, I can promise I will never wear a Speedo in Miami.
Start a fund to keep Justin and Jeff out of Speedos everywhere.
Keep me from
if you guys don't, if we don't make enough money, it's going to be the Speedo tour.
It's your own fault. It's your own doing. Just saying. If it happens, just know who to blame.
I'm just gonna be like standing up doing the entire broadcast in a Speedo. I don't own one.
So Joshua Kuroda Grauer to the A's at 75. I like Grauer.
I mocked him to the A's in the second round at one point.
He's such an A's player. He is.
He is. He's another batted ball data guy. Great athlete, great defender.
He chases. The batted ball is not bad. He chases, but he makes contact.
But he's got low power. It's the bad combination of low power and high chase. That leads to
there's some Tyler Freeman to his game.
Yes.
I know our buddy Brian Recca loves him. He's
contact rate is good. So the Speedo talk is hilarious to me because I play a Star Wars game and the guild's naming it is Greedos and Speedos. So this is just all very apropos.
The Royals go with Drew Beam. I like that pick for them too. Even though they can't develop pitching, but I like Drew Beam a lot.
Drew Beam is
Beam is like a very back end pitcher to me. He's like
he's a 5.
A very solid 4-5. Yeah.
Yeah. So Kuroda Grauer
I think that's a good pick for them.
He is a great athlete, probably a backup type. He
probably profiles best as a utility infielder for sure.
And then,
but he makes a ton of contact. He runs well. He's going to play short. He'd probably be a better defender at second, I think, long term. But he is just an A's type player. So
Drew Beam is. Man, he's the guy who. Oh, and the Rockies take one of your favorites. They're continuing their
Cole
draft.
Messina, no. Cole Messina has Austin Hedges vibes. These picks are going to come fast and furious, by the way, so we're going to change quite a bit. But Cole Messina really improved himself this year offensively at South Carolina. He's got a ton of leadership vibes over there. That team loved him, I heard, and he's got some pop. I think Messina is also a future Austin Hedges.
Messina has.
Let's also point this out, Jeff.
Messina's very similar to Cozart. He's got a little more exit velocity, but about the same contact rate.
Let's also point out too about Austin Hedges, because people think of Austin Hedges and they see the player he is now, and they're like, he's terrible. Austin Hedges was a highly regarded prospect at one time for power and defense.
I'm just waiting for your response.
He probably has it still. Yeah, he probably has it.
I don't see. I gotta disagree, Dylan. I don't see any way Beam is a 1 or 2. His stuff is pretty middling. He's a back end guy. He's
Stephen Kwan leading off for the AL All-Star team tomorrow.
That's awesome. That's a great one.
That's amazing.
Who are we taking here? I don't know. Like, if they really, really, really believe in Cape data, Sirota is the only choice. I don't. If Prager is Nick McLean going to Matt McClain's younger brother, Arizona State. Okay data. It's a little rich for him for me. I didn't think he was really in this range. The White Sox on him.
Yeah, that's
he's a contact guy. He's low power.
And he's got the bloodline. Another Arizona State kid. Did both of them go to the Arizona State? There was another McClain too, right? He's not the last.
No, older brother Matt went to UCLA.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, there's a UCLA. Kevin Bazan off the board. Washington Nationals, number 1 player on my board. And it makes sense because it looked like the Nationals picks were money savers. And they announced him as a catcher.
Bazan, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll send him out as a catcher and see what happens.
He had the best contact scores of any player in this class.
Wasn't Ethan Anderson up there with him?
I don't know. Ethan Anderson, I didn't think really stood out for anything. I could be wrong.
Anderson had really good contact rates. He just didn't. He chased middling chase and middling exit velocities.
So, not much power. Question about position, but plus hitter.
Yeah, top player on my board is still, I believe, Ryan.
Oh, there you go. Another favorite just went to St. Louis. Brian Holiday.
Oh, St. Louis does this every year with pitchers, man. They always take pitchers I like. It hasn't worked out for them, but 2020 it's like Ian Bedell, and I really like Ian Bedell. This is a great pick I think Brian Holiday's got a 4-pitch mix, really good pitch ability. He's short. He's not a big guy, so he might wind up being a reliever, but good competitor on the mound. And I like the delivery. I think it's a good athleticism. He kind of got abused too at the end of the year, pitch count wise, by Oklahoma State. Like he threw a complete game in the Big 12 tournament, and it was like 100, and he was at 109 pitches going to the 9th inning, and they're up by 6 runs. I was like, why does this guy need to be throwing at this point? But there goes Prager to the Angels. Wow.
I was gonna say, always weird when you know what he did tell me last night. Taylor said Prager's not getting past the Angels.
The Angels, yeah. All right. Well, then
I couldn't report it, but I was told that one.
Then I'm saying Sirota or bust right here. I'm holding out for so we're holding out today for pitchers. We're holding out for Luke Sinard, and I want Daniel Egan today.
I really like Prager. He's first year back from
Egan
surgery.
and Sinard are not this round.
Nate Dom from that's I
like
Dom.
Dom. I wrote Dom up. Dom is a Mississippi State kid. Yeah, Dom had a really good year for them. He's a big kid. 6'4", 210, 3 average pitches, has some control, promise of a changeup, misses bats. He had some injury issues this year. Oh, he was a Ball State kid, Jeff. He transferred from Ball State.
Yeah.
He definitely had some health issues today, but I think he profiles as a back-end starter. So
yeah, he was a transfer.
Dom's a good pick for the Mets. The Mets have had some good success with pitching prospects lately. Christian Scott's
they're good. Josh Hartle to the Pirates.
Okay. I don't know about that one. The Pirates have had an interesting draft. Cleveland's on the clock, by the way. Let's go Sirota or bust, right? Is that where we're at? Where are you at, Jeff?
Yeah. I'm trying to think if he's my top guy or not.
Prager's gone. Mike Sirota's the next guy on your board. Come on, let's go Sirota. Everybody wish cast Sirota right now. Everybody. Grab your anything you consider lucky. A rabbit's foot, a can opener, whatever. I bet you nobody gets that can opener reference, but anything you can do to wish cast Mike Sirota. Joey Oakey to the Guardians. All right.
Okay, that's a guy on the board. That is
Joey Oakey coming to the year. We're pretty high on Joey Oakey.
Yeah, his stuff backed up. this year. I mean, I thought at one point in time he was. I mean, I thought he was a first-round arm. It just he didn't pitch as well down the stretch and was overused.
I like this pick though. I mean, I again the slider's so good. The slider's good. Cleveland loves this low approach angle. Yeah, Cleveland loves this low approach angle. It's a 2-pitch mix. I think he's they're gonna have to pay to get him. So this is gonna be where some money goes to. Yeah, Cleveland's gonna go over slot here. This slot is 906K. This is gonna be $1 million player for sure, if not more.
And they prevented him from going to Iowa and being ruined.
And getting ruined. Yeah, don't let Iowa ruin him, because Iowa, for as good as stuff they have, for as good as a staff they've had there, they've done nothing to develop them, and I think they need to do better.
So the girl on the broadcast goes, well, he's committed to Iowa. Are they going to be able to sway him? It's like, really?
Yeah, that's a great question. Wow.
Another kind of undersized righty for them, though. Like Oki is not, I don't think he's 6'3".
He might be 6'1".
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is going to be where some money goes. It's a 906,000 slot. They're going to have to go maybe $1.2 million here to get him. So here's some money savings.
Another one of your guys, Josh Randall, went to Detroit. They're having a draft.
Randall, San Diego?
Yep. And then Brandon Neely after that to Boston. So we've got Fast and Furious, really interesting guys.
I ended up writing up Brandon Neely at the last second. I like late.
I'm going to do a quick cutout to do the now. I will be back in 1 minute.
All right. I'll keep holding on, guys. So, everybody, let's see what you think about Joey Oki so far. Give us your Joey Oki questions. Yeah, Joey Oki's been a guy we've been talking about for a while. So, here's what I said about Oki. Right-handed arm, shorter side. He's listed at 6'3". He's probably more like 6'1", 6'2". So, there's not a lot of projection left in the body, but he's well built. Already throws mid-90s. Sliders the carrying pitch, sweeping movement, possibly double plus. He has control. Changeup said to be behind, but seems repeatable. Athleticism, really, really like that low approach angle type for them. He is more almost a side armor. Going to Iowa, so I think he is. I thought he might be on the radar as a day 1 pick in the comp round. He ends up going to round 2. Mike Sirota to the Reds. Oh man, that is a hard one. Jeff, we can hear you.
Round 10th player selected.
All right, I muted Jeff because he's in the background here. Mike Sirota to the Reds. That's a great pick for the Reds. He is going to wind up. The Reds have done a really good job developing hitters, and they've taken a lot of very fun position players. I think that's going to be a good pick for them. But I like Joey Oki for Cleveland. I like this pick. And again, this is what we talked about. Cleveland has saved some money have saved some money. So they are spending on a high school pitcher that fits them a ton. I had Oki. I liked Oki a lot more coming into the end of the year than I did late, just because of what Jeff talked about, that Iowa or his high school coach kind of abused that arm. I had Oki 52 on my board, and that was pick 84. So I'm pretty happy with that for Oki. Let me see what Pipeline's write-up is. Pretty much the same here. It's a lot of arm side run and sink, flat approach angle. He's going to have to figure out the changeup a little bit. Does not have an ideal delivery or body, but earns praise for makeup, which contributes to upside for mid-rotation. Again, there's a theme here we talked about in today's show. If you haven't listened to today's podcast, Cleveland loves plus makeup guys because they believe in what they can turn into. I'd bet Oki is probably more 6'1", 6'2" max, but he's kind of filled out. Again, not a lot of projection left in that body, maybe 10 or 15 pounds left there. But love Joey Oki from the beginning of the year, and I'm absolutely thrilled with this pick. This is a nice play for them. The prep arms in this class are really interesting. It's not a high-end class for prep arms. It's a deep class in terms of like projects and upside guys, or not upside, I should say, good floor guys. So you don't have a ton of guys in this draft for ace pitchers. High school class. Yeah, Mike Sirota's gone. Yeah. we're just saying though. I think we all think that Mike Sirota, or not Mike Sirota, that Oki's going to get about 2.2 or 2.3, maybe 2.5. I can't see 2.5 seems like a lot.
That. I mean, he was more of a second round talent. Like he did not have a good spring. I mean, I think he's probably 2-ish. If you're already sliding, I think I'm betting 2-ish.
Yeah, I could see 2. I like this going into
his
the year.
Value has fallen all spring. This is not a guy who's peaking.
Yeah.
He's a guy on the decline and who had overuse.
Plus makeup, though. Yeah, plus makeup though. So again, is all.
Yeah, I mean and that's great, but like he's still a guy who
Yankees took Thatcher Hurd, by the way.
Yeah, who they have to try and fix. Good luck with that. Thatcher Hurd was a mess part of that UCLA class.
I was just texting our channel manager, Jeff Carr. That seems like the Reds want everybody on the Reds wanted Condon, but I said, hey, Mike Sirota's pretty good. Mike Sirota coming to the year again was a top 20 talent, and he just fell. So,
well, he was also pretty terrible in non-conference play, and his contact rates were some of the worst in the class. There's reasons why he fell. It's not like it was a shock, but I mean, he was still my number one player left. Just go back to Joey Oki. Again, I was talking. Taylor is a big fan of his last night. People in California we have been comparing him to Troy Percival for a bit. There's a high chance that Oki's a reliever.
Yeah, I think the delivery might necessitate that. Yeah, it's a very fastball slider combo, and I don't know about the changeup.
Changeup is almost non-existent.
Yeah, and that arm angle is going to be tough to develop the changeup on. So yeah, he could end up being a reliever. So it's going to be an expensive reliever, but they took Sam Henches in the 4th round 1 year from Minnesota. He's turned into a good reliever. So I forgot what they paid Sam Henches, but
not a ton.
I don't know. I'm okay with this pick. I like the traits here.
I mean, you can see I didn't get a chance to update my board. As the picks came fast and furious. Sirota was the number 1 guy. Hunter Cranton, I did not write him up.
I do not. Kansas, huh? Okay.
Yeah. That's one of the first times where I'm like, that is a guy I just barely know in passing. I'm gonna look at my banner. So Prager is gone. So you had Sirota, Dakota Jordan, Peyton Stovall, and Oki was my 4th highest rated player. Like it's a good selection. Man, Jerron DeBeery, I did not expect to see another Dallas Baptist guy this high.
Did you just do it now for us, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you already post that? Is it out? I'll read it if no one's looking.
Yes. Okay. I said Gage Miller goes to the Marlins. Another team you like what they're doing.
It's
currently uploading. It is not up yet.
Okay.
So
let me know when it's done. Gage Miller, I like a lot. Gage Miller's got good data. He doesn't hit the ball hard, but he does have good contact and chases. And
transferred in, right? Didn't he was a transferring guy? He wasn't with them a year ago, I want to say.
Someone comparing Oki to Michael King, I could see that too. Michael King is interesting. If you're hoping for some starter traits, Michael King is a good one. But I agree. I think he could end up being a reliever, but I like the pick there. But Gage Miller didn't swing and miss a lot, and again, bad exit velocities for Gage Miller, but I think the rest of the data was good. So if you think you can improve some of the batted ball quality, I think he'll be just fine. I don't know if he's going to play 3rd though. Here's one I didn't know, Jeff. Jaron DeBerry. Oh, here's one of your guys at Tampa Bay, Nathan Flelling.
Oh, Nathan Flelling was fun. I did write him up. Nathan Flelling is one of the youngest guys in this class, big time.
I ended up doing a late write-up on him because of you too.
He's from Alberta, which is not always where we see Canadian kids from. He's just a really fun, really young kid with big power. He showed up at the combine in a big way. I kind of hope Cleveland, like his age darlings, would go for him.
Yeah, he's young for the class, sub 2 pop times. He already has some very direct, good bat to ball skills. I would have liked to see him in Cleveland too. Left-hand hitting catcher too. Those are always rare. I like this pick. That was the Blue Jays, right? Who picks Nathan Flelling?
Tampa.
The Rays. Yeah, love that for the Rays. The Rays having a good draft. Did I say I like theirs? Yeah, I like Gillen. I like Petrie. I like Fwelling. Yeah, I like the Rays draft so far.
I was wrong. It is a different high school. There's apparently multiple Yankees. Someone from Iowa just corrected me.
Oh, how do you say that name? I thought it was Anarchy.
Anarchy. There's apparently multiple. Yeah, there's apparently Anarchy is. Brecht went to Ann Kenny, and then Oki went to Ann Kenty Centennial. Ann Kenny. So yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I like Johnny King. There we go, from Naples. I know our everydayer Smokey Gator said that guy was in his backyard. A lot of people talked about him as an outfielder, but yeah, I heard late that he was being viewed more as a pitcher. So Toronto with an interesting player right there in terms of kind of a late riser in this whole process with Johnny King from Naples. I just closed out the Duran Dabiri. I think he got hurt like his sophomore year. So it's 2 years of data. I mean, listen, I see someone like here, like I like Oki. I like Oki quite a bit. He was the fourth best player. It's a good value. Oh, there's another one. Twins. This might be the best pick the Twins have made. Kadeem Dia.
Kadeem Dia. Okay, I like Kadeem. He's the first ever player, I think, in history to be drafted. He's not like currently playing in Senegal, but he's from Senegal. So I think he is the first Senegalese player ever drafted in terms of where he's from. So am I wrong about that?
No, that's what I was thinking as well. I was getting ready to tweet that.
I think he was born in Senegal. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he was born in Senegal. That's cool. He's playing right now, I believe, in the MLB Development League.
As I say,
he played in the Cape. He played in the Cape this summer.
Yeah. Austin, I don't, and Baltimore continues taking guys that I am lower on. Austin Overin from USC. I mean, again, he just like he's fast. They took another center fielder, but like his data was really unimpressive this year. He had high chase and low power. Now he did show good improvement in terms of his power, but it's high chase, low power, decent contact, good speed.
I did not like Austin Overin at all. I left him out of my top 100. I did not like anything with that profile. He was not exciting. I didn't like me at all.
Baltimore just continues.
Baltimore's having a very strange draft. Oh, Jeff, your poor screenshot on this video. They did you dirty. YouTube just continues to do you bad.
Well, the other problem too.
The worst screen grab.
I'm gonna be honest. I was looking. Apparently, I was so tired. Okay, so I didn't go to bed till like 5, and then I turned around and woke up. I shaved off part of my mustache? Is what I'm realizing. So I was like, "Oh no!"
I didn't even notice that. That's hilarious.
It is. I was so tired. I shaved off part of my mustache. So yeah, that's kind of embarrassing. I sacked. Oh, Chase Harlan to the Dodgers. That's a fun get for them. I like that one.
I like Chase Harlan. I was kind of interested in Chase Harlan, honestly. I had some concerns about the hit tool, but I think he's a fun player. That's a high school kid, right, Harlan?
Yeah.
That's the right. That's the right.
Pennsylvania.
Oh, Jeff. Luke Sinard, 99 to the Braves. No. The Braves take Luke Sinard. That's a crushing blow. Really liked Luke Sinard. I know, Jeff, that was really your find. Man. That's a tough one. Way to go. Way to go. All right. So Phillies are on the clock. Let's see where we go now.
Spikerman's
next pick.
Your favorite. And another speed guy.
Philadelphia has a tight man. They love speed guys. Spikerman could play center, and he's a switch hitter, and he makes a ton of contact. Got God, Luke Sinard's going to wind up being an ace, isn't he? The Braves have been really good at.
Sinard is 6'8". He didn't pitch this year. A year after he set Indiana's K record, he had a strikeout rate over 11 with a walk rate under 3, maybe under 2. Goes to the combine and just spins it. Great data, great control, big kid, good extension. I don't know. I really liked him. That was my dude in this class. That was the guy who was Ryan Porcucci to Houston.
No. All my favorite pitchers are just coming off the board today. This is brutal. Who do I have left as far as? I mean, Daniel Egan's still here. I like Daniel Egan. I just don't think Egan's a guy you take until like round 4 or 5. So I guess that would be the next Cleveland pick. Yeah, Aiden May is already gone. I mean,
apparently they
announced Spiker on the board. Jeff,
shortstop. Side note.
What? They did? Oh no. It says outfielder on here. Pipeline says outfielder.
Oh, Arizona took Egan.
Bye. I'm gone. I'm done, Jeff. I'm done.
I mean, all the pitching is going.
God.
I mean, Arizona continues.
Man, the run on college pitching today is crazy. I'm not surprised though, because this is where the class picked back up, right? Like,
yes.
Man, Porcucci, Egan.
I like someone tweeted at me, imagine having a similar eval on Sinard, but then being a Mets fan. That one's rough. Egan and Sinard that close to each other is that's rough.
Doesn't Porcucci need surgery?
Yes, is what I was hearing.
Man,
I'm sorry. It's like these last week. And there's another one of your favorites. Texas took Casey Cook.
Yeah, I didn't love Cook that much.
Yeah, I don't know if I would. I mean, you were higher on him than I was.
I was higher on Casey Cook than you were. I think he can play. Hey, Casey Cook hit a pair of home runs this year off of Chase Burns. Just saying.
I gotta take Luke Sinard off my list. Only 4 players left, by the way, from my list.
I was really hoping they would grab Egan today. You know who's still there is Chase Mobley. I know you're not a big Chase Mobley guy. Did someone say Alex Hernandez in this chat earlier?
Catcher?
What's that? No, right. Pitcher, third baseman, high school kid. Did someone say Alex Hernandez?
No, someone's talking about Ian Hernandez, I believe, the catcher.
Okay, I had Alex Hernandez written up.
Rodney Green to the A's. They have a type. Rodney Green disappointed this year, but
I'm going to be curious to see what Cleveland does if they want to get into the college pitching route, because a lot of college pitching is off the board right now. I don't know who's left to go with today for college pitching. Who's left, Jeff?
The interesting thing with the I'll get to it in a second. The A's, I have to comment with Rodney Green. Rodney Green had a down junior year. Nick Kurtz had a disappointing junior year for a guy who was considered to be 1-1 at one point. Tommy White had a disappointing junior year. Like they're having a type. They're kind of doing a Cleveland thing and just more focused on what they did previously.
Man, I am really all this college pitching off the board, man. Like
I don't have a ton left.
Clearly Cleveland must not value college pitching this year, or they're trying to just spend the money on high school pitching and going for upside, because I mean all these college pitchers they're back end types. Like they are definitely depth 4, 5, 6 starter types.
Oh, here's another guy you liked. KC is killing you, man. They took LP Langevin.
No, LP Langevin. All right. Well, the Royals actually just may have gotten a reliever they can call up in September. LP Langevin has got some data, man. That fastball is absolutely disgusting. It's a pain in the butt to hit against, and let me see. What did I write up on Langevin? I have to go find LP now. I could see the Royals
Blake
calling him
Wright
up late
from
in the year.
Clemson to Colorado. He's got some good power. That's Cooper Ingles, buddy.
It is, yeah. For Langevin, mid-90s heat, low release height, great fastball movement. Don't be surprised to see him called early on day 2. From Canada originally, so there you go. I would not be surprised to see the Royals call him up later this year. That's a fun pick. Good for them. I mean, hey, that kid shoved this year in
Casey Sock to the White Sox. Now, apparently, we're doing all the college guys, or the bats, the college bats here. According to the MLB.com board, top available, different from mine, goes Tristan Smith is a draft eligible sophomore who's a college pitcher. Gage Zeal, who we know our friend Willie loves. Tyson Neighbors. Matt Aguirre isn't quite on this list here, but I would throw out Connor Foley is the Indiana. I am surprised. I will say Matt this. Aguirre. Like Michael Massey is still out there.
I like Matt. Okay, let's go back real quick on Michael Massey. So Nick Kurtz and Seaver King did an preseason interview or fall interview with Prospects Live, and Seaver King and Nick Kurtz both said that Michael Massey was the nastiest pitcher they saw.
Man, forget you, Washington.
Who'd they take?
Jackson Kent. And St. Louis. And then Campos to St. Louis.
Cleveland's up in 5 picks.
Yeah, Ryan Campos just went to St. Louis.
Yes, Chris said Massey's filthy. I'd rather have Neighbors if they go reliever. I would like. Okay, so actually, that's a good point, Jeff. I think Cleveland's going to wind up having to go under slot here. I bet you they're going to probably pull back and maybe go. I don't know. They had a lot of money.
They had a lot of money.
So if they're if Okie gets $2 million, that's going to take them down to about $2 million left to spend the rest of the draft. If you count the overage, they've got about $2 million left after this. If they, they're going to
go with some seniors eventually, but I don't know. We'll have to see. Don't know Austin Gordon as well, who's a Clemson kid. He was not the pitcher from Clemson I expected.
You're thinking Smith. I wrote up Gordon. Hang on, let me see what I have on Gordon. I wrote him up because I ended up liking him. Starter and reliever. You know what? This is a Davis Sharp starter kit. Some control issues. Mid-90s, he was a starter and reliever, can miss bats. Yeah, throws a bit harder. He does have a little bit of decent Cape data, but not a ton. Like, he was okay in the Cape, not, like, special.
He didn't pitch that much this year. I mean, it's because he was a starter last year and he was a reliever this year.
Yeah, and they kind of jerked him around a little bit.
Yeah, and it's also weird. Like, I don't know what happened. Like, his strikeout data went way up, but his walk data went way up as well. It's hard to say. He was very home run prone. Eli Serrano, a lot of people really liked him going to the Mets.
Yeah, he's all right. Aguirre. Chris Martin said Matt Aguirre. I like Matt Aguirre too. Here's the problem: Matt Aguirre was hurt most of this year, so I really don't know how they feel about him. I would definitely like to grab Aguirre because the college pitching is really super thin right now. But you also don't want to reach either just to take somebody like. Matt Aguirre is the top college pitcher on my board at this point, besides Tyson Neighbors. If you want to talk about relievers, I have Aguirre below him only because Aguirre was hurt a lot this year. But after that, it gets really bad. Like I have Michael Massey, Tristan Smith. Is Carter Holton still there? I have Carter Holton on my board.
No, he went in the second round. High school, a second kid from Wisconsin.
Eddie Riders. That's a great pick. I love Eddie Riders. Let me see. I wrote him up too. Kent State commit, by the way. Eddie Riders is a Kent State commit. That's a fun one. Good size.
Kid taking second MAC commit. Stolen.
Yeah, really easy looking swing. Already has a little uppercut to it, which is nice. Yeah, I thought he'd be an early day 2 pick, and here we are. I was super close on Eddie Riders being a day 2 pick. I love that kid. That's a great pick. Who's got Eddie Riders?
Pirates.
That's a great pick good for the Pirate. That's a great pick.
I've liked a lot of what they've done. Cleveland on the clock. I'm curious where Wisconsin Lutheran was. I forgot to.
Yeah, Eddie Riders was somebody I picked up really late too. Yeah, Kent State commit. Good for Eddie.
Oh, so he's by the zoo. Okay. Yeah, he's not in my backyard like Dick's, but that's right. I have Dick's in my backyard. Go ahead, have fun with it. I'm doing that for you guys.
That was fun. Rafe Schlesinger,
reliever.
Right. I mean, there's a chance. Okay, there's a chance for a starter here. The data here is really good on him. The slider misses a ton of bats. He's got a very weird approach angle. I like this pick. I think this is he might be another reliever.
He's another
yeah.
big work ethic guy. It's fun. I don't know. It's a funky delivery. I thought he's probably a reliever the whole way.
I think he is too. I have less concerns about the delivery. My concern is he didn't hold his velocity as a starter. His velocity as a starter was more like 90-92. They're saying he topped out at 97, but as a starter, he didn't show that.
Detroit.
Great. Hate it. I hate it. I really do think that Rafe is probably a reliever. I agree with you. They'll send him out as a starter. I'm just a little concerned. Like I said, I have less concerns about the delivery. I have more concerns about the fact that he didn't hold his velocity. So we'll see.
Second year in a row taking a Miami future reliever from Miami.
Yeah.
You like Schlesinger more than me. I was not as high on him just because I thought he was
the data on the slider is really good. I know. Yeah, the data on the slider is really good. As a reliever, he can throw up to 97, but the problem is, as a starter, he's not going to hold that velocity. And that's a money saver, by the way. They're not going to spend a lot of money on him there, so that does pull money back.
I'm going to go look at was it our what's the guy's name? Argentis. I'm going to go pull up the Schlesinger one because that's the best place we found for getting pitcher data is honestly that guy. My new message request.
Yeah, that should be a money saver pick for them. Yeah, I think he's going to wind up being a reliever. I agree.
But like I said, it's just kind of fun 2 years in a row with them taking a Miami reliever. I wonder if they take Andrew Walter's brother later on. Just keep going there.
Brian Walters, yeah.
Yeah.
One of the guys that we are not super fond of on the draft.
Oh, there's one of your favorites to Boston. Zach Earhart.
Oh, Zach Earhart. The data on Zach Earhart was really good from Oklahoma State. I caught a glimpse of him watching Benj. That dude can hit. No chase, a lot of contact. The exit velocities are kind of poor, but I think he can play center field. He can hit. I think he's going to be a fun player for Boston. He might be a fourth
drafted
outfielder.
Him previously.
Yeah, he might. I mean, he might be a fourth outfielder at the end of the day, but he can definitely do some good things.
Dakota Jordan, by the way, and Peyton Stovall back to back. No, Dakota Jordan just went to the Giants. So,
that's
Jordan's
interesting.
got arguably the best
Giants.
tools.
The Giants have liked big tools. The Giants do like big tools. Just got to make sure. I don't know if back to Schlesinger. I think for me it's the velocity hold. I just don't know if he holds the velocity. There was one guy who did a write-up.
This is the Giants' second pick, by the way, because they lost those picks from Chapman and Snow.
Yeah, they signed Chapman and Snell, so they forfeited their picks. Somebody still wants Kavaris Tears. Kavaris Tears, I think, play the outfield, so I do like him. I just don't know if he's gonna swing and
off the board
miss
too
as much. Where did Peyton Stovall go? The Reds.
Reds.
Oh, good pick for the Reds. That's a fun
having
pick.
A good day too. Tyson Neighbors to the Padres. There we go.
That's their first college pick, isn't it? Of the day or of the draft. So release height here. Here's some more on Rafe Schlesinger. Release height is 58.8, 17 inches of arm side run on the fastball, 23% whiff rate. Vertical approach angle is -4, which is like lower than Logan Allen. It's right down there. Cleveland loves that. And again, the whiff rate and the slider is really good. A lot of carry. It's a 2-pitch mix probably. The changeup I don't think is quite as good. But it's command over control with loud stuff. Interesting. That's one report I'm reading right now. I don't think he could start. I think for me, again, it's got to be the issue of holding the velocity. But it's a good money saver pick here. It's a good money saver. Tyson Neighbors. I also would have liked Tyson Neighbors here too. But here's the thing at that pick. I don't think Tyson Neighbors is a money saver at this point. Like, I think he's getting full slot by the Padres. Don't you think?
Yeah.
6-12. So
100%.
I don't think Cleveland would have saved a lot of money with Neighbors on this pick. So Cleveland clearly was valuing somebody with a little bit of money kickback here, which makes it interesting to see what they'll do after this. But that makes sense for them. Cleveland has yet to take a money saver.
I think Schlesinger is a money saver. Don't you?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That was the first one. Because we think that Cozart's going to be a little bit over, right?
Yeah, or right about.
Cozart's going to be a little bit over. Slot.
I'm or about slot or maybe a little bit over. So I'm going to just go ahead. I mean, you can see my big board's falling apart. Jordan and Peyton Stovall were my best two. So I got 2 first basemen left. So I'm going to take that as a compliment that my board mostly matched up. Maybe I'll put in like my players to watch next as the
I still have Garrett Scholl and Kavaris Tears on my board. I have Dax Whitney I think Dax Whitney's going to go to school.
Yeah, I think the same thing with the South Carolina kid. Is it Wrecker? Gage Zeal to the Yankees.
Gage Zeal's another fun one. He's Gage Zeal's another back end starter type. He's a little bit smaller. But he's 6'2", 233, but he's got a couple of quality pitches and there's control there. I think this is a guy who has a chance to be a 5-6 starter.
Wow,
he might be a reliever.
Ty Salciani, the really small guy to the Cubs, the shortstop.
Who is that? Ty Suthasine?
Yeah.
Ty Suthasine is probably a utility infielder. He's only 5'9", but he can play defense. Like he'll be for sure a guy who can play short. You can move him around. I don't really like the bat, truthfully.
Nor do I. Why can I not? I can't find. Did you see if Antonio did one for Rafe?
You can ask him. Ask him. He'll do it. If he hasn't done one yet, he will. I got one from him on Antonacci.
Did you DM him or what was the approach?
No, I just tweeted right back at him. I just replied to one of his cards, and he was making them up. Yeah, I think Dax Whitney's going to wind up going to school, Jake. I at this point, I can't imagine he's going to sign because he was in a lot of people's like top 40, and we're now at pick.
Ooh, I like that one. That's one of the catchers I kind of like. There's Josh Caron. It's a really good hit data catcher.
Nebraska?
Yeah, just went to Seattle.
Yeah. I didn't write him up, but I looked at him a little bit.
His batted ball data is really good. I mean, it's solid. Like, I guess really good is kind of relative at this point. He's got big exit velocity. Like he's got some power.
By the way, Schlesinger has good Cape data, 9.6 K per 9 on the Cape. Does not walk a lot of guys, so I don't see a third pitch there either. But I did say interesting arm to track early day two. Here we go. I'm getting better at this. Years ago, I would have been like, I don't know when he goes. I just like him. But Oh, I'm seeing some Rapsodo on Luke Sinard, by the way, being tweeted out, Jeff. It's going to break your heart. Good Lord, the metrics on his
The
stuff
metrics
is
are
insane.
phenomenal. I don't know why that guy got out of the second round. Like, I don't understand it. Like,
It had to be the injury. Had to be the injury.
But
that's the only thing you think of.
Again, you're gonna guess what? So he just didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, there.
Then with Trimble to the Marlins. Early on, I liked Trimble more than you did. I think you ended up liking Trimble more than I did. Trimble makes a ton of contact. He's a good outfielder. He chases a lot, so I worry about that. But early on, I was very intrigued by Trimble, and then you ended up liking him too. That's a fun one. Trimble is interesting. I love what the Marlins are doing. The Marlins have had one of my favorite drafts. Honestly, they're having a lot of fun. Orlando.
Okay, so this was Taylor's scouting report. Low slot power lefty, mid-90s fastball, plays up from lower sidearm slot, plays with a sweeping power slider, progressive change, though raw, fringing control if team trust change, and can improve command. There's an unorthodox rotation / swing upside, which I think is what you and I both agreed with that profile.
Who's that?
That was Rafe. That was Taylor's write up on Rafe.
Okay. Man, I love. Who is this? This is the Brewers pick, Marco Dingus.
I mean, he didn't play a lot at Florida State.
I don't even know that name. I got to be honest. It's one that I don't even know.
He was a guy who did not play a ton at Florida State. And yeah, it's interesting to see him go here to the Brewers in round 4, just because I thought there was a lot of other guys who would go. Oh, Nathan Knowles is a fun one to Tampa. And there goes Sean Keys to Toronto.
No, dang it. Sean Keys off the board. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well,
my board is now 1.
There was no way Sean Keys was getting this deep, so I'm not surprised. That's wow. Not surprised. Not surprised he didn't get this deep. Sean Keys, by the way, great athlete. Big
Super
kid,
smart.
probably moves to first base. Yeah, very smart. Yeah,
mechanical engineer. You can find some of his robotics that he has done YouTube videos on. It's a great pick by Toronto here.
That's a big kid though, 6'2", 220. They announced him as a third baseman, but I think he's going to.
He's not going to play third base. He's not going to play third base. He just gave me Rafe's. So Rafe has
screenshot and share it, or save the file as a JPEG and share it, or I can check it out. Hang on.
This is you're asking me to do things that are not my strong suit.
All right, I'll get it. Hold on.
I'll send it to you through a DM. Jamie Farrier, there we go. Florida State to the Twins. More power. His family, it's just a family of Cuban baseball players. He was at Florida State. Lots of swing and miss, good power, but some bloodlines.
I'll see what if he replied to you. I'll save it.
I think I DM'd it to you.
Did you? Okay. Pipeline has Key. I don't know why Pipeline people were so low on Keys. We both really liked Keys on this show. I mean, we were big fans. I thought he made sense for Cleveland, but he just wasn't going to get there.
Yeah, it's another. I mean, Ferrer's got power, swing and miss, but he's got power. He just murdered baseballs this year. I'm gonna let's see. So I'm looking at Rafe's data. His changeup is pretty bad.
I'm sharing it right now. Hold on, I'm sharing it right now.
He's fastball slider, essentially. I'm gonna do a quick now on Rafe Slesinger.
There's Rafe. So for all you guys tuning in right now, there's Rafe. Oki is signing, but not anybody is surprised, but I just heard from one of our buddies at Prospects Live that he heard that Oki is signing.
I mean, everyone signed.
We weren't surprised. Everyone signs, but I'm asking if he has any info on how much money Oki is getting, because that's going to be a real question. So if you're watching the broadcast, here you go. If you don't have it on in the background, we can talk about it if you do. Schlesinger, good marks for Chase on the four seam. Good marks for Chase on the slider. It's a 2-pitch mix. The changeup has a lot of bad metrics to it. Extension's okay. The whiff rate and the chase rate are not good, but the fastball is elite because of the vertical approach angle is so shallow, and the slider gets a lot of chase because there is a lot of horizontal break on it, which is really good. So I think it's a 2-pitch mix. I don't think he has a third pitch, but we'll see.
And congratulations to the user making fun of our pronunciation who just got blocked from the channel. So
oh, really? Someone had to be that guy, huh? Interesting.
Yeah.
Someone asked about Noah Franco. Is that John? I like Noah Franco more than Jeff does. Jeff thinks he's just a first baseman.
He's a first baseman.
I would assume at this point in the draft, Noah Franco is going to college. I'd be very surprised if Noah Franco signs.
Carson DeMartini.
Yeah, I like
big power. Not a great year. Like really, he was a potential first rounder.
What is with Virginia Tech hitters and power over contact? Like Gavin Cross, I was never a big Gavin Cross guy.
Yeah, I wasn't a big Gavin Cross guy. I liked Hurley.
I didn't really like Turley that much. I don't know. Virginia Tech has not produced the two Virginia colleges. The big two Virginia colleges have not produced any hitters that I've liked over the last couple of years. I just don't understand. Chase Allsup, by the way, went to Baltimore before that. I think I wrote him up. I really liked him.
I'll go do my Schlesinger now and then jump back in.
All right, Allsup. Let's see. I got to mute you because you forgot to mute yourself last time. We could hear you. Chase Allsup to Baltimore. Was a starter this year. Fastball in the upper 90s, high slot, vertical, gets downhill, long arm swing, big overhand curve. Control was better. I thought Chase Allsup looked a lot like James Karinchak with a little bit better control, at least in 2024. I said if the team thinks he can start, he'll go early on day 2 if he's a reliever. He doesn't have Neighbors' track record, so more of a midday 2 pick. He ends up going early. So Chase Allsup to Baltimore is a pick I like if he's a reliever. If he's going as a starter, I don't like it as much, but that's an interesting pick for Baltimore there if that's if they send him out as a reliever. How come my draft stream keeps getting refreshed, so I keep losing the pick we're on? Parker Smith. I don't know much about Parker Smith. Oh, it's interesting. A Rice pitcher went. So I don't know if you guys are longtime college baseball followers. Back in the day, Rice was like one of the elite college baseball programs. They were sending out a lot of good players a long time, and they have fallen off the map. A lot of guys have gotten hurt from there, and they just haven't had a whole ton of good prospects in the last several years. But Rice, a Rice pick on the board. Diamondbacks go with Titus Sissel. I don't have anything on him. High school shortstop from Missouri. I have nothing on him, but I want to check back on Chase Allsup again to Baltimore. Yeah. Had a 5.11 ERA, but much better as a reliever. Peaks at 100, lack of command, but it has life. Lacks life and command. More control with the slider. Upper 80s changeup. Yeah, I think he's a reliever. Chase Allsup is a reliever. Makes a lot of sense for Baltimore. Somebody wanted Tegan Kuhns on Baltimore. I think at this point in the draft, Tegan Kuhns also is going to go to college. Let me see where he's on someone's boards. I think it's too late for him at this point. I would not imagine that he is going to sign, or no one's taking him because they don't want to sign him at this point. Let's see. Tegan Kuhns. He's at like in the 50s on most boards. Yeah, that's the Gettysburg, PA kid. I actually liked Kuhn's small school or cold weather arm. He's got a decent body to work on. He has projection. Little old for the class. He's going to Tennessee, and there's potential for 3+ pitches. I think that Kuhn's gets to college, but we'll see what happens. I didn't say the dude lacks this. His fastball lacks in life, Chris, or Chase Allsup. His fastball lacks life, not person. I did not say he lacks life, but okay, you're from Gettysburg. That makes sense. Yeah, no, the profile on him is really fun. I like. Oh, and there goes Kavares Tears to the Padres at the start of the 4th comp pick. Chase Mobley is still available. Jeff, how about this? A Rice pitcher just went. How many years? Oh, Jeff. Oh no, Jeff, don't look at who went next. Clark Candiotti, the Padres. Back to back picks. They took
Padres back to back fun picks.
Yeah.
Good on them. This is my big board. You ready? I hope everyone can see it. It's very deep right now. I got one guy left. Fun back to back bloodlines, guys, too.
What is you said Kavares Tears has
he's NFL guy. It's like Donta Hightower is his cousin.
Wow.
Let's see. And then he's got another family member who's an NFL player. Or no, it's Jason Maxwell, the baseball player. Do you remember him?
Jason Maxwell. Interesting.
Yeah, utility guy. So those are his cousins, Donta Hightower and Jason Maxwell.
I did not know that.
Yeah, so it's two fun.
Clark Candiotti is fun. Dude, again, another guy who performed well in Arizona. You said look for guys that perform in areas they shouldn't. That's an area he shouldn't perform well in, and he did. But Jeff, while you were recording the now on, was it Rafe? You were recording the now on?
Yeah.
A pitcher from Rice went. Remember a long time ago, Rice was a prominent college.
John Duplantier was a guy I believe I really liked from there.
I was like, when's the last time a guy from Rice got picked? Like, I'm sure there's some have, but they have fallen off, haven't they?
Well, yeah. I mean, they also had they stopped abusing pitchers. I mean, it kind of led to a situation where no one wanted to draft guys from there because of the arm abuse that occurred. Like, I mean, you were almost guaranteed to have your arm fall off when you came out.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Padres. Those are nice picks there.
Yeah, nice back-to-back picks for sure. All right, we're moving on to round 5.
Snell and who else did they? Snell and Hader.
4C.
Those are their Snell and Hader picks, right?
I don't know Nick Mitchell from Indiana.
Sam Stewart.
You know Nick Mitchell?
No, he was a guy I really didn't. Sam Stewart, University of Portland.
I almost wrote him up. I had a page up for him forever.
Yeah,
it was one of my. I should have wrote him up. I didn't. I had his page up like forever on a tab of mine.
He's probably more liked more than Nick Brink, who's a guy I like from that program. But
he walked a lot of guys in the Cape. That was he didn't play in the Cape. I'm sorry, that was the West Coast Baseball League. That's a lot of strikeouts in Portland, but the walks are a concern for Stir.
Let's see. And then
a lot of walks.
Sorry, I'm trying to do like 4 things at once and not doing any of them well.
I know, right?
So yeah, it's like I was updating the big board.
I don't think I have anybody left. Do I? I think I'm out.
Like I said, I still got Corey Collins, who I like. I think he's a really interesting player because he hit in front of Condon, which people will be like, oh, that makes his life easy. AJ Cossey, he's got some interesting data points. Kansas City's doing a nice job here on day 2. Like it's again, he's probably a reliever, but
yeah, I can't see him being a starter. Yeah, he's fun. I mean, he reminds me a lot of I'm trying to think of who he looks a lot like. He's not like
a little bit.
Like he has the delivery of. Yeah, there's some Joe Smith there for sure. I lied. I still have Matt Agger on my board. I still have Jay Abernathy. I don't think you like Jay Abernathy as much as I do, but I really like Jay Abernathy.
I don't. He's one of your favorites.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of fun tools for
Abernathy. I'm still I'm curious. Oh, and there goes LeBaron Johnson, the other Texas kid who had, is big, 6'4", 210. Kind of disappointed the pitcher was not. People were kind of hoping. Oh yeah, right now they're showing Tiers highlights. I was like, that's not LeBaron. Sorry, I'm adding some playlists and things like that really quickly to the recent.
Garrett Scholl off the. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Garrett Scholl is going to be at this point. I don't think he is going to be picked.
Well, that really is a great picture of mine with the one eye closed.
I know they really did you dirty there, man.
Just me really.
Oh, there goes Sam Antonacci to the White Sox.
At
140, Jeff Antonacci. Reminiscent of Riku Nishida, and who was that one last year?
Yep,
who was that one they took?
Yeah, it was Riku Nishida.
Who was the other hitter we were talking about from the White Sox that doesn't strike out? You said he's struggling a little more.
No, Riku Nishida.
Who was the other hitter we were talking about?
No, it's Nishida's the guy who doesn't strike out. It's Eddie Park.
There was somebody else though.
Eddie Park was the other guy, but
he's struggling.
Yes,
right.
But he's also playing at a higher level. Oh, Randall Diaz out of Indiana State. Some good athletic traits for the Nationals there.
Yeah, I didn't think Antonacci was. I mean, again, I guess if you think that Antonacci, if you can help him lift the ball a little bit more, that's fine. But let's also remember one thing too about guys who play at Coastal Carolina. That ballpark is a bandbox. Like the ball flies there, and it's Matt Egger is a pitcher from UC Santa Barbara that might be familiar to you for guys like Shane Bieber, and Abernathy is an outfielder.
There's like three or four other interesting pitchers there. It's not on any channel. People keep asking you.
It's on MLB.com. Yeah.
Braden Davis is a fun little Oklahoma. Well, not. Yeah, he is little. He's sub 6 foot to St. Louis. Who?
By the way, Matt Egger is 6'5", 210, so he's got plenty of size.
No, Franco. No, Franco just isn't that good. He's more known for his name than anything else. He's a kid. He reclassified the same time Caminiti and Griffin did. It was a triumvirate. He really did not impress this year. Like I did not think he was getting drafted.
Abernathy, by the way, 70 grade, speed, bat to ball skills, probably can play the outfield. Looks like somebody would have him as a shortstop. I would say he should go to the outfield though. No power there, but I really like
Sam Stewart's picture today. Makes him look like every villain in a 90s or 80s teen comedy.
I can see that. Yeah, he looks like the preppy kid that's
looks like the kind of
plays rugby.
Douchey
guy. Oh, Dylan Jordan to the Angels. I like that. That's a fun one. I wrote up Dylan Jordan. I would have liked him for Cleveland. Florida State commit, deceptive release, a lot of run on the fastball, good metrics, really good slider, doesn't have a clear third pitch, popular high school arm on day 2. I thought he'd get to campus, but if you believe in his ability to throw strikes and the metrics, I think he could buy them out depending on where he goes, and that's where he goes. So this is a good pick for the Angels. I enjoy this.
Trey Snyder.
I think I'm a big fan of Dylan Jordan. I think he can play. That's a big kid too, by the way, Dylan Jordan. I think he is he's 6'3", 205. That's some really good size.
We are 2 away from the Guardians in round 5.
Matt Egger. I'm on Matt Egger.
Taylor to the Pirates. I wrote him up.
You were higher on him than I was.
It's funny.
I liked him as a high school prospect more.
Well, he was Will Taylor. He was talked about with Bubba Sterling, or not Bubba Sterling, Bubba
Starling,
Bubba Chandler. They were both Clemson recruit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I wanted Taylor to go as a high school pick because I didn't want to see him face Ohio State, and then I see that Clemson's head coach just decided to poop the bed with his entire program, so it didn't matter. But
yeah,
yeah,
his speed backed up everything. He's put on special teams, had an ankle injury, and never came back. That's fascinating.
What are we thinking for Cleveland this round, Jeff? I don't know. They went with a money saver last round, so I'm thinking they might come back with the high school kid here, or they might come back with the college hitter.
No, they took Aiden Major, the pitcher from West Virginia, who neither.
I like Aiden Major.
He's okay.
He's a little shorter. He doesn't have a lot of size. So here's a college arm again. Cleveland does not mind shorter pitchers. They do not care. But it's a good mid-90s fastball. The data, again, there's some really good data out there in him as well. 3-pitch mix. He misses bats. A lot of people think that he might be a reliever. I think probably because of size, and he probably doesn't have that strong of a changeup. Cleveland's taken 3 relievers today, it seems like.
Yep.
I'd be curious to see. Oh, Jack Penny from Notre Dame. Okay, I almost wrote Jack Penny up for the Tigers. I almost wrote him up. I was very close. Yeah, and oddly enough, got the wrong Aiden. I really wanted Aiden May, but
yeah,
Major. Okay, I mean, this is probably too early for Matt Agger, so maybe they could still get him. But again, Agger was hurt all year again, so who knows? Major had some success on the Cape. He struck out about a batter per inning on the Cape. A little better in college. He's a little bit older not older. He's 21, so he's not that old. But there's some walk issues there. I don't know. I think Aiden Majors ends up being a reliever. What do you think?
I mean, his cutter isn't strong. His change. I mean, none of his data is great. If I'm being honest, like his extension's okay. He's got some vertical movement on his 4-seamer, but his cutter, change, slider. It's like his cutter is not doing him any favors.
Did you share the card? Did you share the card?
Yeah, I'll bring it to you. I'll drop it here. I don't know. It didn't. X is over capacity. Now. It's because it's saying X is over capacity. Now you have it.
Let's see what the data looks like.
It's not great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, this strikes me as another reliever at or below slot. Because last year when he was a reliever, he missed more bats and he didn't walk anyone. His transition to starter did not go well.
Yeah. Yeah, this also looks like a money saver here too, by the way. This is a 466 990 slot here. I would probably guess this is an under slot play. Let's see. I mean, the vertical break on the fastball is impressive.
Yeah, that's
a really good induced vertical break on the fastball is 20 inches. So the fact that he's at 18 is pretty good. So the fastball plays, although it didn't get a lot of chase and whiff in college. So that tells me there needs to be some adjustments.
Yeah.
No, none of the metrics here are really, really good. The velocities are the only thing that gets good mark from him. So I'm very curious to see if Cleveland sees some traits here and some ability to change
Tristan Smith. Reds keep taking fun guys.
Yeah, I like Tristan Smith. Lefty, right? He's a lefty?
I believe so.
From Clemson? Yeah, he's a fun dude.
Draft eligible sophomore.
Yeah, he's got some things he's got to work on too. His delivery is kind of goofy, and he's lanky and walks some dudes, but there's some things to work with there. Huh. Yeah, this is I don't know. Like, I would have liked to have seen what the data on Aaron Savali was in college, because I feel like I wasn't really impressed with him as a prospect, and he came better than I ever thought. So maybe Major will. But what was Savali? What's Savali? 6'2", and Major's 5'11".
11. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Savali was known for like plus secondary
control.
Offerings. And he
okay.
Yeah, he was. I mean, he was he was viewed. I mean, Aiden Major is ranked 245 on the MLB.com board. So this is an underslotter. This is, he's a bullpen guy. And then let's see. He's already had UCL surgery as well.
No, I think it's ACL. I think he tore his knee, not his arm.
No, it says UCL in his profile. Yeah, UCL.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. There's some stuff there, but it's high effort, delivery, command, elbow surgery. I mean, he's a bullpen. And he had the UCL injury was at this year. So, you're not going to have him for a while.
Cale Fountain to the Padres. You wanted Cale Fountain just for his name.
Yeah, I just liked his name. Let's see. Oh, do I not have my volume up here? I'm just kind of curious to hear. I'm just kind of curious to hear what Mayo has to say.
Yeah, I think Majors ends up being a reliever, but
yeah. It's an overdraft, but this is a money savers.
I mean, if you're taking a couple of these guys, I bet you there's some traits they can work with.
So he hasn't had a surgery yet.
Oh, he hasn't? He still needs it?
Yes. So he came back. This is very. He was having elbow problems. He came back to throw in regionals, even though the elbow is already a mess.
So is he going to have the surgery?
Yes, he's going to have surgery now. He has not had surgery yet. He came back and threw with an elbow issue, is what they just said on the show. Which is crazy that they let him do that. If I heard that. Let's see. Okay, let's read this article very quickly.
So that's definitely going to be the fact that he needs UCL surgery means he still needs.
He's not going to pitch next year.
He's not going to pitch this year or next year, and he's probably going to be very underslot.
Yeah, he had not pitched since May 5th due to suffering an injury. Then he returned to pitch in regionals.
Can you share? Where is that article at? Can you share it?
I mean, it was on the broadcast. It was.
Oh, I see.
Audio with the broadcast, and then I'm just trying to see if I can find.
Yeah. I mean, you're not going to have him this year, and you're not going to have him most of next year. So this is a very good chance. This is a very underslot pick. So this will be interesting to see what they come back with. Schlesinger was underslot as well. So they've
Charlie
taken
Bellison just went. A guy you and I both like.
Duke closer,
UNC
he's fun.
Closer or Duke closer. Went to Seattle. That's a strong pick by them. Cale Fountain. San Diego just keeps with the prep.
Yeah. So we got two underslot picks back to back here at 4 and 5 because Oki is probably going to get a 1.1 million over. So Oki's slot.
So when I type Aiden Major injury into Google, my number 2 return is how to treat a sprained UCL.
Oh, that's not great.
Yeah. That's what you want to see. And then here's a Teddy Cahill tweet. Let's see if I can pull this up. Going to Aiden Major here really speaks to West Virginia selling out to win tonight. He's a bit of an X figure coming off of surgery. He's coming off injury. And then,
Yeah, West Virginia did him dirty. They did a lot of guys dirty, actually, in their
because David Hageman also had.
Yeah, they pushed somebody to go 100-something pitchers. Yeah, not great. So, he's going to have the surgery, and we'll see what happens. Again, 466 is the slot, almost 467. I would imagine he's going to get well under slot here.
Here's an article from Wake Med. Wake Med voices about a potential career-ending injury because of a shoulder injury he had when he was younger.
Aiden Major?
Yeah.
Oh, great.
So, this is Wake Orthopedics and talking about, he had such a bad shoulder injury. Yeah, wait, maybe this isn't the right guy. I think this is a different one because this is a lefty. So.
God, I hope so.
Oof. But yeah, I just want to make sure, like, that's the one thing I'm trying to really track down. Okay, so if you read his draft profile, he was slated to remain a reliever in 2024 when an injury to fellow Mountaineer hurler forced him in the Friday night role. He couldn't sustain early success, missed a month of the season, though he did return for regional play. His draft status was clouded when it turned out he needed surgery to repair his UCL. So to me, that says that he needs surgery. He's not had Old Dominion. Always nice to see them have one. Jacob Kometz, the pitcher from Oregon.
Other Oregon State pitcher. I would have liked him too. I really enjoyed him. Doesn't have the stuff that Aiden May has, but I like the pitchability. So that's a good pick for the Rays. Is that Rays?
Yep.
The Rays always have drafts that I like, man. Again, he doesn't have big stuff. It's all very average, but he controls it. And I think he's a guy who could start. He's 6'3", 210. He might be 6'2", but I think he could be a starter. I'd be surprised if the Rays could make him a little, maybe something of a back end arm. Cleveland really banking on Joe Yoki today, by the way. So we're talking. I'll bet.
The draft has started, but it is. We're almost done with round 5 already. Why is Corey Collins here? Because he's probably a first base only. He is older, which he finally performed when he was the oldest guy at his level. That is a concern. It's that's that stuff stands out. The data is positive, but it's not like glowing. And there's a lot of rumors about what was going on in that Georgia team. Colby Branch is a really interesting player. Georgia has Jackson Wentworth. I liked him quite a bit. Nice pick by Blue Jays.
Kansas State. I didn't think he was going to go this early.
But yes, there's. You have to be careful what we say and share because nothing is confirmed. But a lot of people think Georgia. The exact quote we got from someone was doing everything short of smacking trash cans in terms of passing data along. So everything that every Georgia hitter has done is a little bit held under a microscope, if we are being honest. So there's that.
Yeah, Jackson Wentworth. Oh, I didn't realize he's only 6'1". Did I write? Yeah. I wrote him up, but I didn't realize how small he was.
And Sorota's year was bad. Like you can't play at a small level of competition and be that bad in the zone. He was just, I don't know what happened. He was bad in the zone, and you can't do that. You can't play at a small, potentially what happened to Sirota this year could have happened to Chase DeLauder in his draft year if he hadn't got hurt, because he actually started out pretty poor and then he got hurt, and that might have saved him. Like if he hadn't recovered, he could have been in for a similar situation as a guy who had started the Cape, was a small school guy. Chase DeLauder's final games, he got absolutely destroyed by Florida State, and there were some concerns. But this is a guy who started the year as a 1-1 candidate and then fell. There you go, Ryan Stafford to the Orioles, your catcher.
Would have been a great catcher fit for the Guardians today at some point.
Yeah, so that's I can say, the Orioles and I finally agree.
Yeah, this is the first pick by the Orioles I actually like. I think Stafford. I think he's a backup catcher, but again, contact is good. I think the chase rate ended up being good on him. No, he chases a little bit, makes a lot of contact.
The chase is high. Yeah,
he's a backup catcher, but at this point of the draft, that's a good one. That's a good pick for the Orioles. The first pick I really liked by them. Kaden Kendall went to the Twins before that. Nick Montgomery to the Braves. Not really familiar with Nick Montgomery. That's a high school catcher. 2 catchers in a row. 3 catchers this round, by the way. They are scarce, so there is that. Wentworth, by the way, Jackson Wentworth to the Blue Jays. I don't really care for comps, but to me, he seems like a very Xavier Curry type. He's a little bit smaller and has maybe a 2-pitch mix.
Well, I will mute myself and do my Aiden Major video.
Gotcha. Yeah, you forgot to mute yourself the first couple of times. There he goes. What's the phone? Terrence Keel. I wrote up Terrence Keel. I really like Terrence Keel. Let me see what I have on Terrence.
Really good athlete. Dad was a football player. Did he get taken, Terrence Keel, or something?
No, someone's asking about him. I'd be very.
But Carter Matheson just went. He was a guy who had a rough year at Indiana. People really
another
like
guy
him
who's
into the year.
Yeah, he's another passive hitter.
Yeah.
So Terrence Keel, by the way, Jeff was talking about him. We'll talk more about Terrence Keel, but
I really like him. I would love Terrence Keel. I'm just going to put that
yeah,
out there. I would love him at this
two-sport
point.
athlete as a receiver and a defensive back. Yeah, dad was NFL safety. His swing is a little disjointed, needs a little bit of work there, but good raw bat speed. There's good exit velocities, we know from the combine. Double plus speed, has more than enough arm for right field. It's a top of the order profile. Georgia commit. I kind of worry he might be a Quentin Holmes type. That didn't work out very well. But I like the tools there. Again, I think he's got a big arm. He's athletic.
I think
he's got speed.
Quentin Holmes didn't have
bloodlines.
Didn't have power. Like Keel can absolutely
no, he didn't.
rock at the ball.
There's
Holmes
way better.
Didn't have that separator. Quentin Holmes had like 80 speed, but he didn't have. There was no power, no bat speed. I think he's got power. Like that's why I like him. Is he a lotto ticket? Absolutely. Would I love to see him taken by Cleveland? Absolutely. You and I are both big fans because it's at this point in the draft. Why not take a lotto ticket on a guy with speed and power and bloodlines?
You got to reply on Twitter to Aiden Major. Seemed like a severe workload issue. Poor job monitoring it. So Aiden Major threw 100 pitches 5 times before April. He threw 124 pitches on March 29th, and then he never threw 100 the rest of the year.
Yeah, so, that coach was a criminal.
That coach really messed up him.
He messed up multiple arms like on that team.
But even so, he is still a reliever. Even if West Virginia didn't abuse his arm, he is still a reliever no matter what. So if he was healthy, he's still a reliever. I want to go back to the Mariners taking Charlie Belanson, by the way. He was Duke's closer. We both liked him coming to the year. Really good fastball and good control. I really like that. They're a good slider. I think he'll be a good reliever for the Mariners. That's a good pick. Mariners, by the way, having a fantastic draft, I think. Mariners have gotten Durangelo Saintia, Ryan Sloan. I know Jeff liked Josh Caron. I didn't really know much about him. And then Charlie Belanson. That's a nice draft for the Mariners. So if you're a Mariners fan or if you know any, let them know. They're doing pretty nice right here. Connor Foley off the board of the Diamondbacks. A lot of people, I was not really high on Connor Foley coming in here. A lot of people really liked him. Was not necessarily my favorite fit coming in. Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of strike throwing ability here. We'll see. Oh, you know what? Gross. I didn't even. Well, maybe you could tell us we're pronouncing the last name properly. I didn't even see your last name on your question before we started answering that. It's your cousin. Okay, tell us how to pronounce his last name because that's another question I had. Is it Keel or Kyle? But yeah, Jeff and I are fans. I really like the idea here. I like the tools and would be really excited to see him come to Cleveland. But I think he'll let us know if he's going to get drafted. I don't know if Cleveland has talked to him or not, but Jeff and I were both very big fans of him as a prospect. By the way, in our chat, Jeff, by the way, is Terrence. I'm gonna ask him how to pronounce the last name, but it's Terrence's cousin. In our chat today.
Are we saying it wrong? I say all that. I get all pronunciations wrong, so I'll just
I didn't know if it was Keel or Kyle, but yeah, he says waiting for his cousin to get drafted. So good luck to your cousin. I hope he gets drafted by Cleveland.
Yeah,
we both like.
I would love it.
We like the base ability here. I'm a big fan. Texas A&M makes me interested to see if Texas A&M will be able to keep him or not.
It's hard.
That's a tough commit.
Connor Foley, Indiana. There was one of the guys. He's likely a reliever.
Not a big Foley guy.
I mean, I think he's a reliever. I think I know what he is in the 5th round. That's a nice get, though. I wrote him up.
We were saying it right. It's Terrence Keel. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a fun player, and Cleveland does like guys with athletic bloodlines, and again, NFL safety for his dad, and he was also a 2-sport athlete, so I would really enjoy that. I gotta imagine there's other people out there that like, oh man, Josiah Romeo just went to Oakland.
I know
Josiah Romeo's a fun one. I like him.
He's a really fun. Yeah, he is a really fun kid, Ontario kid.
Yeah, that's another Canadian kid. I think he's at the same school as Jonah Tong, if I'm not mistaken. Am I right about that? Yeah, Jonah Tong. He was headed to Georgia Premier. Yeah, gross. If Terrence gets drafted by Cleveland, we'll have him on for sure. We would love to do that. Let us know how we can hook that up. We're excited about what he can do as a prospect. But yeah, Josiah Romeo is a good one. That's maybe my second favorite pick by Oakland so far. Kurtz was a good one. Super, super athletic. mid-90s. I like the delivery. It's that kid throws really easy. Josiah Romeo, like that is a delivery that just looks like it's just very smooth and simple, and there's a lot to dream on there. So good pick by Oakland. Yeah, that's a fun one for them. Let's see. I don't know anything about Tanner Jones, Jeff. Tanner Jones went to Kansas City. It's not a guy I'm familiar with at Texas A&M. We're gonna be quickly. If you're all watching at this point,
son of Jackson Apple. Like that's a guy who
Jackson
was a
Appel?
bigger Appel. He was
for anybody who is watching at this point, I'm going to tell you right now, we're going to quickly get to the point of today's draft where I'm going to not know as many names. Jeff will know a lot more than I do. About the 7th or 10th round is probably where I start to tap out in terms of names. So, and of course, Jeff is frozen right now, so I'll continue to carry us. But that's a good grab by Oakland. Yeah, we're going to get to the point in today's draft at some point where I'm going to run out of names that I know. So Jeff will have to carry the load at some point. We got a question from Wes Hewitt. How would you compare Bazan to Lindor and Holiday as a prospect? Who showed more promise? So, no, I don't think anybody compares to Lindor. Lindor was a special talent as a high school kid. I mean, nobody thought he'd turn into the hitter that he did, obviously. They're all high school kids, so they have a lot more upside. But Lindor and Holiday both had a lot more upside because they're high school kids, so they've got a lot. They had a lot more physicality to grow into. They're both shortstops. Bazan is not a shortstop. At best, he might be a center fielder. So I would not compare Bazan to Lindor or Holiday. I would give them both higher grades, but that doesn't mean Bazan is not a good prospect. But again, those guys were both surefire shortstops, and they're both high school kids who have a chance to grow into a lot more physicality. Whereas Bazan is more tapped out as a physical specimen. Like he's a great athlete, don't get me wrong, but those guys had more to grow into and they got stronger. I'm sorry, I'm quickly just tweeting out something about Josiah Romeo for Oakland. Yeah, someone just said they got on Joey Okie was the pick earlier. I like that one a lot for Cleveland. We have some concerns that Okie might be a reliever in the end, and Cleveland's going to go over slot to get him. I'm not sure what they're going to pay. We think close to $2 million on that pick, so we'll see what happens. But spent a lot of money on Okie, so they must really believe him. And Okie does have a lot of upside, and they had money to spend today, so Okie made a ton of sense for them there. We said Travis Bazan, Grady Sizemore comp. I think that's somewhat realistic because I think Bazana is 100% guy. He plays very hard and gives you a lot of effort. I think Bazana is more of a outward leader versus Grady Sizemore. Grady Sizemore was a lot like Jose Ramirez. Wasn't a big talker, just let his play do the talking. And I think Bazana is much more comfortable being in front of the camera, and he puts that hard work in as well. I think he's more likely to be interested in being a face of the franchise. Grady was just kind of a lot more quiet. I just don't know for sure if Bazana can play center field. The work ethic is there to put it in. I wouldn't put it past him. I think it's more likely that Cleveland sends Bazana out as a second baseman and they don't mess with it. I think they feel like Bazana is such a special talent in terms of hitting, and he's quick, could be quick to the majors. If you put him in center field or the outfield, and I think that you mess with that if you send him to center field, it takes a little bit longer. Also, Cleveland has an iffy history on that. So I don't know people who remember Trevor Crow. Trevor Crow came in as there goes Corey Collins to the Mets. Jeff's not here for it, but Corey Collins off the board to the Mets. Finally, that's one of Jeff's favorite guys. Collins is a guy who walks a ton. He hit in front of Corey. He hit in front of Jordan, in front of Charlie Condon. So he got a lot of pitches to hit, and he still walked, which was good for him. There's power there. I don't think Collins ends up being a catcher, but we'll see. He got drafted as a first baseman by the Mets so that makes sense. I don't think he's a catcher. There's some hope he could play the outfield, but that's a nice pick. Yeah, Jeff's list is totally done now, so I'm sure he can put up his next guys to watch for. Yeah, if there's one person here, I can't change it. I can't move myself over to the other list. So is Lindor or who's a better prospect, Lindor or Holiday? I mean, they're not prospects anymore, or Lindor's not. But I would have probably Jackson Holiday is a better prospect than Lindor, but we'll see. I know Lindor is really good. Matt Egger off the board to Pittsburgh. You know what? Right before Cleveland too, he got sniped. I can't believe Matt Egger got sniped. That's a tough one. I really liked Matt Egger. I'm gonna see if I can find my write up on Matt Egger real quick. Cleveland's on deck now. By the way, they're on the clock. So, dang, that's a rough one to see Matt Egger off the board right before Cleveland was picking. Kaden Favors to Cleveland. So here we go. Kaden Favors is a Wichita State kid. Lefty. He's a senior sign. So again, Cleveland's saving money on this pick. I honestly don't know much about Kaden Favors, to be honest with you guys. I wish Jeff was back for this, but fun fact, they put Wichita State. I don't believe Wichita State is. I don't think the coach is Eric Wedge anymore. But at some point, Eric Wedge might have been their coach, so it might have been might have played for Eric Wedge. Casey Blake was there for a minute. So Matt Egger goes right in front of Cleveland. I'm going to turn up my broadcast real quick and listen to Cal and Mayus. Callis and Mayo. I just combined their names. Jeez. Lefty pitcher from Wichita State. I honestly, this is not a guy I wrote up. I don't know much about. I wish Jeff was here. He would probably know a lot more. Not sure where Jeff went. Not great. I'm going to try to text Jeff to see where he went. I'll go and look up more on Kaden Favors right now. But again, Favors is, again, not a guy I know a lot about, unfortunately. I told you at some point in the draft there would be guys off the board that I wasn't familiar with, and we already did that. But I can already tell you this is a money-saving sign. So I'm curious to see what happens for Cleveland from here on out, because we've already seen them take 3 money savers in a row. So that says that this makes me think that maybe they're paying more money for Travis Bazan than we thought. Because again, we know they're going over slot and Oki. We think that Cozart is getting a little over slot. And then they went under slot with Schlesinger. They went under slot with Major. And they're going under slot here with Kaden Favors. So Kaden Favors is a transfer from Seminole State Community College this year to Wichita. He started out there. Went to Wichita State. 9 strikeouts per 9. 1.7 walks per 9. Yeah, good numbers. 107 strikeouts and 20 walks in 106 innings. So that's interesting. Again, another guy I feel like is probably just a money saver. Nobody I knew nothing about. I really don't know where Jeff is. I really don't know where Jeff went, honestly. Our buddy Taylor Blake Ward, pitchability, lefty senior sign, low 90s, cutter, good changeup, tools to start long term. I kind of wonder if this is maybe an Austin Peterson type. I like the size here. I'm finally looking at some video here. This is a kid with some size. He is 6'3", but I'm looking at the video, and he's got very long arms, a very tall body. So big fan there. Side note: Wichita State also has, I think, Riley Huge, who is from from Ohio. Or no, I'm sure if he's Wichita State guy, where Riley Huge went. Jeff said he lost internet. So this is gonna be rough if I don't have internet. If he doesn't have internet, because again, we're getting to the point in the draft where I don't know as many players as Jeff does, and carrying the show alone might be a little bit difficult. I'll hang on as long as I can, guys. Jacob Friend, catcher to the Reds at one. It's pick the sixth round pick. I like Jacob Friend a little bit. Another good college kid. Robert Hipwell. Jeff and I spent some time on Robert Hipwell. A guy who has some interesting batted ball data. I think there's some power there. That's very interesting. So I'm really curious to see what happens with Cleveland's money situation, because now, like I said, they've already taken Schlesinger, they've already taken Aiden Major. Yeah, William Schmidt's going to LSU. So we heard that William Schmidt, his interviews kind of went off the rails at the combine, and it sounded like he was trying to push himself to college and get some additional NIL money. So that is probably why he did that. Joe Yoki was someone said never heard of him. Joe Yoki's a top 50 prospect. He was a guy very high on a lot of boards coming into the season. So, 49 on Baseball America's board. I had Joe Yoki at number 52 on my board coming into the draft. I don't think he's a top 50 prospect nationally, but he was a top 50 draft prospect. Again, late start to the season because Iowa high school. Iowa high schools don't start until May, and his coach really pushed him hard on the mound, so he threw a lot of pitches in a short amount of time, so his stuff kind of backed up. But I really like the stuff. I think he might be a reliever. There's a concern there, but super. I like the pick. I like spending over there to see if they really like him. Low approach angle on the fastball, so we'll see. Where do we think that the Guardians farm system ranks across the league? Right now, it's about, I don't know, probably 20 right now. This probably gets them back in the 15 range. Ooh, Ryan Gallagher to the Cubs. There's a guy I know. Ryan Gallagher, I really like from UC Santa Barbara. I think he was hurt this year or last year. The fastball is kind of light. But again, another guy who throws a lot of strikes. Good size, 6'4", 210. That's a good pick for them. I like Ryan Gallagher there. UC Santa Barbara, again, has a history of some decent arms. Yeah, I don't know where Jeff is. Mariners wants to know. Mariners wants to know. D'Angelo St. Jude to the Mariners. Love that pick for them. I'm really curious to see what happens with him in terms of being a switch pitcher. I don't know how feasible that is as a starter. I think if you're going to make him a starter, he's got to be a right-handed pitcher. Otherwise, the lefty thing doesn't work unless he's kind of his own reliever. So we'll see what happens. But even with St. Jude, his role being a question mark in terms, like, the upside's so good. The stuff with the right-handed data is so good that I wouldn't be concerned about him as a starter, even if he is a little undersized. I don't know what he'll do as a lefty as a starter. That's kind of a wild card. But the Mariners are having a great draft. I really liked Ryan Sloan. I really liked Jeff, liked Josh Karen. I wasn't as big a fan. And then Charlie Belanson, who they took in the 5th round, is Duke's closer, who has a good fastball and throws strikes and has a good secondary. So I think he can be a nice reliever for them. And then Grant Knipp from Campbell University. Campbell's produced some good guys lately. So Grant Knipp's got a ton of power. He had a ton of home runs this year. I think there's a lot of concerns about, chase rate's kind of rough. Doesn't make a lot of contact. So that's a question mark on Grant Knipp for the Mariners to me. They announced Grant Knipp as a two-way player, by the way. So that's really interesting. So, I didn't see that coming for them as a two-way player. So Grant Knipp, again, the Mariners having an interesting draft. I really like that. That should be a lot of fun for them. The Mariners are having a very fun draft. Let's go back to the current round. Peyton Green to the Marlins from Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech's had a lot of good hitters. Green's a decent shortstop. I think he ends up moving to third base, but he did not have a good cape. So I'm kind of concerned about that, but that's a nice pick in the 6th round, I think. Chandler Welch from Tulane to the Brewers here. Pick 185. I don't really know much about him. How would you grade the Guardians draft compared to the rest of the league? Coming into the day, I already had the Guardians at number 2 or 3. I like the Joey Oki pick a lot, even if he might be a reliever. We're not 100% sure on that. Obviously, time will tell with him. And then they took a couple of relievers. I think Rafe Schlesinger, they'll probably send him out as a starter. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at what everyone else has done so far. I can't think off the top of my head and try to hold his show down while Jeff is getting his internet back. But I would say it's a top 10 draft so far. I mean, the fact they got really good couple players in the first day is good. Oki's good. Schlesinger's a reliever. I don't really know. I don't really feel like confident in Aiden Major just because he needs surgery. And then, Kaden Favors is a senior sign. So right now it's about a 3-player draft for Cleveland, and the rest of the guys are kind of relievers and upside or safety plays in terms of senior signs. What I want to see them do at this point, though, now that they have done some senior signs and they've done some underslot deals, I want to see what they come back with in the next round. But I'm not ready to, obviously you can't give them a grade yet because the draft isn't over, but they've got a bunch more picks. So let me see if Jeff can use a hotspot or something. Yeah, we're getting to the point in the draft where there's going to be some names that I'm not totally familiar with. Yeah, this is the second time this week Jeff's internet is out. So I'll hang on here as long as I possibly can for Jeff being out because we're going to get quickly into the point of the draft where I don't know as many names. So I won't be able to do this as well as Jeff does at this point. But I will certainly do my best and try to have fun with this. Someone said only disappointment was due to doesn't seem like any fast-moving college arms. There's not. So all the college arms that could have moved got taken up, like Ryan Pragon off the board, Brian Holiday off the board. There was a bunch of arms that came off the board very quickly, a couple rounds that really hurt them. There goes Derek Bender to the Twins. I know we had somebody in here ask about Derek Bender earlier. Derek Bender to me is Jeff thinks he's a DH. I think Derek Bender can be a David Fry type. He's not a catcher. I don't think long-term. I think he can play first. I think he can play maybe a little bit outfield. I think he could be a David Fry type. I think he can move around a little bit. Definitely a pull side power type guy. So I would bet on him being a David Fry type player. He did really well in the Cape in terms of plate discipline, so that's good. I like that pick from Minnesota. That's probably my favorite pick by Minnesota so far. They've had a very, very strange draft so far. Great mustache by Derek Bender, by the way. Just looking at his picture. But I see a lot of David Fry traits in Derek Bender. So that's an interesting one. But the ballpark in Coastal Carolina, by the way, the ball flies there. So it's hard to know how trustworthy the data is. Mark Hall said Cleveland needs starters the way Cleveland starters last need relievers they can get. I mean, it's really not about what's going on at the major league level. Cleveland's not drafting anybody here that's going to impact the major league level. They're not drafting for major league need. Nobody does. But they need to rebuild their pitching in the minors. They've kind of look. Cleveland's pitching isn't bare bones. They've had an interesting year. Ryan Webb has been a little better, and Austin Peterson's been a breakout so far. So there's that. So they're not destitute in terms of what they can do pitching in the minors. Hello, sir. Are you on your phone?
Yes, this is my phone with my noise canceller, so I apologize. Sprint. I've had 7 outages in the last 7 days, and it's really frustrating. So, if I missed a pick, I feel like I must have missed one by now.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to hear you, if I'm being honest. Your audio is kind of rough. I don't know if you have
I can.
It's rough to hear you audio-wise.
Let me see what I got in the basement.
All right, Jeff. What do you got on Kaden Favors, who was Cleveland's 6th round pick?
Kaden Favors. I know the name. To the problem, I don't have access to my notes because it bounced around.
I did not have anything on Kaden Favors.
This is Wichita State.
Yeah, Wichita State, and
right. Another lefty.
Yes, another senior sign. Yeah, not your audio is kind of rough.
He was the number 4 left-handed. Yeah, I'm in the basement trying to switch things. I'll grab my better. I'll try a few different headsets. These won't even work.
Mason Auger just went to the Dodgers. I kind of like Mason Auger a little, or Brooks Auger. He had an interesting season for Mississippi State. I think he ends up being a reliever too, but everybody else is they can hear you better. I don't know. Your audio to me doesn't sound great. Maybe everybody else hears you better.
So Kaden Favors is a lefty. He was the 4th best lefty by perfect game in the 2020 class from Oklahoma. Started out at Seminole State, went to Wichita State. It's a senior sign. It's a money saver. He's a big lefty. I don't have too much beyond that.
Is Wichita State also Riley Huge?
No, that's Winthrop.
Winthrop, wrong W. I was like, was that Riley Huge? Okay. Yeah, Kaden Favors. I was looking at the video of Kaden Favors. He's got a lot of oh God, Jeff. You're never gonna guess. Kaden Favors, highest strikeout total from a shocker since former Indians prospect Jordan Cooper.
Ooh, that's not what I said. Low walk rates. He's a command control lefty, big kid. It's a depth arm. It's a savings pick.
Looks like a little bit of a extension guy. It looks like he has long levers. Like for a 6'3" guy, he's got really long arms and long legs, so that might play up a little bit for him. Maybe he's this year's Austin Peterson.
Yeah,
I know Peterson was a lot better in college.
Yeah, he was one of the best strikeout guys in college. He played a slightly better conference, and he was a junior. He wasn't the class of 2020. I was just going back through some of the things. The person who said they'd never heard of Joey Oakey, at one point he was viewed as a top 3 prep arm. Like that, trust me, that you know. And the other thing too, I'm going to point this out.
Top 10 guy in the system, top 20 guy in the system. But
the other thing I want to say too is so this is 3 money savers in a row, likely, but don't think this is they got to save money for Oakey or we have not seen the full draft. Like they're going to spend on day 3. Last year they went out and spent a lot of money on day 3. So some of this could be setting up day 3 because again, if you sign a guy right now and give him $500,000, all $500,000 counts against your pool money. If you do it on day 3, only $370,000 or $350,000 counts against your pool. It's what Milwaukee did a year ago. It's smarter if you're going to do a bunch of players that are a few $100,000 to do that on day 3, especially if you can slide them effectively.
Yeah, Favors is a strike thrower, so I kind of like the stuff. It's interesting. I mean, he has not walked anybody. This is the kind of player that Cleveland can get more out of, possibly. Like this is the kind of guy you look at and potentially could tweak some things, add some velocity to, and he takes off. Like I think he's a guy who definitely could be a guy, someone who comes into the system as very underrated and winds up being a very solid pitching prospect. I'm not saying he's going to be like a Tanner Bybee or a Shane Bieber, but I think he could be like a Plesac or a Savali possibly, just because of I don't know what the stuff looks like. You think we can get a card from our buddy over at on Twitter?
Yeah, I mean Wichita State definitely has would be involved in it. I just think it's funny. Like if you type, I was kind of curious to go look like Kaden Favors scouting report for me on YouTube. It's like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7. The ninth highest site belongs to the Real Cavs fan forum about Kaden favors. I'm like, wait, what? Someone did a Guardians mock 2024. Oh, Tom, I remember him back in the day. He was a guy I used to talk with on the IBI boards, and he actually had Kaden favors listed at pick 475.
Okay.
So this is one guy, good old Tondo. He was a guy, like I said, I used to talk with all the time on the board over at IBI, and I mean his write up was just not ranked, old class, 6'3" small school performer. But I remember Tondo. He used to be one of those early IBI guys on the board I would talk draft with. But I find it funny that like there's so little data. You go down to the Real Cavs fan forum. It's one of the top 10 results on Kaden favors. He's just he's a high level performer guy at a small school who's going to sign for like 10,000 or so. Did I just shut the wrong tab?
You're still here. Jacob, oh, looks like Jeff kind of froze. Oh, you're still there, Jeff.
There we go.
Somebody was asking about Jacob Bersanahan last year. Bersanahan was a late day 2 guy, so he was a late riser in terms of physicality. Kaden favors.
He was a day 3.
Ooh, Jeff.
Yeah,
Jeff. There's some This is an interesting data card. Antonio, man. If you guys aren't following on Twitter, by the way, Antonio Urquides, it is at ANTONI0U. I'm gonna put the handle in the chat, guys. If you aren't following this dude, he is crushing it right now. With
he's fantastic. If you want advanced data, he's the best guy to go to by far and away. Can you share here in our on the screen the favors card that made you go?
I'm just trying to share the handle. If you're not following this kid already, anybody who's watching us, go follow him on Twitter. This guy is absolutely crushing it. He is just getting data cards out of everybody that anybody asks for. I love it. Jeff, the data here is really promising. The velo, Cleveland does great at helping guys with low velo tick up who throw strikes already. Look at the extension on the curveball. The extension everywhere across the board is solid. There's good chase rates and whiff rates on the curveball and the slider, decent whiff rate in the change, good chase rate in the cutter, good chase rate in the sinker. Keep in mind, this is coming from what conference is Wichita State in? It's not a good conference.
No, it's not.
So keep in mind these numbers are against a very weak conference, but there are some metrics here to work with. And again, Cleveland develops velocity better and control guys. So there's that.
The American Athletic Conference, I believe.
Yeah. Here's a good one, Jeff. Kaden favors pitched this year in February against Virginia. He went 6 2/3 innings, gave up 2 runs on 8 hits, 2 strikeouts, 7 walks. So good performance against Virginia. Oklahoma State, he only pitched 1 inning. Rice, South Florida, FAU, Charlotte, Memphis. East Carolina rocked him hard for 10 hits, but he struck out 7, walked 1. Long Beach State.
Sorry. I'm just scrolling instead of reading comments.
Yeah, there's not a lot of good schools they faced this year. Again, Virginia is the best school they faced. Is Long Beach not good anymore? Long Beach used to be good.
No.
He had a 7-inning, 10 strikeout performance against them. Okay. Gonzaga is a team who is consistently decent in college baseball. He went 6 innings, 2 runs, 4 strikeouts, and a walk against them. He pitched an inning against Oklahoma State. So, I don't know. There's some traits to work with here. I think this is an interesting developmental guy who might be a back-end starter / reliever, but there's some traits to work with here.
Bottom line here is, let's see. Oh, I saw that Corey Collins went before Matt Ag. Yeah, I missed that one.
Yeah, you were gone at that point.
Yeah, Woody Hadeen right after Caden Favors had the lowest chase rate in all of baseball. And then Jacob Friend, I like that one guy to
Yeah, I know you like Jacob Friend. Yeah.
Good, again, really low. Grant Knipp is a two-way player is interesting. There are people who thought that he is better as a pitcher. We had huge power numbers. Ryan Gallagher, you and I really like from UC Santa Barbara, went to the Cubs there. That's a really fun pickup. Jason Kinzel, someone you and I have discussed at points. Peyton Green, that's a guy who had a bit of a slide here. Derek Bender, very much a Twins type of guy.
I like Derek Bender a lot. I think he's a David Fry guy. That's what I was saying.
I don't know. Fry has better contact.
Yeah, that's fair. Bender, yeah.
But here's the big thing. The Caden Favors has some interesting data, which is why you take him. Sometimes these work out. They've actually had some success with the Julian Merriweathers and the Joey Wendels, who are senior sign.
Yeah. Again, guys who throw strikes, they do well.
Pull it up here. He's worth $357,000. This guy is probably max getting $30,000 of that, if that. So this is about saving $300,000+ to spend elsewhere. So he's an interesting guy, but it's more about moving that money around.
Yeah, I'm going to be curious to see who they're about to start the 7th round here in a little bit. Who is going to be this year's Jacob Zibman? Because I think they're setting themselves up for that.
Yeah, but it's interesting. Like, why I still don't understand why Jacob Zibman was the guy in the 10th instead of in the 11th. Like, no one else was going to give that guy $1 million, so why not save yourself an extra $150,000 if you take him on day 3? Which is, I think they learned a lesson. I think that's why Bresnahan was a day 3 guy instead of a day 2 guy a year ago. It just kind of makes a little more sense in that regard. But the 6th round is really fun.
I'm trying to see what high school players are still available.
Cleveland has been a really good team in round 7. This is actually one of Cleveland's best rounds in day 2. They've had a lot of finds in round 7. It's probably just happenstance. I don't think it is actually any particular sign, but yeah, this is one of their rounds that they have just been very strong at historically. Top undrafted players: Dax Whitney, Garrett Scholl, Carson Wiggins, Chase Mobley, Sawyer Farr, Noah Franco, Tegan Keys, Mason Russell, Duncan Marston, Jackson Barbary, Connor Gatewood, Conrad Kaysen, Mason Bradfield, Trey Gregory Alexander. None of the Iowa pitchers have been taken from day 2. Jalen Flores. Yeah, Jalen Flores is interesting. Jared Jones, who's a draft eligible sophomore. Kobe Shelton from Florida. Jay Abernathy's a high school kid. Harrison Dywick from Virginia. Zach Stewart of Missouri State. Cody Schreier, we've talked about in terms of
Jeff. What about Aiden Harris?
I think great power, but
he's still here. He's still one of the top high school guys on the board at this point.
He was also committed to Virginia, right?
Right. Yeah, I think it's going to be hard to sign at this point.
You like Xander? Nick Branca talked about, who I like, is an interesting guy.
Yeah, Adam Height is still on the board here. I like Adam Height. He's got bat-to-ball skills, infielder, some good raw power, possibly.
I thought we ended up not much of him. Wasn't there an issue that we kind of fell upon when we dug into his data?
Yeah, I think I was going to write him up, and there was something on Adam Height that I didn't really care for, and I forgot what it was. Is he not on? I don't think he's on our list. I don't think he showed up.
No, I talked you out of him, and I can't remember why. There was a piece of data there where it's like, okay, that doesn't translate well. We had someone in our chat ask about Luke Jewett. He's another one of those UCLA guys.
I wrote him up. I like him as a reliever. I don't like him as a starter. Adam Height. Let's see. I think Adam Height might have had issues as a. Was it his? I don't know what I don't really see a whole lot out there on him.
I think he has like no exit velocity at all. I think when we looked up his data, it was like really, really low exit velocity that put him kind of like below what
he just turned 18, by the way.
5'7".
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Exit velocity was 38th percentile on his class. That was what it was.
Yeah.
It's very bad.
He's
It's a very
below
bad exit velocity.
your needed exit velocity success.
I'm out on Adam. That's why I was out on Adam Height.
You and I were discussing Kaden Vogler if they want to do another reliever.
Yeah, I think they're out at this point on that. I still like Jay Abernathy. Terrence Keel should still be in play today. I think that'll be an interesting one. What about Burke Mavis? If they want to go high school catcher, Burke Mavis. Bishop Gorman, I know he's 19, but this is also the same school that produced Joey Gallo. Oregon commit. His older brother played for the Brewers in 2006. Burke Mavis would be an interesting option for a catcher with above average pop times. He's a big kid, though. He's 6'4", 210, so I don't know if he's actually an outfielder, but I like Burke Mavis a little bit. If they want to go prep catcher, maybe.
I mean, you want to just throw money away? Go ahead. Prep catcher
goes to the start the 7th round.
For those who don't know, like prep catchers are a bigger risk than prep pitching. Like nothing is riskier than a prep catcher.
Logan
That's why I'm joking. So, but man, we got multiple people. We got a lot of fans of this Ian Fernandez here in chat.
All right, I'm gonna have to look him up. I don't know anybody Ian Fernandez. Ian Fernandez is not anywhere on anybody's list, so that's interesting. I'm gonna go look him up real quick. Ian Fernandez looks like a
California kid, I believe.
Perfect Game has no info on him whatsoever.
He's a UC Santa Barbara commit.
Yeah, catcher outfielder from Napa, California. 18 years, almost 19. Doesn't have his height.
His max exit velocity last year was pretty poor. Decent on pop time, strong enough arm. I don't know. I'm not sure where the hype is coming from on him in our chat for a guy who really was not covered that deeply. It's interesting.
Yeah,
but it's multiple different people.
Exit velocity, not great. Yeah, pop time is good. Pop time looks like it's sub 2, so that's good. But that's the bare minimum. So I don't know. I don't really know much about him. We'll see what happens. Thanks.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
Oh, we kind of like Dennis Coleraine. Kansas City continues to do fun things.
I'm a big fan of Dennis Coleraine from Northeastern. I think he's a surefire reliever. He's got some control issues, but man, the stuff is really good. I would have liked to see Cleveland take him, but they've already taken a bunch of relievers. So, yeah, I think Dax Whitney is getting to school at this point, guys. I just don't see it.
So there's typically 1 to 2 guys who get big time money on day 3. I am kind of curious about. I don't know.
Is Dax Whitney this year's Jacob Zimmerman for Cleveland? I don't know.
I feel like he's going to cost a lot. Is the one thing. But the guy Colorado just took, I'm kind of curious if he's related to the player who. Why does LSU keep redirecting? He's related to the Alex Ulelo, who was taken by Houston and didn't sign a few years ago and has bounced around a bit.
So KC is taking some interesting arms today that I like. How about that? I have no idea who this guy is for Colorado.
No, but this is great. I've never seen this before in my life. Okay, Colorado I've never seen this. Parent, Raelio Sr., who is a painter, and Norma Thaja, who is a winery supervisor. I've never seen that combination. Like, that's awesome. Winery supervisor and a painter. I mean, have you ever seen anything to do with wineries if they draft players, parent and or painter? That's good arts background for him.
Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea who this kid is. That's interesting. Who the White Sox just take? Phil Fox, Robert Crayons. Yeah. Again, this is why I'm glad you're hanging on, Jeff, with your phone, because I told everybody, I said at this point in the draft, I am running out of names to know. Like I'm
I
getting
mean,
really down to the end here.
These are, and we are totally into the. I like how right now it's sunny and hot out, and Spectrum is saying that severe weather is affecting service in my area. I could go out and sunbathe. Like maybe I'll go do the rest of this from my hammock outside. I'll just go and the chill and relax version because I might get better coverage outside anyway. Sadly.
Yeah.
So here's the one thing I'll say about NIL. I saw Arthur's statement here. NIL in baseball is overrated. We have to be honest about this because a lot of guys, I've known guys that have been taken in the teens of the draft who decided to go to school who didn't have full rides. Like not a lot of schools have limited full rides. So unless you're going to a massive school, you're not getting any NIL, which is hard to say, for baseball. Because most small, even medium programs don't even have a full fleet of scholarships. So I think in a weird way, NIL, unless so William Schmidt, that probably came into play because that's LSU. But if you're not a big SEC or ACC school, ACC, I don't even think if OSU had NIL, they wouldn't have lost like half their team to the transfer portal when they got actually an improvement at coach. So NIL for college baseball isn't quite there yet. Baseball is a growing sport, which is, hey, there we go. There's two big names in a row. Andrew Duton-Kayich to St. Louis.
Yeah.
Bridger
sophomore.
Bridger
Holmes. I saw him pitch a ball. That's, again, another reliever. I think he's a closer.
Yeah, but that's like 4 relievers for Anaheim. It's kind of hilarious.
The Angels took another reliever, yes.
But Duton-Kayich is a kid from Indiana, I want to say. Draft-eligible sophomore who was kind of viewed when he went to school as a guy who would be a top 10 pick in this class. Went to Vanderbilt, was never healthy, and now this is like, I'm going to risk us getting like demonetized, but there's that song. I'm not going to sing. I'll just say the words: "Take the money and run." Like if you are a college prospect, especially a pitcher, Andrew D. Duton-Kayich, he would have gotten 7 figures out of high school. He'll probably gotten close to 2, maybe 3 million. Now he's going to get a few $100,000. Like, take the money. Take the money. We are close to Cleveland's pick. We'll watch. Bridger Holmes. I mean, Angels are taking every reliever.
Yeah, I like Bridger Holmes, though. I watched him a lot because I watched a lot of Aiden May and I watched a lot of Travis Bazan. Bridger Holmes can be a closer. I like him a lot. That's a good pick.
No, I agree.
The Angels love fast-swing relievers.
They love fast-moving everything.
Is Cleveland going to take another money saver, or are they going to actually go over? Slot here is almost 280. If they go money saver here, I'm guessing that means Oki got a lot more money than we thought.
No, I don't think it means that. Day 3. Because remember, that is what last day 3. That's what the Brewers did. We talked about how much the Brewers draft. Last year, they took 5 over slot guys, I want to say, on day 3.
That's true.
So,
they're also restocking their pitching pipeline a little bit. They need a lot of arms to backfill, so they're restocking as well, pitching in the minors. I have no idea who the Pirates just took. Connor Wheatgriffey. I have no idea who that is. Jeez.
But I'll say this: Minnesota has been a pretty consistent team in the Big Ten in terms of pitching. Max Meyer, Lucas Gilbreth, who I saw in person a few years ago.
Hey, Cameron Sullivan. That's a high school arm.
Oh,
right.
And that's a top 100 guy. That is a
there you go. There's some money going there.
And this is where they're saving up. So he is a high school. Unsurprisingly, a high school senior. I was like when that's there. High spin rate kid.
I have your board up. I have your board up. Hold on.
My board is dead. I did not write him up because he was viewed as a really, really hard sign. He was a Notre Dame kid who was viewed as a super hard sign. So I didn't necessarily think.
Up to 97. Yeah, he's a Notre Dame commit. A little bit of control issue, but okay. So Guardians are going to go over slot here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's probably $1 million plus. Like, he's probably 1.5 to 2.
So here's your Jacob Zibanish right here. That's
Yeah,
what it's going to be.
This is Jacob Zibanish. As I shift around, as I said, I was moving outside so I could, since I'm using my my phone's data. So I'll try to stop the hammock moving so no one gets like motion sickness here watching me. But Cam Smith is a really strong pick. Maybe this was not my smartest decision, but whatever. It's all about the data. He's a spin rate, velocity, some reliever risk, if we're being honest. But yeah, he was just one.
It's a very violent delivery. He reminds me. Yeah. I don't know. There's a little bit of Ethan Hankins here. That's what I would worry about. There's a little Ethan Hankins to his delivery. It's a lot of effort.
Or I think I said wrong. Christian Sullivan. I think I said Smith. There goes Will Turner to Boston. Some worst exit velo in the class. Guy was viewed as second rounder coming there.
I liked Will Turner. I think he had a very poor year, unfortunately for him. But there's some speed there, and I like the.
Did you remember he batted like? No, the batted ball data is really bad. Remember he batted like fairly bad 200 this year.
It was a low BABIP, yeah.
Yeah, it was a mess.
Right, so Cleveland clearly moved some money to take Sullivan, obviously, to get him here. So that.
He's a Texas kid, right? We spent the whole time talking about how they don't go to Texas.
No, he's from Indiana. He's from Indiana.
Indiana. Okay, I got the.
It's a 5-pitch mix. He's got a cutter, a fastball, sinker, sweeper, changeups. There's a lot of pitch. Good student, regarded as a tough sign. Notre Dame may not get drafted early enough to forego college. I mean, this is why Cleveland saved money on Schlesinger and Major and Kaden Favors. They're going to sign him. They're not going to risk this one, so they're going to sign him. Yeah. Also, by the way, kind of young for the class. He just turned 18 back in March, so there's a little bit of a young for the class right there. I mean, it's not young, but he's a little bit younger. So he likely played a little bit of ball at age 17, so that's good. Let me see if I can find a little more on Cameron Sullivan. Greg Ferrone from Alabama went to the Giants. I like Greg Ferrone a little bit. He was an interesting player. Schenectady, New York. I got a lot of friends in Schenectady. Maybe they'll call me and ask me more about Greg Ferrone, another Bama kid.
So it's nice to see Kinesis on the board. I don't really know Jackson Strong to the Tigers.
Guys, I have people on Twitter and the chat asking, why aren't they taking hitters? Guys, they're not drafting for immediate need, and they need pitchers in the system as well. You're taking needs for the system, and you're not picking for immediate need.
You're also taking best available player, and at this point in the draft, it's pitching. It was a pretty poor high school hitter crop, and the college hitters got highly picked over quickly. So that leaves you with pitching. This is where the draft goes. He is a guy who, that they're going to pitching because they're taking, it's like taking a B level versus a D level. Is the hitting, like, what really killed this class to me and made it a weaker class was the lack of prep hitters. It just did not go deep. Like, I didn't love, with as rough of a year as he had, having Caleb Bonmer in my top 60, but I got down there. I'm like, yeah, he's actually the best prep guy left for me. It's a rough group, and I think that they're going with the pitching because that is where the high school pitching class had really good depth. It just had kind of a squishy middle.
Here you go. Here's a great story on him over at the Prospect Journal. Cameron Sullivan, 4.5 GPA, and he was a valedictorian at his high school. He wanted to go to Notre Dame to pursue business analytics. Smart players, Jeff. Guys, smart players They love smart players. He is inclined athletically and academically, so that's a big bonus for Cleveland there. That slider is a sweeper. But again, we're talking about his current pitching coach, by the way, is Anthony Gomez in high school. His personal pitching coach is Anthony Gomez. He is the pitching coach for the Blue Jays AAA team, so for Buffalo. So there you go. He's worked with a AAA pitching coach already. Scouts rave about ability, and then also coachability. So there you go.
Advanced feel for a slider. We know that slider is important.
It's a very violent delivery, I will say. Like there's quite a bit of effort in that delivery. So this is a high risk pick, but they moved the money around to get him. So that's who. That's why they took Major. That's why they took Schlesinger. That's why they took Favors.
How does he stack up against Doughty and Oki? I had Doughty as a top 30 guy. I had Oki as a top 50 guy. I never really considered Sullivan for my top 60. It's not a knock on him. It's just there was the reliever risk, and he was viewed as a super hard sign. And Indiana pitchers have been awful, to put it nicely. So I often tend to just kind of move past Indiana because you can ask Kansas City fans about Ash Russell and what was the other guy they took when they took the two Indiana prep arms in the same draft class. Nolan Watson, maybe. But it's not a great history for Indiana prospects in general. So it tends to be a state I tend to skip over a bit. It's a big risk pick. They're taking a gamble on traits, and they are likely thinking that they can work with him, smooth out the delivery, kind of improve those skills, improve delivery, improve how he throws things. I assume they can try to level him up.
Jeff, one of your guys off the board to Miami, Nick Brink. Miami's having a nice draft. Also a valedictorian.
Yeah, that's why I thought Cleveland liked him. Talking about just smart guys. He's a senior sign, but I don't know. He's a 4-year guy who just rang up the strikeouts. Has the worst picture on MLB.com. But yeah, and then Mason Molina is a guy we both kind of like. He goes to the Brewers. Who's
I like Mason Molina. Yeah, he's interesting.
Yeah, he's solid, like lefty. Just your basic command control lefty. Ivan Berthrow from Santa Barbara to the Cubs is an interesting guy. Didn't live up to his hype this year, and that's why he is still on the board. But he was a guy who was once viewed as a second or third round value. So interesting guys here in the 7th round, and a lot of with Berthrow, Molina, and Turner, some guys who are viewed as potentially much higher. And again, I'll just point out, like Cameron Sullivan, rated 118 on MLB.com's big board. It's not the end all be all, but it speaks to him being a player that would have been like a 4th round value, a third round value, right? With all the comp picks. So they paid him down. And as you wisely pointed out, a lot of this comes down to work ethic, and they want guys with AA attitudes and personalities, and so like
yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to catch up on some stuff online. Yeah, Mason Molina. Mason Molina to me doesn't throw enough strikes for a guy who doesn't throw very hard. So that was kind of my issue for Mason Molina. I like the stuff. It's just not like a lot of polish, and I think he needs to throw harder. So for a guy who throws 89, 92, just not a lot of strikes, That was my concern with Chase Brewer with him.
Ryan Andrade is kind of an interesting guy that
Pittsburgh, yeah.
But yeah, that Tampa just took. He's a reliever all the way, but
he he had a very good, a couple good performances this year against some good competition. There were some games I was watching, and he had a couple.
I think Florida State was the one I saw.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, maybe that what it was. Yeah,
I was watching them early on.
Austin Cates to Toronto.
Yeah.
I don't know much about Austin Cates.
No, he's a Nevada kid, not related to Tim Cates, was also, I believe, a Toronto draft pick.
Oh, yeah.
The pitcher, at least not as far as I could find. He he started out somewhere else. Let's see, where is this? He was a Coyote.
Coyotes scared me. I love that.
Yeah, Southern Nevada. He was Southern Nevada before going to UNLV. So a Vegas kid who bounced from one Vegas school to the other. I have to look at his numbers. Like, he's one of those guys I looked over very, very briefly. Is this really his only year pitching? You know what? I'll tell you,
Austin
statistically,
Cates?
he's fun. Nevada, Las Vegas this year, after transferring from Southern Nevada. Strikeouts per 9, 10.7. Walks per 9, 1.5. Hits per 9, 10.3. Not ideal. Home runs, 1.3 isn't bad when you're playing in Vegas. So high strikeout, low walk in a small conference. So he didn't play until this year, though. That's the first bits of data. So I can see why Toronto would be kind of intrigued, right? Like, at this point, you're just looking for small reasons.
Were Ryan Marone and Mac Hewer, were those day 2 guys last year, day 3? I can't remember.
Day 3. They were day 3.
Okay, so someone was asking me about signability, and I said, well, Mac Hewer and Ryan Marone, the only guys that didn't sign last year, but those were day 3 guys. And
yeah, it was day 3 guys.
Major in favor.
Yeah, this is you're not taking, because if you don't sign them, you lose the entire pool. And you're planning, if you draft a guy on day 1 or 2, you're planning to sign them, because then when day 3 starts, this isn't like the old days of the draft. You're not going 50 rounds. Like, there was a point in time where, let's say all of a sudden Cameron Sullivan decides, you know what, I do want to go to college. I don't want to go to high school. If you pull something like a Matt McLean, you saved up $1 million+ to sign this kid. In the old days of the draft, there was a kid in the 30s and the 40s that you might have been able to shift that money to. That doesn't happen anymore. Like, this team in particular tends to sign all their draft picks. So you would just be out. Like, it would be terrible because you'd be out all of that money in general. It's when the draft went deeper, back when they drafted Tom Hamilton's kid and Dolan's kid, and San Diego drafted Johnny Manziel, I remember. Like, you would get weird draft picks on
Jan Gomes' brother.
Yeah, they did. So you get a lot of weird picks like that. But it also meant, they would draft Austin Martin. They drafted Spencer Strider. They drafted Spencer Schwallenbach. These are guys they knew they couldn't sign. But back in those days, yeah, well, they almost got Nick Madrigal. They had decided between him and Luke Wakamatsu. That was not the right choice, no matter how you feel about Madrigal. So they used to have the ability to do that. So, if a guy changes his mind, you could shift those funds. That doesn't exist anymore. So you have to feel like you have a really good commitment and a good relationship. And that's the thing. I'd be very curious to go and look at Alex Mooney's agent, and also to look at the agents for Marone and Hewer, because if you believe the rumors last year, Mooney shifted his ask, and that's why they didn't get Hewer and Marone, which ends up ticking off Cleveland to one agency, then also Cleveland ticking off the other agency, or multiple agencies. So that's the other part of that. You're burning bridges on all sides.
Yeah.
So.
I don't know who Mooney's agents are. It's interesting.
No, it's just one of those things to consider.
Yeah, I was talking about you want to keep those lines of communication open. You want to keep the relationship good. So everyone's kind of wanting to know how we feel about Cleveland's draft today and overall. Like it's a lot of upside. Like day one, you got Bazan, obviously, who's your dude, and then you got Braylon Dowdy, who everyone likes. But it's like right now, Bazan is your sure thing, and then everybody else is kind of risky. Like you've got a lot of high risk, high reward high school arms, and your college arms are probably all relievers. Majors is a reliever. I think Schlesinger is a reliever. I think Favers has a chance to be a back end starter. Yeah, I don't think any. I mean, Favers has the best chance to start out of the three college arms.
I just think
Kozart might be a platoon catcher, so it's a decent draft.
I think
so
the
far,
other.
though. I mean,
it's a B- for me, just because, I like the gambles they've made, but they're not good at developing high school pitching. They're putting a lot of their eggs in their ability to develop high school pitching, which they have Tristan McKenzie to show for that in the last decade and nothing else.
Jeff, everybody likes you to enjoy your the draft from the hammock. That sounds really relaxing.
Yeah,
so
it started to get a bit hot, so I shifted from that. Plus, I thought there might be people who get annoyed by the rocking mode, so I decided to come back inside. We're under heat advisory.
For what it's worth, you sounded and looked a lot clearer outside from
okay, so maybe I'll deal with the heat.
Yeah. Brett Sears, I know our guy VJ Goff is looking there. Brett Sears just went off the board.
Who grabbed him?
So the Braves did.
The Braves like a pick, right? Braves had a good draft.
The Braves are taking a lot of really fun pitchers. Yeah. Favors seems like the report that the Cleveland org works with very well. I agree. The data again. I'll show the data for Kaden Favors again. The only thing is, like all this data that's up here, it's good. It's good data for sure. It's promising, but remember, it's against a smaller conference. It's not a good conference, so you have to kind of take that with a grain of salt. But again, a guy who can throw 89, 94, and I think maybe Cleveland sees some traits there they can tap into to get a little more velocity, and I think he gets good extension. He's got long levers, so I think the fastball plays up above its metrics a little bit, which is good. I'll be curious to see the spin rate on it too, but yeah, I agree. I think Favors is a guy that they can really work with, and maybe I'm not saying like Carl Willis the other day had a great quote to Zach about Spencer Howard coming in here, and he was like, "Oh, Spencer Howard, or Cleveland gets a pitcher and sprinkles magic pixie dust on him, and all of a sudden he's good." And that's not how it works, but you take enough guys with traits that you like and things you think you can develop better. And I'm sure whoever Cleveland does pitching wise, they probably do better than whatever Wichita State does. So there's a chance of that too.
What do you mean? Cole Gillespie, right? What are the other great Wichita State pitchers? There's been so many.
I don't know. I don't have any. I was just laughing. I thought maybe he had played for Eric Wedge, but I think Eric Wedge has been gone for a few years now.
I saw somebody ask if Oregon State's still going to be a strong baseball school without being in a power conference. Arguably, they weren't in a power conference now. There's only two power conferences.
Baseball. Ooh.
And so,
oh no, where's Jeff? Hello, Jeff.
I guess I'm back now. Maybe. Oh, did my? Oh. Did my internet come?
Choppy. Yeah. Here's the data, by the way, on Brett Sears. There's some really interesting data here on Brett Sears. The Big Ten's a little bit better than whatever Wichita State plays. Oh, Rafe Parrish, Jeff, off the board to the Rangers. Oh, and there goes Jeff. Or maybe he's coming back. I don't know. But yeah, our guy VJ Goff. I don't know if he's listening. But there's some good data here on Brett Sears. Big Ten's a little bit better than where Wichita State plays. So look, these are a little bit better. But he gets a lot of extension. Brett Sears, good extension. Good chase rate on the fastball, good chase rate on the change, poor chase rates on the curveball and slider. So he's kind of a two-pitch guy. middling velocity. IVB is 17, so that's pretty good. He gets decent vertical break on the fastball. I like that sign for the Braves. But Rafe Perrick is another one of mine and Jeff's favorites. He's off the board now to the Rangers. The Rangers have continued to take a lot of bats that I like. Over the years, I've really liked Josh Young. I really like Justin Foscue. I like Davis Wenzel. I liked Aaron Zavala. And yesterday they took Dylan Drayling that I liked. And now they're taking Rafe Perrick. So Texas, to me, continues to have a good draft with hitters. All right, somebody tell me who Ian Fernandez is, because there's not a lot of any information out there. You guys keep talking about this kid. I need to know more about this kid. Rafe Perrick is off the board. Jeff, can you hear me? No, you can't hear me.
But having no sound.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Rafe Perrick to the Rangers.
I heard you. So his data is he's one of the few guys that is green in every area. Doesn't chase, doesn't strike out. He's a lot like Sean Keyes, but he plays a solid third baseman. And he's older. He's like almost a year older than Keyes.
Did you see the data on Brett Sears, by the way?
I'm going to look at that now here in a second.
It's up right now.
Oh, I'm just typing something very quickly and I'll do it.
Okay. And Luke Jewett to the Rockies here now. I like that too. I like Luke Jewett. I ended up writing up Luke Jewett a little bit late on Saturday. I added to my list very late. I think Jewett's a reliever, but I also don't know how much developmental work
Sears can work as a reliever for sure with that fastball change. I think the curve
he's a 2-pitch guy. The rest of it's not great.
I mean, the curve was able to function, but that extension is
the extension's good. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of like Brett Sears.
What did I say about Luke Jewett, who just went off the board? Let me see. He was like one of my last guys that I wrote about.
Notice the Braves are also doing all pitching.
Yeah, they traded a lot for a lot of the guys they had.
Yeah, because teams always need pitching. There's always value in it.
Right. For Luke Jewett, I said started this year for the Bruins. Best success as a reliever. Not a control type, but was at his best in the Cape. So in the Cape, Luke Jewett, 11 Ks per 9, 3 walks per 9, high arm slot, fastball rides, velo in the mid-90s. I think most teams would be interested in him as a reliever. UCLA has a garbage developmental program. I think there's some traits to work with here. Could pop as a late day 2 project. I like the arm slot, like the fastball,
Diaz,
and there's decent.
It's a fun one to.
I liked Davis Diaz out of high school. I kind of thought Cleveland was going to be interested in high school. I heard from our friend at Vanderbilt, Arya Gerson, about him. Davis Diaz was not considered to be a shortstop by Vanderbilt. I think the data on him was a little more poor than I expected for someone who's a contact hitter. What was the?
I'll pull it up right now.
Yeah, no, it's not that bad.
No,
actually,
it's not bad. It's
19%. Yeah, 19% chase rate. Contact. Yeah, no power. But the problem with him is without the power, he's got to play a surefire shortstop. And Vanderbilt did not that Vanderbilt's done a great job recently, but she said that Vanderbilt clearly didn't think he was a shortstop. They were putting Jonathan Bastien at short for them. She didn't think that any scouts also saw him as a shortstop either. So if Davis Diaz can't play short, then he's a utility infielder as it is, but he's got to be able to play short. And Vanderbilt didn't see him that way.
He's enough contact. There's a chance there if he can play second. Like there's a chance.
Yeah, that's fair.
Sam Peterson. I didn't expect Iowa's second guy off the board to be Sam Peterson. The outfielder.
No, you were waiting for Kate Overmuller or Marcus Morgan.
Yeah.
So Cleveland's up in 4 picks. This is going to be an underslot signing for Cleveland. I would almost guarantee it because they went over.
We'll see.
You think? I don't know.
I think that
they moved a lot of money to grab Cameron Sullivan, so that's going to be interesting.
I mean, like I said, he was viewed as a guy outside the top 100, so it's like he's probably about 1 to 1.5. If you view that, you know, Oki was probably around 2. And then everyone else has been pretty high under slot. And I mean, according to my internet, I still don't have internet, guys. I just want you to know that, even though I am here, this is not the internet, apparently.
Oh, okay.
I'm being salty. That's all.
Well, what are you using a hotspot?
No, it's the Spectrum doesn't know they gave me internet back. I kind of liked Ryan Lambert at Oklahoma this year.
All I can say is thank God you're back, because when you were gone for a little bit, it was rough. People were saying I was doing a good job, and I didn't think I was, because I didn't know as many guys as you knew. It was getting kind of rough there for a second. Okay, someone's got to point out who Ian Fernandez is. This like an inside joke or something? Because we've got like 4 people talking about Ian Fernandez, and I got to be honest, guys. There's just not a lot of.
I mean, there is an Ian Fernandez, a catcher in California, but I don't.
That's it. But that's all the info that's out there. Like, there's just not a lot. So, like, if you guys
I'm surprised by Randy Flores. I was told they were going to get Jalen Flores. I wonder if now someone like mistyped something when they did that for the Angels, but wrong shortstop Flores.
Yeah. Does he have? Wasn't there a reliever Flores in the majors for a long time? Was that his dad?
I have no idea.
There was a Flores, Brian Flores. I can't remember There was a reliever in the majors for a long time, lefty
Jalen
Flores.
Jalen Flores hasn't been drafted yet. It's a bit of a surprise.
Cleveland's on the clock. Gavin Adams from Florida State just went to the Pirates, so Cleveland's on the clock. I don't know. I'm expecting this to be an underslot guy or a money saver.
It's who's the most expensive guy on the board? That's I'm gonna
probably Noah Franco at this point, isn't it?
No, it's probably Garrett Scholl, honestly.
Garrett Scholl, okay. They haven't, but high school hitters. This is not a good high school hitter class.
William Schmidt. They're gonna draft William Schmidt. Dax Whitney.
Yeah. I'm expecting a high school arm if they do. This is either a college arm or a high school arm. It is a college arm. Donovan Sazak from Ruckers. He is a left-handed. It's a senior sign.
It's a senior sign. Yeah, so he's a reliever.
Slot.
No, he's not a senior. He's technically a sophomore. This is the only year he has pitched. I kind of liked him. He's a draft eligible sophomore, is what he is. He's not a senior sign. He's a draft eligible sophomore. He's a reliever at Ruckers who's a draft eligible sophomore. He missed some bats this year, but his command was atrocious. That's why I did not write him up at all. He pitched a little bit in the Cape, but he's just got the 1 year at Ruckers, a lefty, misses bats, but no command. Lefty reliever, draft eligible sophomore, did not pitch in 23, had a very limited Cape run, but like a strikeout per 9 over 10 and a walk per 9 over 5. You and I actually talked about him. I don't know if you remember this, because he has a very low hit per 9. So when I was talking about how I look at hit per 9 at college players, it's not great against pros, but I was looking specifically at college players who guys cannot manage to pick up their stuff, is he came up. So that's why I remember him. And I looked at him again recently. He actually followed me this week. So I'll say that too. So I looked at him for that reason. And I'm going to go throw him a follow back, because I did not at the time.
He's already had 2 Tommy Johns, by the way. They said in the broadcast.
Yeah.
Wow.
So,
okay.
But he's got really good stuff. It's just.
Man, that's a risk, though. He's already had 2 Tommy Johns. Like, that's a.
And he's a reliever.
Yeah.
But yeah, he literally followed me like 2 days ago.
Okay. That's a lot of. That's definitely another money saver. And we've got a guest coming on here in a few minutes, Jeff, from another AL Central team who's drafted I like, but you don't like as much as I do. I have enjoyed the Tigers draft this year so far, at least day one. You were not as high.
You gonna bring on Raelio or Chris?
Raelio.
Love them both, so it's okay with me.
Yes.
So here is a pitchability. Here's his high school profile. Pitchability lefty, top dot 92. I feel like he's up to that. Tons of projection remaining. He was, and here's the other fun thing with him. Like he's a draft eligible sophomore because he was 19 on draft day 2 years ago. Good curveball. It just, he's been hurt a lot. I swear he followed me on Twitter this week, and now I can't find his name. It's like it's all a dang fever dream.
Donovan Zach followed you?
Yeah, I swear.
Oh, Conrad Kaden. I almost wrote up Conrad Kaden because again, he's a young for the class guy.
He really showed up at the who took him?
Boston. He's only 17. Again,
he showed up two-way guy. He showed up at the combine and turned some head.
Donovan Zach, by the way, has been playing on the Cape this winter. Has been playing on the Cape. Did you already say that? Did I miss that?
Yeah. He's missing bats, but the walk rate is not great.
It's not. You're right. Yeah. Brian Recca. I just saw our buddy Brian Recca's tweet from Prospects Live. He had it covered there. But yeah, he said fastball is explosive, up 99. Not wrong. Just he's had 2 TJs.
And he's a lefty, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's 8th rounder.
Yep. It's likely over slot.
Really? I don't think so.
He's a draft eligible sophomore.
A college reliever who's had 2 Tommy Johns, they're going to go over slot on in the 8th round?
Draft eligible sophomore. 8th round isn't that much money. Draft eligible sophomores are pricey. 99 is a lefty who's showing some things. It's not going to be a ton over slot, but I bet you he is a little bit over the slot.
Just interesting. He's already had 2 Tommy John surgeries, and he is definitely 100% a reliever. And is there anybody you can think of that they would go over slot on a reliever this late? Here's some good data. 33% whiff rate on the fastball. Oh my, fastball 20 inches of ride on the fastball. Ride. Okay, all right. Well, this is interesting.
Yeah, he is.
And he does throw hard. Ruckers tweeted a while ago, 97 to 99. He can dial it up there. Okay. I went from being very iffy on this pick to being a lot more interested because of the stuff. This is not all right. It's not a senior signer leader. You're right. All right,
no, he is.
He
started towards the end of the year. I mean, he is raw, but lots of ceiling.
Man, all right.
He doesn't have a Twitter account, even though I swore. I'm like, why was I swear, like I don't know. Am I dreaming these things now?
I mean, favorite Guardians pick is Bazana, right? Are we talking today or in general? It's obviously Bazana. If we're talking day 2, it's Joe Yoki for me. I really like Joe Yoki coming to this class, but I gotta be. I mean, I know it's Jeff. You and I feel the same about high school pitchers. High school pitchers scare the crap out of me, but if you're gonna have, this is where you spend the money on. Like, it's a poor high school hitter class. A lot of the college arms went, and you're not going to spend a lot of money on them anyway. They had the money to spend, so you know what? This is the year you go out and you do it. You spend your money on high upside high school arms, and you hope a couple work out. Like, that's where the money goes. You can only draft. You can only draft who is available, right? Like, you can't draft players that aren't there. And the high school pitching crop was better this year than the high school hitting crop. So if you're going to go out and spend the money you have, they had to do it, and they'd done it on 3 high school arms that, again, it's high upside and it's high risk, but that's where the class sits, and they have the money to spend. They had to do it.
Kind of like Luke Hayden, who Cincinnati took there. Oh, my dude. Padres took one of my dudes. Told you he'd go on day 2. Go look.
Who was that?
It's someone I guaranteed you was going on day 2 of the draft.
Oh yeah, Nick Wisman from Dayton. All right, you were on Nick Wisman like months ago, like back in February, I think, or March.
Yeah, I watched him against Wake.
Yeah, he was interesting. He did say he'd be a day 2 guy. All right, we got our man Raelio's coming in. Let's do it. Can add a third voice so that way people aren't sick. So what's up, Raelio?
How you guys doing?
We're doing good, man.
well.
So Raelio, for those who aren't familiar, does a ton of work for a bunch of different places, but Motor City Bengals. Really, where's all your work at? You're at so many different places. I can't even keep up.
Really, it's pretty much anything to do with fan-sided. But right now, it's all my work's going towards the Tiger Minor report. So Chris and I,
Okay.
I actually see if Chris was available too, because I know that we've been studying and breathing the draft just like you guys have been the last few weeks.
Yeah. Raelio does great work on Tiger stuff. They are, for my money, the best Tigers account out there. They've had former Indians great first baseman Ryan Garco on their podcast, who is now the Tigers director of player development. I actually ran into Ryan Garco in Lake County not too long ago, and I rolled my window down, and I was sitting there waiting to talk to Stephen Kwan, and I said, "Hey, Ryan," and he had no idea who I was. He's like, "Okay, this is some weirdo sitting in the car." And I was like, "Oh, Ryan, you don't know me. Don't worry." But I was a big fan of yours back in the late 2000s. And he's like, "Oh, thanks." And they just kept walking. I think he was probably mortified that some stranger was saying hi to him in the parking lot. But that
was the first time
I listened.
The first time I met him was that same way. I shook his hand in the press box, and then he goes, "Oh, you're the Tiger Minor Report guy." I realized, so same look. Yeah,
you guys, man, the Tigers seem to love you. That's awesome. The Guardians tolerate us. Like, none of the major accounts follow us, and they let us in on the media Zooms and things like that. But the Tigers like you more than the Guardians like us.
I gotta throw this one out to you, Justin. This amused me. I was going through Twitter. Miami Hurricanes baseball just retweeted that this is officially a Cleveland Guardians fan account. I thought that was kind of funny with all the Miami teams.
I mean, the Guardians are loving Miami right now. You got Walters, Kafis, you got Schlesinger. So
Schlesinger and Jacob. Two guys we've talked about a lot this year. Jacob Jenkins Coward just went to the Marlins.
Okay.
And Sam Garcia from Oklahoma State.
Sam Garcia was one of my dudes. He's such good pitchability.
Senior. This is a fun round for our dudes because I really like Nick Wisman. That was it's also fun with him because it's 4-year GR, which means graduate student. You don't see that often.
Yeah. I was gonna say you see it more in football, right?
You see it more in football. But I saw him pitch against Wake earlier this year, and he just made them look foolish, like a sidearm, weird slot guy who missed a ton of bats. And I was like, Justin, this is a guy to know. Like I told him, this guy's gonna go in the top 10 rounds. Just watch. As a senior sign, I'm not saying he's like a top 200 talent, but I'm like, this is a guy who a team's going to think, hey, we can maybe find a sidearm reliever here. So I don't know. It's always fun to see that. Tigers, your fans, I hear on day one, loved the draft. They just absolutely loved.
I liked it.
I liked it a lot.
I liked it as well, but it sounded like it was maybe not universally.
And that's where a lot of the fans right now are in a state of they want things they just. Under a new regime, they're still trying to get used to things. And I think what it is that they, based off what we discussed about having some impactful players, for example, I was a big fan of Cam Smith, but then I think they wanted a little more, they saw what happened last year. Last year was such a once in a generational draft as it looks like to be. And I think the Tigers wanted some more impact right away because they want to dissolve the taste of Javi Baez out of their mouth. And they want somebody that can come up right away. Because, perhaps they see Paul Skeens, the Wyatt Langford thing, the whole thing, a lot of those factors. And so I think there's two schools of thought. Tiger fans who know, okay, this is a legitimate shortstop that they drafted and long term, and they understand that this is going to be a long-term play. And the fans now who are upset that they're just under a couple games under 500 and want something right now.
Yeah, I'm the pitcher. Jeff was not as big a fan as I was on Ethan Schiefelbein too. I like Schiefelbein. I think he's got. I think
that's 90% of why you not to knock any of their picks, but you were getting very close to leaving your wife for Ethel Schiefelbein based on the reports. I
was in early on Schiefelbein. Jaden Volker just won, of course.
Tampa, that's another fun. That's a really fun run there.
Early.
Yeah.
Man, Ray's got
a fun day.
Ray's got that Jaden.
So all three of us are Vogler fans. That's a nice pick in the 8th round for that. I found some stuff. That guy, when he was in high school, he looked like me physically. He has transformed his body to get to where he is in a few short years. He is that's a kid who's just the arrow is strongly up on. Just and I were discussing him this week. Eighth round's been fun. This is a fun group in the eighth round here.
Yeah,
I was just gonna say, I was gonna ask you guys.
Interesting dudes.
I did want to ask you guys about is it just me, or is there a big Midwest vibe feel heavy draft on this draft so far? Because I feel there's a lot of guys from usually it's always the coast, it's always the West Coast or the East Coast, and then you got your big schools in the SEC and the ACC. But it feels like there's, to me, like you're seeing, like, remember I saw Luke Kaden go over to Cincinnati in the eighth round. Is there just, I don't know, it just seems like there's a lot of Midwestern upside players going in the last couple rounds, especially.
Yeah, because Cleveland took Cameron Sullivan from Indiana. We are seeing more. Ohio, we had 2 Wisconsin prep kids. It is interesting to see that. Multiple Michigan prep players. Illinois as well. Basically, most of the Midwest outside of Ohio, we're seeing more of that upside and growth. I feel like, and consistency, right? Like,
had a lot of Iowa and Indiana guys today,
yeah,
I feel
like
there has been a lot of
I live
dudes.
I live in Wisconsin now, and it used to be a time where, like, you would get, like, every other year. Now Wisconsin's putting a guy in the top 3 rounds every single year. Like, it's the consistency of it instead of it being like, once or twice. It's every year they're having 1 to 2 guys, and I think that's what we're seeing. Like Michigan, it feels like every year there's at least one guy to talk about. I said it's weird because there was a time in the 80s where Ohio had the top prep player like 3 years in a row, but for whatever reason, was it Kent Merker, Ken Griffey Jr., and then I can't think who the third guy was. But now Ohio is just, last year, they've had a few guys like Cole Emerson a year ago, and was it, I can't think of, like, Jacob something, who was the pitcher. I want to say Jacob Liberty, but I think he pitched at Liberty High School, and that's what I'm thinking. But Ohio hasn't seen the same consistency yet. But it is nice to see a rise in the Midwest, because back when I lived in Ohio and would go to college games, let alone high school games, it was definitely hey, there's like one scout here who I could maybe buddy up on and get more data.
Yeah, especially because I feel like it was the Nori pick by the Phillies, the kid out of Northville, Michigan, not too far from where I live. That surprised me a little bit because I thought he would maybe go early second round. His father, by the way, is a coach for the Minnesota Timberwolves. He was a guy who was, fun fact, my sister actually went to high school. She was a alumni of my high school, had the same class as my sister. And her husband, was a T-Wolves coach, and they met when she was a Pistons cheerleader when he coached here with the Pistons. So, but then the kid from Okemos too. Again, I thought it maybe third round, but just it's good to see Michigan that. But then, as far as Ohio goes, do you guys think it's because perhaps Ohio's focus? I mean, Ohio's producing football players, right?
What the funny thing is, the top prep player in Ohio this year is Braylon Krenzel.
Yeah, Craig Krenzel's son is the top Ohio prospect, and I don't think he's getting picked. He's going to get to college.
Yeah, he's a University of Tennessee commit. So I mean, he's like, he's a decent prospect. You don't get to go to Tennessee if you're not good. Yeah. So we'll see how it goes with him. But yeah, it's weird. I mean, they had Colt Emerson and God, why am I blanking on the second baseman, AJ Ewing? Right, like last year was kind of a once in a blue moon where they had 2 guys go on. I think the top 2 rounds. Before that, like I said, there was one pitcher whose name I'm blanking on, and then it was a big gap. I mean, it's like Cameron Vagra, who was like a second round pick to the Rays. It's just not been there.
Who's your favorite Tigers pick so far? Is it who ended up being your favorite Tigers pick?
I will say of the guys who they picked so far outside of Bruce Rayner, I would say I really like Ethan Shuffleman, because I mean that was a guy who I thought the Tigers would feel like would find a way to maximize or weaponize a little bit, because based off his stuff, I mean for his age, shows really good depth on his curveball, really good changeup too as well. There's a lot of upside to him, and I think if the Tigers continue to do what they're doing with lefties, he also, what I like about him, in fact, he has size to grow and a little bit of grow into him. So, him so far, I would have to say of the second or of the the first pick. I thought the first pick, and talk about Rayner. The Tigers didn't. Well, the funny thing was I think the Tigers were surprised he was there at 11, based off on I was on a press conference call. Yesterday. 100%. It was just that the vibe was that, I knew the Tigers were there, but he had literally the Detroit was like, thank you. And but he didn't know too much about Detroit or anything, but the swing, I mean, the fact that he made those impactful swings, his compact swing got quicker. It's just I love his back control. There's a lot I like about Rainer, and I think for Tiger fans right now, this is a guy who maybe might move through the system pretty quickly too. If you look at Colt Keith's rise, and Colt Keith was a 5th round, and this is where I was talking about fans earlier. Colt Keith, within a year, I mean, I remember we saw him at West Michigan, just how quickly and I think this is going to be the same case. I think the Tiger fans are going to be pleasantly surprised to see how quickly Rainer goes through the system.
I agree. I think Rainier for me, I think was in the conversation for as a better prep prospect than Connor Griffin. Like Connor Griffin, obviously high risk, high reward, like very toolsy player and a lot of athletic traits, but a lot of questions about the hit tool and also the high school competition in there in his state, also not great. Rainier comes from California. I know he's older for the class, but I think he's going to hit
big time.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
Harvard.
He's going to hit, and he's got the ability to fall back. Like, let's say worst case scenario for him, shortstop doesn't work. They can try to pitch him. He can turn around and try to pitch like that. I'm sure you've seen the videos. That delivery to me is so easy. He has such an easy velocity and delivery. Like, I just think too much athleticism for him to fail there. I know athletes don't always work out, but I really like it. Obviously, I like Scheifelbein. I didn't think Scheifelbein was gonna. I thought he was going to get to college, honestly. Like UCLA guys always sign, I feel like. So are they going to have to go way over slot to get him? Is that what you're
They
hearing?
shouldn't.
Do you think that
they shouldn't sign.
No,
really? I mean, no, he shouldn't sign, but you don't think there's a big money issue there for him?
For Rainer?
Scheifelbein?
Oh,
Scheifelbein.
I don't think so. I mean, I think that I think they'll end up doing. I mean, if you could look at it this way, they might go a little bit over based off who they drafted, like the guys are like Jack Penny and Wood and Aiden, even like Jackson Strong. So I think what they're going to do is they're saving their money for a guy like Hall and Scheffelbun to be signed. So I don't like that's where I think that the picks that we've seen since the 4th round is where they're like, okay, well, we're going to use the money. Here's the $3 remaining we have. We're going to just throw at those first.
Senior signs.
Senior signs.
I liked Massey and I like Josh Randall too. Josh Randall was on my list early in the year. He's a fun one. I think he can pitch. I think that's going to be a fun one. And I kind of like Jack Penny coming to the year. I'm not as throughout the year. I wasn't as big on Jack Penny as the year went on, but coming into the year, I was interested. So I don't know. I'm not sure how you feel about him, but
I don't. You know what's funny? I didn't know too much about him at all because I mean, I also tried. Just as funny. You and I, you're a Buckeye fan, and I respect that. And I went to U of M, and we have this mutual respect for each other, like as fans, because our fan bases do not. But I digress. Notre Dame is Notre Dame is the same way. Sometimes I just Notre Dame, and just because. Long story short, but anyway, Penny I didn't know too much about, and did the further research a little bit. It makes sense too because if there's a theme that the Tigers continue to do, is Penny comes from the Northeast, usually from the Boston area. And Jackson Strong's from the New York area. The Tigers notoriously scout that northeastern area very well. And so it kind of makes sense. And I see Jack Penny as a kind of like the Jim Jarvis of this draft a little bit, a guy who has some upside to him and could do a couple things. I mean, he was a third baseman at one point, and then they moved him over the short. So if he could play the left side of the infield right now, I think that plays out well. I think it's more of like a depth pick, but I was more of a fan of the Woody 18 pick because some of the contact rate is insane.
Lowest chase rate in college baseball.
Yeah.
The data I
really?
had.
Woody Hayden. Okay.
Yeah. No power at all, but he does not chase. He does not chase at the lowest chase rate, I believe. I think he was.
If you play short, then you're all good.
Penny is interesting because he's also currently playing in the Cape. It's the 2nd year in the Cape.
How's he doing? Okay.
Not so great this year, but he was solid a year ago in the Cape. Like no power at all, but he's, he future utility guy that you're maybe cutting a deal with is
so
very solid.
He was somebody I was not hip to. I didn't follow him throughout the year just because I can't remember why, but I looked at him early in the year and I thought about writing him up and I was like, I don't know. So maybe I didn't follow him enough. So I don't really know very well enough how things went for him.
So Aiden, by the way, is I just wanted to mention this real quick. Aiden is 6 players with contact rates greater than or equal to 84%, but a 90th percentile exit velocity less than equal to 102. So yeah, he's in that. Yeah, but still, I mean, he doesn't. Again, there's a miss, but like he doesn't chase either. So
yeah, and Cleveland likes those types too. Just try to teach him to hit the ball in the air more, or do bat speed camps, or work on it with weighted bats. You never know. Michael Massey, I liked Massey too.
You know what I liked you guys. I really wanted was Oki. Really wanted that.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. You had DM me and you said you really liked Joey Oki. I was a big fan coming to the year. I think I like Oki more than Jeff does, but I was a big fan coming to the year. But I know a lot of other teams were interested in him.
Yeah, the reason why I like him too is I feel like this is a kind of guy that the Tigers would like, and I know Cleveland would probably even. I know Cleveland is going to end up doing this somehow, some way. They're going to make him into a weapon. I mean, his stuff is really good for his age. Just able to spin the ball up there, just dominating at times. And again, maybe it's a competition or not, but he looked really good to me. It's just size, extension. It was everything I liked about him a lot, and that was a very good pick for Cleveland. To me, I was just like, damn it.
It's just that situation where they every single pitcher they've taken on day 2 has significant reliever risk. That's the one thing I'll say for Cleveland. They have taken all pitchers, and every single one you can put an asterisk next to the name and say reliever risk. It's been pretty high.
This is not a good class for hitters. That's just what it is.
No, it's the
I don't
depth
even know if I have any hitters. I still have Hunter Carnes, but I think Carnes is going to college.
I did not bet on Jack Young being the second pitcher out of Iowa. Let me say that now.
Yeah,
I think he would be.
I mean, excuse me one moment. I'm just going to let my dog has to go outside. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, no, you're good.
I did.
Jay Abernathy is still there, and Terrence Keel is still there. Jeff, I would still. They've taken so many pitchers. I mean, you know who's still there? It hasn't gone yet. It's Chase Mobley.
Yeah, he's not going.
Yeah,
going to
man.
I don't know if you saw. We had a fun little moment where one of our listeners, their college roommate got drafted.
Yeah, who was that?
Edgar Alvarez from Nichols State, I believe. First baseman went to the Cubs. He hit 400 this year. He's like a 6'4" guy. Walked twice as much as he struck out. He had double-digit home runs. Senior sign, but that's pretty cool. We had someone in chat whose college roommate just got drafted. So. Congratulations to Edgar, and congratulations to Dylan there. It's gotta be a fun experience. Cade McGee, that's a fun name.
Oh geez, Cade McGee.
St. Louis
again, another all
having a good draft. I like how the White Sox have now pulled the name off. Right now on Draft Tracker, there is no name listed.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. Well, who's it supposed to be?
Jack Young was who it was a second ago. It was like a senior sign reliever there. That's weird.
I wrote Cade McGee up early in the year, but there's no pop there. There's absolutely no power.
I can't believe I had like a fever dream that like apparently 2 days ago that I thought Donovan Zazic followed me. So I don't know. That's weird. But
I didn't know that name, so I'm glad you did at least. Cade McGee, 20% chase rate. 77% contact rate, exit velocity of 90 percentile exit velocity of 103.2. So, and he is not a premium defender either. So, someone's going to have to teach him to hit the ball harder somehow. I don't see it.
Yeah,
you like that pick though, Jeff?
Cade McGee. I mean, in the 9th round, it's fine. It's
fine. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not
I'm not exciting. Yeah, it's not very exciting. The Cardinals have had an interesting draft.
Yeah, I feel I think out of the
there's a guy you like, Jackson Jenkins. Just went to the Mets, Justin.
It's a good one.
What I
liked about the Cardinals the draft is that
remember
or Jelkin. Remember we talked about Jelkin.
The guy was picked by the Dodgers a couple years ago, and he's been constantly hurt.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was going to say I like the Ryan Campos pick from Arizona in the 4th round. That was a really good pick by Arizona and St. Louis. And I feel like they, even without I don't think they had a 2nd round pick. Brian Holiday out of Oklahoma State, that's some really good value for them. That's a guy who I think, I don't know about you guys, but I thought maybe had a little bit of reliever risk to him.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Oh, dude.
Brian Holiday. I liked Brian Holiday in college.
Deuce Garrison just went to the Pirates.
Deuce Gorson from
UCLA.
Santa Barbara?
No, UCLA.
Oh.
Yeah. Another UCLA.
Who am I
guy.
thinking of? Who am I thinking of? The other shortstop.
Danner Norby was the Barbara guy.
No, the guy. I'm thinking the Irvine kid. Deuce. They had a shortstop named Deuce. Who's the Irvine shortstop, Jeff? Come on. One of you guys, Chef. One of you guys.
Can I say for a moment, when I was reading Jelkin's thing, it says he operated with a hittable 92 to 95 mile an hour fastball. But I read that is a hillbilly 92 to 95 mile an hour fastball because I don't have my glasses on. I'm like, wow, what's a hillbilly fastball? Sean Matson from Harvard. That's back-to-back years with Harvard picks, right?
Oh yeah, because Cleveland took
Jay Driver.
Cleveland took Jay Driver from Harvard. I see Chris is hanging out. Chris, I'm gonna add you in here in a second. I'm just putting up a new graphic.
Was it wait? So, you know what, Justin? I think that guy you're talking about was in the 2021 draft too. The other Deuce for the.
What's up, Chris?
Sure, what's happening, guys?
We're just talking about Deuces.
Remember the Deuce? Remember the Deuce? Was there a shortstop that got drafted at UCLA in 2021 named Deuce?
Oh, boy, I remember there's a Dub Gleed this year. I will say
Gleed. That's who it is. Dub Gleed. I'm sorry, not Deuce. Dub Gleed. See, Chris comes on and he gets it right away.
Tigers picked Zach Swanson, a right-hander out of the Washington.
High school.
That's a over slaughter.
Cleveland's pick is in. It is
Sean Matson. That's the Harvard kid.
Oh, that's the Harvard kid. Okay,
back-to-back Harvard kids. Back-to-back to Harvard.
And if I may, I would like to say that the hillbilly fastball is probably one that ends up in the dirt.
Yes.
How you guys doing? You guys
are. My family's from West Virginia, so I can laugh and make all of those jokes.
So is my mom is from West Virginia.
I am this very common 3/4 Lebanese Arabic and 1/4 West Virginian. You know, yes. You hear about that all the time. The West Virginia Arab mix, very very common.
The hummus hills.
Yes. My grandma was from the hills, and my other grandma made a lot of hummus, so that is a perfect combination.
Looking this Zach Swanson thing is exciting. So yeah, I mean I I'm sure you guys are going through and analyzing the entire all these picks, which is spectacular. I'm sure you've covered the entirety of Cleveland's draft to death and all that stuff, but
we're commenting every pick because we're trying at this point. Like we did obviously spent a lot of time last night on Bazan and everything else, but today we were just doing this for the sickos because I took today off of work to do this, and I'm a teacher. We're just trying to wrap everybody up. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? God bless you, Justin, because I couldn't. I did 5 hours yesterday. I couldn't do it today. There was no way I could do. I mean, we're doing a show tonight later. I mean, we're doing the minor league recap, and that's like take an hour, but I couldn't. Multiple hours is one thing. I don't know. I could have done that today, but here I am doing we're doing another podcast in a little while. So
just as a quick note to Justin, Matson was really, really good in the Cape last year.
Okay, missed that one. There you go.
And he's in the Cape right now.
Oh, Chris, there's a lot to like about this Swanson kid.
Yeah, it sounds like a little bit of risk there with some strike throwing issues and mechanics or whatever. But
Cleveland took one of those guys.
Yeah. No. Well, I mean, you got to do it, right?
Yeah, take a few.
Trust your development staff. It's interesting. I'll say this. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I messaged Raelio yesterday, and I said I really loved day one of the Tigers draft. I was just going to say, I don't know if he told you, but I was Jeff joked earlier that it's like, I'm going to leave my wife for Ethan Scheifelbein, which that would not be good because I think he's young for the class. So we're a lot of my age range there, but I really like Ethan Scheifelbein.
Justin loves those underagers. He's a fan.
This is being recorded for you. Come on.
No, I'd like him a lot.
I really liked that pick yesterday.
He just pitches, man. He knows how to pitch. It's kind of fun, and I've seen a couple interviews with him where he seems really like advanced and understanding of how to pitch. And it's if you pull a Cleveland right and squeeze out a couple more miles of velocity, you got a really interesting arm there. And even if you don't, he seems like a pretty solid bet to be a back end arm. So yeah, I like that pick a lot.
I just thought he'd end up at college because UCLA guys are so hard to sign.
I mean, I think guys are getting smart to UCLA being a terrible place.
Yeah, they're all transferring away, right? Like, everyone's left.
It was a rough year for UCLA.
It's also a Big Ten school now, so
it's weird to say that.
That's a good point. Ryan McChrystal, I almost wrote him up too. That's an interesting pick by the Reds.
Yeah,
that was a top 100. Wasn't McChrystal a top 100 guy in some lists?
No, but he's an interesting guy.
Yeah.
I feel like Zane Zielinski is a guy whose younger brother I wrote up a few years ago. I'm just trying to go track that down and see.
Matson, by the way, Jeff, was the Cape reliever of the year a year ago.
Yeah.
So his first year on the Cape, he was the reliever of the year in the Cape.
Yeah, I mean, did you look at the stats in the Cape that year?
Yeah, that's fantastic. 26 strikeouts, 3 walks, and 21 innings. That'll play.
Yeah.
Didn't Jay Driver also pitch on the Cape?
I
think he did.
I can't recall.
Come on, Jeff. Where's all your memory going?
Right
now, I'm lost on where we are. I like. I went back to the Mets pick. I like Jackson Jelkin.
Hudson White is interesting there. It's currently a fun one right now. Again, all these rounds, it's like we've put too much time into this. Where it's like most of these picks we have a comment on. I'm like, I could talk about. I don't need to. The fact we're 300 in and I'm commenting on almost at least one in every 2 is not.
Yeah, like I said, today's the day for the sickos.
No, and I get it, man. When you have the first overall pick, we've seen the Tigers have that twice in the last couple of years. You start going, you're like, I gotta know every single player of this draft, and I know you do that anyway, Jeff. But it's different. It's a different animal when the team you follow is picking first.
Yeah, we've never experienced it. Yeah, it's
kind of hard for me to believe that during those
Jay Driver 2023 in the Cape.
Well, my favorite, and my listeners are probably tired of hearing this, is it used to go, AL, NL, AL, NL, and they took Greg Swindell and Jeff Mutis, and the year in between, the one year they needed to suck, that they didn't suck, was Ken Griffey Jr. So they were the worst team in the American League, bookending the Ken Griffey Jr. draft years. So they were this close to being having Griffey on those 90s teams, which is kind of crazy to think about.
Yeah, and that's one of the
they
things.
Would have screwed it up somehow.
Well, the Tigers had the worst American League team of all time in 2003, ended up picking second in 2004 because of that old rule. The Padres picked first and took Matt Bush, and the Tigers had to settle for Justin Verlander.
It's a shame.
What a waste.
It was, and then I can't remember who was picking 3rd or 4th that year, but I just remember leading up to that draft, them being a lot of hope that the Pirates would pass, and the Pirates being like, "Nope, we're not passing."
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. Well, I was looking at the tracker earlier.
That was a Dave Dombrowski draft, or not Dave Dombrowski, David Littlefield draft, wasn't it?
All the Pirates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pirates were the gift that keeps giving for a lot of drafts.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Dub.
Jeff, do you see who retweeted you, by the way? All right. I see. Thank God Chris came in here and was like, yeah, I know who that is.
Who retweeted me?
I thought I was crazy.
What did I say?
Chris Drill retweeted your Donovan Zask tweet. Chris Drill, the Guardians Associate Scout from Long Island.
Associate Scout. So apparently that's probably his guy. Long Island. I mean, the Ruckers won. So I'll take that as a win.
I guess Rucker would be his dude. That's a weird profile. That's me. I disappeared for a second.
By the way, the Tigers are doing their scouting department. Whenever a guy gets picked of theirs, they're doing the pizza spear thing with the pizza. After the Tigers hit home run, you do the Little Caesars pizza thing. Apparently, the scouting department's right on it. It looks really cheesy. But
what's interesting about that, that's their home run celebration this year, which is really corny. But whatever, they have the pizza spear, and I
like it.
I thought that was Spencer Torkelson's idea.
It was Spencer Torkelson's idea.
So
that's the ironic thing about the whole thing.
It feels a little cursed to me.
Ooh, yeah.
But
what do you mean? That's why he showed why you always take right-handed first baseman high.
Well, that's one of the things. They were so worried about being the first team to ever take a right first baseman or college first baseman first overall that they pretended he was a third baseman. And I don't know why they cared so much. But isn't Bazan the first ever second baseman to go first overall?
First ever second baseman.
Still here? Okay, I'm like.
Yeah, you're still here. Yeah, he was the first ever one to go there. That's why we were curious if they would announce him as a second baseman or not. And Justin's like, I don't know if they want to do that. And I'm like, I think they do. I think they'll want to be the first one to ever do that. I think it's not as much of a negative for them.
Yeah, and if you're going to take, I mean, it's not like you're taking an old school, O-Dog second baseman. This is a kid who's going to hit 25, 30 home runs.
I just remember, it's probably even someone so I won't mention names. He seems like a nice enough guy, but there's definitely a Tigers fan who was in my mentions during the Torkelson time who was like, he's a generational talent. I'm like, can we maybe slow down a little bit on the generation?
Oh, wait, is his initials HF?
Yes.
I know. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
He's a nice guy. I've had really good interactions. He and I talked about Conforto being, James Tibbs having Conforto stuff. But yeah.
He's a big draft guy too. He likes the draft.
Yeah. He'll DM Chris, but he won't talk to me for whatever reason. I don't know why he doesn't talk to me. I don't know what his deal is. I know why. I think it's because we got in an argument about Gamer Candelario, and I was saying that there's upside with Candelario, and he's like, "No, Candelario is a bum," and we got into it. And then, I don't really on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. I sometimes I'll make a point, but if I lose out, I lose out. It's no big deal. And I was just the way he was going about it too. It's just we don't talk anymore. So.
I've never quite known. I mean, he seems to like what he does. I don't know who he is. He's kind of like one of those guys. I'm like,
Chris and I think he works for the FBI or the government. Or
he absolutely does. I think because he's in the outskirts of Virginia. It's like Langley, Virginia, or something like that. Okay, all right.
What is your guy? He has some good data and information occasionally, but he's just one of those fun random Tigers fans. And then I have a ton of Detroit family, so then I always get a bunch of questions. What about this guy? What about that guy? I'm like, I don't know. Okay.
By the way, out of all the division opponents, I mean, in terms of drafts, who do you guys like the most? Because I like the Twins draft a lot. I really I liked Culpepper at that. I thought maybe it was a little bit of a stretch, but I still like that pick overall for the Twins.
I was not a Twins guy. That is my least. The Orioles have my least favorite draft overall. I don't know, Culpepper. It's just his chase rate and the low exit velocity. He struck me as kind of a backup. I wasn't as sold on some of their early picks.
I like DeBarge coming into the year.
Yeah, I like that. I was gonna say DeBarge is fun.
There was another guy who had
I don't like Billy
big
Amick
jump in chase rate. They did a lot of chase guys because Culpepper chases, Amick chases, DeBarge chases. They went high on guys at chase rate, in the red.
Dason Hill is my favorite pick by them. But he's left-handed Tristan McKenzie. He's got no weight to him at all. He's $165, 6'5", 6'4". He's got to gain 20 pounds, and if he doesn't, he's lefty.
I wasn't the biggest Jack guy, but I kind of really like what Kansas City is done as a whole.
A whole lot of pitching.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of three relievers in there, but they're kind of interesting.
And a good name there, Kenyon Brown.
Dennis Kohlerin, the guy at Northwestern, because Detroit does a really good job of scouting the area, and I thought if he was there, perfect example of a guy who would probably come in and be a quick reliever who would rise up through the system for the Tigers. But that was a good pick by KC.
I agree that Kohleran's got a nasty fastball. I am all over that kid. I actually tweeted about him there a couple weeks ago before the draft, and he followed me. And he retweeted a couple of things I said, but I was like, he's got a really nasty fastball. I think that's a good get by KC. I think LP Langevin is going to be in the majors at the end of the year. I wouldn't be shocked. I really liked LP Langevin, and I love Shields. I like Beam. I think Beam's solid. He's not saying anything sexy, but he's nice. Causey is a nice arm. They picked a bunch of interesting dudes. I didn't really care for Minnesota's draft, and then the White Sox. Hank Smith's great, and then after that. It was Sam Antonacci, who has no power, but that's it.
I like Antonacci. Yeah, I mean, I like Bonmer. It's if you can, he's got the traits, right? If you're just drafting traits, he's about as good as it gets from a prep kid. And it's a terrible prep hitter class, so it just comes down to those traits. And they've done well with Colson Montgomery, who was a traits guy, who was another third baseman. So it's they do have some record with that. Montgomery is a pretty blank slate when they got him. So I don't know. I got some hope there. I don't necessarily love the rest of day 2 for them.
I do like the Blake Larson. That was a guy who also liked the kid out of IMG.
Yeah. Oh no, Jeff Marcus Morgan's off the board to the Phillies. 9th round.
It makes sense. Listen, they
like big stuff, dudes. They love
the other Iowa kid, right?
It's such an athlete. And Iowa is such a poop show that
Yeah, I thought that the Tigers might go after an Iowa kid or two because they have a pitching coach that came from Iowa, but I don't think they've if anybody has followed him to Detroit yet.
Well, I mean, Cade Overmuller is still there.
Yeah, that was Raj mentioned him earlier, and I made a dad joke about having to go Ober slot. Hey,
I made the
That's
joke
great
about
because he's got a dad who played in the major. So there you go. That fits perfect.
I made a bad joke about the kid they picked out of Notre Dame because they're
Penny.
Yeah, Penny, because they're literally going to pay him pennies because they're going to overdraft everybody else.
Yeah, I was thinking pinching their pennies there, right?
Yeah. They did. I mean, they definitely had a couple kids there in the middle that were, like, I looked at Penny. Penny wasn't even invited to the combine, or he may have been invited but didn't go. So I think that's one where you can go under the 75%, like the Kumar Rocker rule.
Yeah,
you can go down to like 50 grand or whatever. You're saving.
Yeah, if he wasn't there,
400 grand.
As long as, I mean, like, was it JJ Weatherholt was there, but he didn't do medicals. If you didn't do medicals, then it all comes down to the medicals.
You have to take the physical.
Yeah.
And I guess that's not necessarily public information for most of us. Like they don't, but I assume that most of these guys who went there, like if you're not in like the first round, I assume you're taking the physical because you want that 75% guarantee. But I mean, I think Tommy White didn't take it either. Sorry.
Oh, well, that's not good for him because he had shoulder surgery or is having shoulder surgery. So
he had between years, I believe, between sophomore and junior season.
I thought he had to have it coming up.
Oh, well, that wouldn't be good either.
Doesn't he need to have shoulder surgery like soon already?
I don't know,
Jeff.
Which guy? Sorry,
Tommy White.
Tommy White. Did he already have shoulder?
No, he hasn't had it yet. He's got to have surgery when the season's over.
I thought he had it between this year and last year.
No, he's played the whole year with a busted shoulder.
Oh.
That's why his exit velocity is down. This year is he played with the hurt shoulder.
What do you guys think of the Diamondbacks draft? Because I
loved it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say
it might be one of my favorite. It's probably my favorite so far.
You get Caldwell, Schmidt, Walden Smith, and Dix all right there. And JD Dix, I thought he had a really good prep profile.
I had him. I don't know if I was the highest. I had him 40th on my board, and I'll admit the bias of I almost taught at his high school. I drive past that school all the time. I know the area.
He knows where JD Dix lives.
I don't. I will say that. I know his general. I don't know his house. But I thought he's like high school JJ Weatherholt, if I'm being honest. Was the guy I was pretty high on. So I liked all of their draft. And they had some nice day 2 picks. I'm trying to think who was it that was
Daniel Egan.
Crap. Daniel Egan was a fun guy.
I love Daniel Egan.
Connor Foley is a reliever. He's a reliever. He's a reliever, but I think he's got some upside as a reliever. Ivan Luciano was just fun for the fact that I don't see guys get stolen from the MAC. Two MAC commits got stolen in the draft.
Miami of Ohio.
Yeah. I've never seen someone commit in Miami
Kent State
of Ohio.
kid today.
Yeah, I mean that one I was more expected, but I mean both were kids.
Who took the Kent State kid again? Who was that?
Pirates. Pirates was the
I like
you
that
like.
One. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like Puerto Rican kids are usually committed to Florida Atlantic or something like that, and then they get pilfered. Miami, Ohio.
Did he get confused which Miami was recruiting him?
Really possible.
Did they misrepresent themselves? I mean, it's a beautiful campus. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like he probably lowered his bonus. He's like, "Wait, Miami and Ohio? I thought I was going to Miami and Florida." He's like, "I'll take senior sign money. Just don't make me go to a winter in Ohio."
First picture he looks up in Miami, Ohio is just this, after a snowstorm or something to that effect.
One of my best friends is Puerto Rican, who I met at Ohio State, and just in the winter she didn't leave. She would go to her classes, come back, and all she would do was complain. So I'm just trying to picture someone directly from Puerto Rico experiencing an Ohio winter for the first time and how that would go.
Oh, I can't imagine.
So let's see here. The Fisher Jamison went to Florida.
That's a fun one for the Rockies.
Colorado.
Rockies have had a fun draft. I like what the Rockies have done. I don't know if they're going to be able to develop the guys.
They're going to ruin. Yeah, they're not going to do much with Brody Brecht.
Did you guys see the look on what was
it's Brody Brecht. Yeah.
Watching him go, shoot, I'm going to Colorado. His face just looked like, oh man. My development's going to die. I mean, I thought the Dodgers, even for a stretch, I know it was kind of a stretch for the Tigers to get him at 12.
I had him to the Dodgers as well. I was like, because that was just, I thought it made sense. He was that guy. Was it him and Seaver King over the last month really seemed to to show some positive growth in the last month of the year. And I thought it would pay off for Brecht, and it unfortunately for him did not. And it's kind of reminded me when that whole thing happened of I don't know if I still call it great. I don't know if it's a movie I'm allowed to talk about anymore. It's called the Kentucky Fried Movie by the
that's a classic. Yeah.
And it's like in that movie, there's like a thing making fun of Bruce Lee's dragon where it's like, you can torture me, you can do whatever you want. And he's like, that's it. Send him to Detroit. And he starts screaming.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's all I could think about. But instead of sending him to Detroit, it was like Brody Braxton, sending you to Colorado. No.
I do
anything but that.
I like Cole Messina too.
They haven't destroyed. I did like Cole Messina. That'll be good. Cole Messina makes sense for them to help with that pitching staff, but I guess they haven't ruined Chase Dollander yet. So.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I think they still play. They play in Colorado Springs still in AAA, or is that gone? Where are they in AAA now?
They're in Albuquerque.
Oh, okay.
That's
even not much better.
Not better.
Yeah, it's just you're basically saying you get in the same environment as you are in Denver. So yeah,
it used to be that you couldn't have any idea what kind of hitters they had until AA, because I think they were playing in
Hartford,
Asheville, which had the most ridiculous right field fence in the history of the world. It was like 280 feet or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
them and Reading. Reading is the size of a high school baseball park, so you can't. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and there's they're playing in Hartford now, which I think is like a replica. Is it a replica of?
No, I think that's Portland. I think Portland has the replica.
That's what it is. Portland. Yeah.
Hartford, I think, is a pretty solid stadium. I'm trying to remember. I confuse them with New Hampshire
Stadium too. Yeah.
One of them is a Dunkin' Donuts stadium, I think.
Yeah, that's Hartford. Yeah, that's Hartford.
Yeah,
which sounds about right, but
yeah.
All right, so, it goes.
Also, how many? I want to ask you guys, how many jokes did you hear about the Angels having every pick go to the MLB draft? I mean, I just want to know over under jokes you guys heard
about them going right to the bigs.
Right to the bigs.
Yeah, I mean, well, Justin was making
all the relievers.
Yeah, Justin was making. I mean, they have drafted 3 relievers so far. Justin was making all of them. We had Taylor come on for a little bit on Friday before things got too crazy, and it's like, so how quickly? And we were like, well, Justin, we were like, because Taylor in his mock Taylor convinced me. I had Christian Moore in my mock, and then I changed it because he had Braden Montgomery. I'm like, I'm like, Montgomery, you can't get him quick to the majors. I'm like, is this because it's what I'm hearing? I'm like, okay, I'll trust you. And then,
well, I love that there was that video going around of Moore yelling at Cortez.
Yes,
from the coach. Yes. Like, well, that's
all the expletives. Yeah, all the expletives. Now they're teammates. Well, it's the same thing. Like I thought it was fun today. Speaking of teammate combinations, that the Pirates drafted Will Taylor. So now Taylor and Bubba Chandler are together.
Yeah. Was it? Yeah. Was Chandler going to go to Clemson too?
Yeah, they were both.
He was going to be the quarterback, and Howard,
both were quarterbacks. No, like Taylor was a quarterback in high school, I believe, and then was switching to receiver.
Well,
and then he was a special teamer who got hurt.
And then he quit football smartly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, how many? It feels like that happens all the time. Like the only person who didn't quit football was, what's his name?
Kyler.
Yeah, Kyler Murray. Like everybody else is like, it didn't work out. It's and then it doesn't work out.
I don't think he's regretting that one.
No, he's fine. Although I don't know. I don't think didn't he have a injury ruined year? I don't pay as much attention to the NFL anymore.
He's still got the bag. He's still secured the bag, so I think he's okay.
I haven't watched.
He's just going to play more video games.
Derek Berg, the catcher out of
all right, Cleveland's last pick of the day is coming up here.
Followed
by Detroit's last pick of the day.
Yeah.
Chase Mobley. There you go, Justin.
Chase Mobley. All right, let's go.
Wow.
We got some more high school pitching on the 10th round.
They love to do that.
Oh, the alma mater of Ryan Rayburn, Tigers and Guardians legend Ryan Rayburn.
Yes. Oh, you weren't here, Christopher. You weren't here. I don't think I was telling the story about I ran into Ryan Garco in Lake County when West Michigan was in town. And I'm sitting there. So Stephen Kwan was rehabbing at Lake County that day.
Mm-hmm.
And I was waiting to get in to interview him. I see Garco get out of his car, and I was like, oh, crap, that's Ryan Garco. I was a big Ryan Garco fan, and I was in high school, and he was with the Indians. So I roll my window down. I'm like, all right, I'm going to try not to scare him. And then I'm like, hey, Ryan, like the nerdy guy. I'm like, hey. And he's like, who is this? And I was like, oh, you don't know me. I said, but
RJ Sales is who the Tigers picked.
Oh, he is a reliever. Earlier this year, I was looking into data rates for hit rate because I had this whole theory that like lower hit rates show better stuff. And he was a player who jumped out at me in terms of his hit rate data at UNC Wilmington. So
really?
A reliever who had low hit rates at the start of the year, had some other data as I was digging through that I liked. But I don't know. Do you remember that discussion about RJ Sales where I kept coming back to him, Justin?
Yeah,
he is a
we
guy.
talked about it a couple times in the show.
Yeah, so I kept coming back to RJ Sales. I know this is like you didn't expect someone to randomly have information on UNC Wilmington, but the his strikeout rate was good, his walk rate was okay, but it was the hit rate. He had a very low hit rate. Guys were not picking up his stuff at all this year at Wilmington. So I don't know. It's a theory that I don't have like great backing on, but it's just like I'm trying to, I feel like the same way like BABIP is not bad for college hitters because it often showcases like good contact skills against lower competition. I feel like hit rate can be the same thing for pitchers where it's, it's less of a variable at this level and more of a representation of something. So
you've sold me on Sales.
No, I sold you on Sales. There we go.
There's those jokes again, Chris. See?
But yeah.
Man, I didn't think that Mobley was going to get here at this point. I thought at this point he was going to go to Florida State.
Yeah, and what's interesting, if you're taking him now, like why not wait till the 10th round?
Yeah, and save an extra 150,000. Yeah, I don't know why they don't do that. They
that was the 10th round, wasn't it?
But
I'm sorry, the 11th round.
But if you take him the 11th round, you save 150,000 that you could then spend on someone else.
So maybe they had intel that like somebody else was going to pop him, like right. So or I don't know.
Maybe. I'm very surprised, but so Cleveland has really gone hard on the prep arms today. Dowdy on day one. Oki. Now you've got.
And they've been absolutely dog poop at developing high school arms, so it's awesome.
Right, great. It's great. It's a great.
In the last decade, they have spent so many high picks, and they have. Ethan Hankins and Lenny Torres and Juan Hillman and
Mackenzie and Henches,
Daniel Espino, and I can just keep naming them, and Dylan Howard and all of. They have one.
We don't have to do the Dylan Howard thing.
They have one guy to show for it, maybe two if you count Henches.
Well, I was to talk about this with Chris yesterday. That it's weird not to see an arm when Tigers are playing Akron. Or for that matter, Lake County, because usually there's one or two arms that will just stand out, and it's been bizarre just to see, there. It's been to me that's bizarre. I've always like last year. I remember Gavin Williams early on in Akron. It seems like every year there's like one or two arms that just pop out, and it's just weird. That's even in Columbus right now. I feel that rotation is, oof.
Someone asked me
they finally have some promotions.
They're going to sign him.
Yeah, they're finally but they were very weird. Like the fact that Parker Messick and Noah Schultz were in the same draft, and Schultz beat Parker Messick to AA was the weirdest thing to me. I don't know why they were so playing everyone. Torres is a write-off, Arthur. I saw that. People keep wanting to say it's not. He is. It's bad shape. There's nothing to it. It's not going to happen. Like that's
all those guys got hurt.
Torres
right?
is a prospect anymore.
Yeah, Torres isn't. A lot of people ask about Lenny Torres. It's like he seems like a great kid, but like he got hurt. He didn't develop quite right, and the fastball is very hittable for him. Hankins gotten his own way. If I'm being fair, there was multiple issues over points.
You can just forget Ethan Hankins exists. Honestly,
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he's let go in the next few weeks. He got in his own way multiple times. Yeah, it was not.
We can DM you the details, so we can't say on the.
Yeah, we can't say it on the air, but let's put it this way: this whole draft has been about high character, love the game, put in the effort, no off-field concerns, and Hankins is like
they put a lot into that.
That's interesting. Yeah, no, I remember we saw him. I think I saw him twice last year. I think Hankins, and the first one it was a real bad look. He was like low 90s, really loopy curveball. And the second time he looked better, but I think they eventually got to him the second time around in the lineup. So
was that we saw him at West Michigan, right?
Yeah,
yeah.
He would have been with Lake County, I think.
Who's that?
Hankins
Hankins
last year.
Yeah. Yeah, he was okay when he came back for a little bit. He just couldn't find stuff. I remember seeing you guys tweet some videos last year when you saw him. But yeah, it's over for him here.
Didn't bring up Brady Aiken or Adam Miller too, but
yeah.
Brady Aiken, I feel so bad for him because he was a fantastic kid, and you could tell like he was trying everything to try to make that work, and he just went full Rick Ankiel. Like the last time I think I saw him pitch his last game, and he
just looked broken,
threw like a couple fastballs. He was broken, and I think mentally he was just out of it too. Like he was just so frustrated. Like he threw an 88-mile-an-hour fastball that was like way up to the backstop. And then he threw a curveball that hit somebody, and then he threw a curveball like 50 feet. Like it was just full Rick Ankiel, and you could just tell they took him out of the game, and I'm pretty sure that was his last outing ever. So
he and by all accounts a great kid. But yeah, it was just. But that's the other problem with Cleveland, honestly, with the draft is Brady Aiken, which is why I'm so glad they didn't play the game this year. We were afraid they're going to play because you look at Brady Aiken, you look at Chase Lada. You look at Daniel Espino, you look at Gavin Williams, you look at Ethan Hankins. These are all guys who had medical red flags, and the track record has not been great. And as much as they're like, hey, we have top of the line doctors here, this is an inefficiency. The data seems to not play out that it is. I mean, I think Chase Lada has worse feet than me, and I'm an overweight 40-something-year-old. You know, it's like, you know, who played soccer for a lot of years. So I got like messed up ankles from like a bunch of like soccer injuries back in the day, but my feet are still better than Delauder's right now.
By the way, just a random factoid. I did the alumni soccer game a month ago, and I haven't played soccer. Since indoor. I played indoor into my mid-20s or into my late 20s, and I stopped, and I went strictly softball because it was just less. The next day, I work out on a regular basis. I'm still overweight, but I still like, you know, I'm never that sore. The next day, I could barely get out of bed. I mean,
will rack you if you're not ready for it.
Yeah, and I wasn't ready for it. I mean, I stretched. I thought I did the right thing, and I played like 20 minutes. We had two 30-minute halves, and I played 20 minutes, and that was 20 minutes way too long because I was it took me almost a month before my thighs felt like it was normal again. Like just even though, like when I was playing on softball, I'm like, oh. So sorry, random factoid, but that's just
I have not maybe unsmartly, I haven't done a whole lot of athletic events recently. I need to get into some things again. I used to bowl a lot, and I was actually a good bowler, but even being overweight in bowling is awfully hard. So, but I try to stick away from that because like I slept my neck wrong. You bowled.
We took the kids. My daughter loves to bowl, and we took them out, and I had the worst game I've ever thrown in my life. It was terrible.
I have a 299 in my credit somewhere.
Nice. Raj was been bowling a bunch.
I was bowling. I took the summer off from league. I was doing league the last 2 years. I've been bowling. I bowled a 225, and the next game, I bowled like a 135, and then I just was in my head, and that was like in my head, and just in like the rest of the way, the last 3 weeks of the league, I just struggled, and I'm just like, you know what, maybe I'll just take the summer off, and
my bowling strategy is to just get up there and try to see how hard I can throw it, how hard I can roll it down. Like, 26, all right.
It's like that whole thing. Like I can already when I was this is Locked On Bowling. Last when we went out for my birthday,
people are still tuning in.
I know. I went out and I could every time I threw, I'm like, no, it's not right. It just doesn't feel right. I got to that point where I'm like, I know what it's supposed to feel in my walk up and delivery, just like as a hitter or pitcher when I would play baseball. It's like there's something about when you have like a whole biomechanical movement to something that you know instantly when it's not working. Sorry, I don't understand. Again, everyone, do you guys know Ian Fernandez? This became a big thing in our draft chat that people want Ian, and we're like, is this a half joke?
It's like the same like 2 or 3 people.
Yeah, I mean, he's a
catcher.
He's a high school catcher from Napa Valley who doesn't look like anything too big, but people have been really into him. So
yeah, I don't know if
Cleveland's going to have either the best draft class of all time or the worst.
It's going to be this is high risk.
Man, that's
and even
crazy.
Like I mean Donovan Zazik is another risk. Like this is a high risk draft for Cleveland.
I mean, you know, I like those prep arms a lot. Like Dottie can really spin it, and Oki's really athletic. I don't think you can go into a draft and avoid certain player types because you've struggled with them before or they haven't worked out before. Like I don't think you can do that because the strength of this draft class, I think, even though it's a weak class, is that prep pitching. So if those are the guys that you think you can squeeze something out of, I think you go for it. But yeah, you could end up with, I mean, obviously it's the riskiest demographic outside of maybe high school catching.
Yeah.
So it's,
I'd say it's riskier because pitchers will get hurt more likely than a catcher.
No, I still think it's that catching has a higher bomb rate. That has always been the one that
it's who's the kid that Tigers took a couple years ago. The 2017 draft was just a debacle for the Tigers. They took a haircut, or they got Ray Rivera to take a haircut in the second round so they could spend money on Sam McMillan, a prep catcher, in the fifth round. And he washed out. I don't even know if he made it to high A.
McMillan, I think he did.
No.
Maybe no. No.
That was a rough draft. The best player they drafted that year might be Dane Myers.
Oh, good Lord.
For whatever reason, too, Dane Myers is a guy who, I don't know, to this day, I'm still myth why the Tigers did never. He had a 2020 season in Erie, and a guy that they needed, what a concept, an outfielder needed to hit for power is on the Marlins now. And that was a guy who I don't know, like he was a stand-up guy, too, really good teammate. I fit all these things the Tigers were trying to do on their new regime.
I think that was a transition cost, right? Like they brought in the new president, and I think some of that stuff just kind of got thrown out by the wayside. Like they gave up on Willie Castro and kind of Lario and all that stuff.
I was a big I loved that draft because I was a huge Alex Faedo mark. Like I thought he was I'll be very honest. Like occasionally you miss out, and I thought that Faedo was a steal of a talent who was just having a down year. It's why I learn and grow every year I do these drafts.
Well, you can go back and watch that College World Series, and he looked like a future ace. He was just dominant against who they were playing against, TCU.
The fastball slider combination. I mean, he just carved them up. I was like,
but that velo never really came back, and I don't know. He just kind of backed up. That happens sometimes.
And that's such an interesting class because the first 21 draft picks, by the way, in 2017, 20 out of 21 of the first draft picks all made the big leagues. There's only one guy in the first 21 picks who didn't make it, and that was the 5th overall pick, Austin Beck.
Oh, well, and that was the boomer bust play, right?
It was. And it's whenever people, want to talk about like a Connor Griffin or something like that, like this is why, this is a boomer bust type. You gotta always be careful.
I was thinking, with Griffin, I think of like Bubba Starling or Benny Montgomery or guys like that, these big, tall, rangy, super athletic guys who, can't hit. That's trouble. But I don't know. If they do hit, then you got a superstar.
By the way, McMillan went to Lakeland in 2021, which I think was still
2021 would have been low A, I think.
After the pandemic, they flipped.
Yeah.
Because West Michigan would have been high A in 2021.
So it was,
switched it.
You are correct, Chris. He never passed out of low A.
Wow.
But yeah.
Hey,
obviously.
Jeff, real quick. Matt Halbach went to the Cubs with the.
I like Matt Halbach.
We talked about Halbach a little bit. Yeah. He had some interesting data. Doesn't swing and miss.
Hurt this year. Another San Diego guy who was hurt.
We talked about Brady Day, didn't we? Brady Day just went to the Phillies.
Yep. Talked about Brady Day. Phillies are having interesting. Trey Poozer is just a
fun
Phillies
name.
Phillies
are having a weird draft. How do you guys feel about the Phillies draft? Because they took they have a type. They love their speedy outfielders. So they took Norrie, Burkholder, Spikerman are all guys that are all speed and no power. And then they took DeMartini, who has 0 hit tool but can hit for power. And then they took Marcus Morgan, who Jeff loves. And then Cameron Hill. Cameron Hill had a good cape last year. And then he came back to Georgia Tech this year, and his control just completely backed up. So it's a weird draft.
They've done well with pitcher development. I will give them credit there.
Yeah, they have a couple. Yeah, they have a couple guys that are coming up pretty quickly this year that are like just been rising up. As far as I think Jersey Shore had a couple strikeout guys, but
Klassen in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, even I think it was like who am I thinking of? Griff McGarry too. That's another guy who's got some stuff. But no, I even a guy like. I look at somebody like their system right now, like Carlos de la Cruz. They got some guys that are just like, I don't know. I don't say high contact or really contact guys. But yeah, look at their draft.
I got to interrupt you for 1 second just to say we have to point out that a guy whose last name is Youngblood from Transylvania University. We have Youngblood from Transylvania University.
Trent, you're not fooling us. You're not fooling us at all, Trent.
I can't let that one go.
It's a Chat GPT generated one, right? That's got to be
Transylvania.
What?
Trent Youngblood.
Yeah, what do you
two on the nose. That's hilarious. I've never heard of Transylvania University before. I want to see their draft history. I didn't know
Transylvania was a real place. Lexington, Kentucky, by the way.
Oh, you know what? I did know that.
Yeah, they've had a few guys. I've seen them before because I've laughed at the name, but we didn't have a guy whose last name was Blood.
Yeah, that's amazing.
That's awesome.
The Heartland Collegiate Athletic Conference is what they play in. What a
D3,
weird,
D2.
Interesting.
Look at Northwood University. Chris just got a draft pick.
Northwood did?
Yeah, Jake.
Jack Elliott.
Jack Elliott.
Yeah, Jack Elliott. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that's a name I've heard this year, and I don't recall why. I think
that's an interesting last name. How do you say that last name? Jakaliak?
I don't know. I mean, you guys were talking about that Jelkin guy earlier, which is a very unfortunate last name if people know what that is.
Let's not explain to the audience what that is.
Fair enough.
This is a PG podcast, just so you're aware.
Wow. Yeah.
No, it's exercising. That's all.
Yes. Man, it looks like.
Don't look up joking on your work computer. Let's just put it that way. I'm at home. I looked it up. I didn't know what it was. I now know what it is.
Or you put it in incognito mode.
Don't look that up on a work computer, please.
Look it up on DuckDuckGo, not Google. So you can't be tracked by that. Oh my gosh.
I feel bad. We thank you to everyone in this chat here. I just want to say, I don't think they have much money left.
No, Cleveland's not going to be spending a lot of money tomorrow.
Tomorrow is going to be a lot of 150K guys. I don't think they saved much, and there are some teams I think saved some. So I think Cleveland.
You got
Today was the day to do it, though. I mean, why not?
4 prep kids and a draft eligible sophomore. That's going to cost you, I think, probably.
Yeah, and they got 4 draft picks in the top 50 on MLB and 7 in the top 100. They weaponized their cash.
On high school pitchers. I mean, that's again, these are all guys that could be top of the rotation guys, or they could be absolutely.
What you and I talked about, Justin, it's like when everyone's freaking out that they're taking Rafe, Slesinger, and Aiden Major and Kaden favors, and we're like, these guys are all reliever, cheaper signs. It's like, this is why, because you can't get a Rafe Schlesinger, in the 7th round because there's safety and safety goes first. But you can get the Chase Mobleys and the Cameron Sullivans.
I want to know how much more that slot for Chase Mobley was $183K. Like
he's going to cost over $1 million. Right? Yeah, he's probably going to get like 1-2, somewhere between 1-2 to 1-5.
So you still think that? So you still think that Zask is going to go way over slot?
Not way over, but he's 222,000. I wouldn't be surprised if he's like 300,000 or 300.
Okay. Yeah. Because Kaden Favors will be under slot, and then Major will be under slot because he's having surgery, and then Schlesinger should be under slot. So.
And Matson was likely to be a little bit of a haircut, not a ton, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's like 100,000 or whatever Jay Driver got last year. But they're gonna. I mean, Favors is gonna be a big senior sign cut for them.
How do you guys feel about the cowboy hats? This coverage, have you been watching the stream?
If I saw one more person with a cowboy hat, I was going to scream. Like I get it, you guys got the gifts, and you're playing up to every single Texas stereotype known the band.
I know. I was like, isn't this a little bit is it a little bit like not racist, but like
stereotype? Like
I'm like, is this trope? Really the?
Yeah.
It's so trope
cliche, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's so cliche. But even like some of the crowd shots yesterday were just it was like a King of the Hill episode, or so. Like just all these characters in there, especially the one Oakland dude's like it looked really bizarre. And even the way they had the stage set up too, it was like, you guys not know put on production. What the hell's wrong with you guys?
I'll throw a quick note out about the Jake Jelinek guy. The reason I had heard about him is I live 10 minutes from the Northwoods. He plays for Royal Oak. He's got a .73 whip and is 11.3 strikeouts per 9 out here in the whip with a walk rate under 4. So he's playing really well in the Northwoods league. So I think that is why that name jumped out, because I live by it's where I take my kids to baseball games since they're 6 and 2. I'm not going to pay for Brewers tickets. I'll take him to some Northwoods baseball. But yeah, so that's he's another Michigan guy. You guys, did Ohio have any players drafted? I don't think they had anyone. Wright State didn't have anyone this year. Kent State didn't have anyone. Ohio State, This is the first time in a while there was not a prep kit. I don't
Kent
think
State
Ohio
had a very bad year this year.
Yeah, I don't think Ohio had a single player drafted. Like, it's weird for Wright State not to. I thought Sammy Stafura, is that the catcher? Right. They had like 2 interesting guys that Wright State had a chance to get drafted, but nobody. So
I'm looking. I see a guy from Cincinnati.
Oh, okay. So we got one.
Josh Cross, a guy from Miami, Peyton Olenek, and Nick Wiston from Dayton.
Oh, yeah. How did I miss that? My sleeper. My guy. I forgot
the Peyton
about that.
Guy was what, Miami of Ohio, right?
Yeah.
I saw him play in the MAC tournament. He was interesting.
Nick Witzman, when Raelio joined, I explained how he was my my big sleeper.
Yeah.
I was explaining
I don't know how to say that last name. How do you say that last name? Peyton what? Olenek?
Olenek, I believe.
Olenek.
I'm pretty sure that guy's a monster. Isn't he like gigantic?
Well, let's see.
6'11". Yeah, he's 6'11", 210.
Yeah.
That would be.
Yeah, I watched him play in the MAC tournament. He was a massive human being. Yeah.
That's a little bit skinny for 6'11".
I just saw your guys' retweet on Ethan Sloan. I'm in on Ethan Sloan now. I haven't seen him before. I love that arm slot.
I just sent you the video, Chris.
Yeah, I saw it. I was let's see. I'm taking a look now. Oh yeah. All right. Well, hey, that's fun. That was, they took a guy like that last year around the same round, and Andrew Sears out of UConn, who was he's having a really good year down in low A. Aside from, I think he's walking like 6 per 9, but he's also striking out like 12 per 9 and not giving up any hits. So I would put a future reliever tag on him and this guy, but you need relievers too.
So Justin,
I like that arm slot. That's fun.
Just so you know, I was looking at the Ohio guys in the system. Akron is in their system. They have a guy in the draft system, name card already created. So if you're looking at Ohio guys, Spencer Atkins of Akron is in the system. I'll be pulling for Rylan Zabransky tomorrow. He's a kid who's overcome a lot. It's a little bit surprising that Trey Lipsy, he was a top 100 guy before the year began, did not have a great year at Ohio State, still on the board, didn't make their top 250 after being like 70th on their big board when the year began. So yeah, disappointing year in the state of Ohio.
Yeah, this was I don't know the last time 2 Michigan prep kids went in the top 50 picks, I think, or I don't know, Bonham might have made it out of the top 50. But I can't remember the last time.
No, he was solidly in the top 50.
I think it was like 42 or 43 or something like that.
I couldn't tell you the last time that happened.
The one fun thing with the Ohio one is that Cross and Olenek went back to back, so they only had 3 players taken, and 2 of them were in a row. Like, it's
nice.
That is a low, unlikely combination. But the state of Michigan only had 3 guys drafted as well.
Yeah.
Until the final pick, Ohio was beating Michigan.
Yeah. I was going to bring that up. Jeff, we got supposedly, I don't know, last night was kind of a mess, but 620 for Paul Gillespie today. Are we talking to Paul Gillespie?
At 620?
I think we could. At 620.
Okay. Oh, yeah. 620. So in like 30 minutes, basically.
Yeah. It's 5:20 your time. Are we talking to Paul today?
Yeah, why not?
The Guardians media Zoom last night, guys, was like, they were like saying, oh, it'll be like 11:15 Eastern, and then ended up being like 12:30.
12:30.
Yeah, that's what happened. Like last night,
I just sat here and
I got on a Zoom call on my way back because I live about 50 minutes away or about an hour away from Chris.
Oh, you were listening on the way home?
I was trying to Zoom on the way home, and then I was like, nah, screw it. By the way, Chris, fun fact. 2001 was the last time, it was 2021. Steve, you're talking about guys from Michigan, like high school guys or just college guys?
Yeah.
So it's actually in 2019 in 2021, Steve Hajar from Michigan, and then
Mitch, God, Steve Hajar. I have nightmares.
Micaiah Obenbright.
Unbright.
Yeah, Unbright. We're drafting the first 4 rounds. Twins. Hajar went round number 2, and then Micaiah went in round number 4.
Mm-hmm.
So, Justin, I got to throw this out here to you. I didn't realize this about Sean Matson. His sister is a generational player in field hockey. She won.
Okay.
She was in her 5 years at North Carolina. They won 4 national championships, and she was the National Player of the Year 3 years in a row. And then immediately upon leaving college, she became the head coach at that program. The old coach retired, so at 22, she became the head coach at UNC for field hockey and won the national championship last fall at 22 years of age. So she's the youngest head coach to ever win an NCAA Division I title, behind Myron Roderick in 1958. So Sean Matson, the second best athlete in his family by far.
Are you gonna ask Paul? You're gonna ask Paul if they consider drafting his sister?
I was gonna be like, I might be like, Paul, so who's a better athlete, Sean or Aaron? Matson.
Well, gentlemen, I have to get ready to do I got stuff to do before our show tonight. But thank you for the invitation.
No, thank you for having some fun and some puns and
you
learning
guys
about
came
joking.
and helped us carry.
I learned.
Yeah, sorry to be the one to teach you about that.
But Jeff, I was just gonna say one of the things that Chris and I have been talking about doing for a while, and we talked about this idea last year. It's been a while since we brought the idea that we'll have you back on, but we'll just do an entire segment about random games and just random non-baseball stuff. Just because I feel like we have a sequel over for like 45 minutes. Of,
Boris Shuffle.
I've got my stack of board games that I've never yet played, so I'm waiting for my kids to grow up so I can force them to play with me. That's the plan right now.
Outstanding.
I've got Gloomhaven and Frosthaven and things. We sat down and played Forbidden Desert last night. My daughter loves that. I got the new Forbidden game that came out in the spring, so we do play that game quite a bit. If anyone can find it, it's hard to find. I'll say with kids, her favorite game is related to that teamwork called Ghost Fighting Treasure Hunters. It's a little bit hard to find now, but it's a similar thing to those Forbidden games, which for those who don't know are related to the pandemic games. And Ghost Fighting Treasure Hunters. We own the game and the expansion, and that is probably the game I've played the most. So I'll throw that out there.
Nice.
But no, I can always talk games. I can move this. I've got my arcade cabinet over here. It's my nerddom is always high on display.
Yeah. If all else fails, I have. I don't know if you guys are collectors or not, but I have my entire Transformers collection right there in the back.
I've got my I've knocked over. I've got my. From when I was a kid, my Ghost Obi-Wan over here.
Oh my God!
Came from the cereal box tops.
That's a rare, but I've never seen one of those.
Yeah, it was. I had to send in like cereal things to get this guy.
Glow in the dark.
So, I think no, it's just like see-through. He's just supposed to be a ghost. I don't think it glows or does anything. Does have some. Now I guess he's so old the arms don't move. But it's the arms are locked in. But I've got my little bits. I've got back here. I've got Black Cauldron figurines because I like the books.
Oh wow.
We can nerd out. It'd be fun for sure. But we'll let you guys go. And
thanks for having me on.
No, thank you. It was a lot of fun. It was a way to spice up the end.
Soon to talk about draft and prospects soon.
Yeah, and I'm going to be there's gonna be a time I'm going to Lake County soon. I'm overdue to go down there anyway. So.
Yeah. Oh, if you come to Lake County, definitely let me know. I will make sure I make it out. I haven't seen you guys since the Toledo trip. That was 2 years ago. Yeah, we're gonna make it happen. We'll definitely be down there sooner than later. So, all right, come down when Travis Bazan is in town.
That'll be definitely worth it.
All right, guys.
See you guys.
See ya. So for day 3, I might try it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just say this: Justin has to work tomorrow. He has a job.
I can't take
I do not. My wife is incredibly kind. She knows that these 3 days matter a whole bunch. But here's the thing we have to know about day 3 is if you are Nathan, I know you're saying you're 30 minutes behind, but anyone who saw my internet has been a pain in the tuchus. There's a chance things can go wrong. I am not opposed, but it is just going to be me sitting here talking. I don't know if I'll reach out to anyone or not.
I'll try to catch you at what time is the draft restart tomorrow? Is it 2 o'clock or?
I
can't. No, my lunch breaks at noon. I can't.
No,
tomorrow.
it's the same as today. So, but I think it ends at 4. I think it's because it's rapid fire tomorrow. So I might do it. You also have to know that there's points where I'll be tweeting. It's not going to be quite, and there's going to be a lot of I don't know. So, but I think since people are asking, I'll try. And if the numbers are there, we have to hit that 100 concurrent. That's the big number. That's helpful. But if people are going to sit here and watch it work, which I think they did today, then yeah, I will sit down and fully lock in. I will be the first to admit, like last year on day 3, I was sitting here playing my Steam Deck and watching his picks roll by. I was not locked in. I was, just tweeting it, but if people want it, I will do it. So make sure you add it to the comments and things like that. Let me know who is showing up. Chris, I hope they draft Ian Fernandez for you tomorrow, my friend. But I want to thank everyone who joined us again today, who took part in another extremely successful chat. I don't know what our numbers are. I'm going to do a quick look and see if we hit 3,000. I don't know if we did.
Did we?
Subscribers. If not, tell friends to join. That's like our big goal by the end of the draft. So please.
We were less than 100 away at the start.
Yeah.
So, we're not quite there.
No, we're not quite there yet. So if you can do that, I'm gonna do a series of nows before we go this evening. That got interrupted by my internet being pooped.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll have you covered, and we're still gonna do our episode this evening. So we'll take care of you. And again, please don't look up what gel keying is at work. Please don't.
No, we'll catch you guys on tomorrow's episode. Go back and listen to today's if you haven't already. So,
yeah, and let's see. According to our lives, is it gonna? Here, I'll click. I'll tell how many people stream this one, so you guys can get an idea of our big thank you. Why is it not showing me the correct data? I might have to end it before it can officially tell me. But
I think so.
Yeah, but
it's I need to break. I need to get up and move around.
We've been consistent for a long time. We are 66 away from 1,000. So help us out if you can.
Okay. All right. I will not be here. Well, we'll have the epised for Wednesday, or for Tuesday. So make sure you listen to that.
I will say, like, our summary is this is our best month ever. Where I'll wait and talk with Justin off air about some fun numbers. So thank you all, and please join us tomorrow. I will be here. I will keep having fun. We'll keep the party going. Go Guardians, go.